Star Wars, The Hutt Gambit, The Han Solo Trilogy, Book 2, by A.C. Crispin. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. This book is dedicated to my good friend and fellow writer, Kevin J. Anderson, with thanks for all the help and encouragement. Acknowledgements. As I noted in my previous Star Wars novel, The Paradise Snare, being invited to write in the Star Wars universe is rather like being adopted into a big family. Writers and fans share information, anecdotes, and stories how much fun they've had in the Star Wars universe over the years. I feel privileged to be the first writer to produce a book using the expanded information and visuals provided by the new special editions of Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. It was very helpful seeing the newly restored films with their added footage, especially the scene where Jabba moves under his own steam. With the caveat that all mistakes herein are my own, I'd like to thank the following people for their help. First and foremost, my friend, Steve Osmansky, who helped me with military, strategic, and technical information throughout, patiently answering my hundreds of questions, reviewing the battle scenes numerous times. My friend Mary Frey, Steve's wife, for allowing me to borrow her husband for hours on end as we planned battles and went over strategies. Tim O'Brien, expert on every aspect of the Imperial military, who answered questions and gave patient advice. Steve and Tim designed the battle plan for the Battle of Nar Shaddaa, and I am forever indebted to both of them for their expertise in Star Wars battle gaming. Bill, Peter, and Paul of West End Games, who answered my endless questions about the Star Wars universe and its denizens. Michael Capobianco, closet Star Wars fan, who used his experience as SFWA president to help me plot all the Hutt intrigues. Michael also kept my antique computers functioning. Pat Lobruto and Tom Dupree, my editors on this book. Thank you, gentlemen, for all the help and for being patient and understanding. Thanks also to Evelyn Canto, who keeps things running smoothly in the Bantam Star Wars department. Nancy Weisenfield, top-notch copy editor. Sue Rostoni of Lucasfilm for her painstaking review of the book. My fellow Star Wars authors, who provided help, advice, and generously lent their characters so I could use them in this book. Vonda N. McIntyre, Michael A. Stackpole, Christine Catherine Roosh, and Kevin J. Anderson. You, the Star Wars fans, for taking such an interest in this project from the very beginning. And as always, George Lucas, for starting it all 20 years ago. May the Force be with you. Chapter 1. New Friends, Old Enemies. Han Solo, former Imperial officer, sat despondently at a sticky table in a dingy bar on Deveron, sipping an inferior Alderaanian ale and wishing he were alone. Not that he minded the other denizens of the bar, horned Devish males and furry Devish females, plus a smattering of non-humans from other worlds. Han was used to aliens. He'd grown up with them aboard Trader's Luck, a large trading ship that wandered the space lanes of the galaxy. By the time he was 10, Han had been able to speak and understand a half-dozen non-human languages. No, it wasn't the aliens around him. It was the alien beside him. Han took a swig of his ale, grimaced at the sour taste, then glanced sidelong at the cause of all his troubles. The huge, hairy being gazed back at him with concerned blue eyes. Han sighed heavily. If only he'd go home. But the Wookiee, choose something, utterly refused to go home to Kashyyyk, despite Han's repeated urging. The alien claimed he owed something called a life debt to a former Imperial Lieutenant Han Solo. Life debt. Great. Just what I need, Han thought bitterly. A big furry nursemaid trailing after me, giving me advice, fussing over me if I drink too much, telling me he's going to take care of me. Great. Just great. Han scowled into his ale, and the pale, watery brew reflected his countenance back at him, distorting his features until he appeared nearly as alien as the Wookiee. What was his name? Chew something. The Wookiee had told him, but Han wasn't good at pronouncing Wookiee, even though he understood it perfectly. Besides, he didn't want to learn this particular Wookiee's name. If he learned his name, he'd likely never get rid of his hairy shadow. Han rubbed a hand over his face blearily, feeling several days' stubble. Ever since he'd been kicked out of the service, he kept forgetting to shave. When he'd been a cadet, then a junior lieutenant, then a full lieutenant, he'd been meticulous with his grooming, the way an officer and a gentleman should be, but now, what difference did it make? Han raised his glass in a slightly unsteady hand and gulped the sour ale. He put the empty tankard down and glanced around the bar for the server. Need another drink. One more and I'll feel much better. Just one more. The Wookiee moaned quietly. Han's scowl deepened. Keep your opinions to yourself, hairball, he snarled. I'll know when I've had enough. The last thing I need is a Wookiee playing nursemaid for me. The Wookiee, Chewbacca, that was it, growled softly, his blue eyes shadowed with concern. Han's lip curled. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself, and don't you forget it. Just 'cause I saved your furry butt from being vaporized doesn't mean you owe me a thing. I told you before, I owed a Wookiee, long ago. Owed her my life, couple times over. So I saved you, 'cause I owed her. Chewbacca made a sound halfway between a moan and a snarl. Han shook his head. No, that means you don't owe me a thing. Don't you get it? I owed her because I couldn't repay her. So I helped you out, which makes us even, square. So will you please take those credits I gave you and go back to Kashyyyk? You ain't doing me any favors staying here, hairball. I need you like a blaster burn on my butt. Affronted, Chewbacca drew himself up to his full Wookiee height. He growled low in his throat. Yeah, I know I tossed away my career and my living that day on Coruscant when I stopped Commander Nicholas from shooting you. I hate slavery, and watching Nicholas use a force whip ain't a particularly appetizing sight. I know Wookiees, you see. When I was growing up, a Wookiee was my best friend. I knew you were going to turn on Nicholas before you did it, just like I knew Nicholas would go for his blaster. I couldn't just stand there and watch him blast you. But don't go trying to make me out as some kind of hero, Chewie. I don't need a partner, and I don't want a friend. My name says it all, pal. Solo. Han jerked a thumb at his chest. Solo. In my language, that means me, alone, by myself. Get it? That's the way it is, and that's the way I like it. So, no offense, Chewie, but why don't you just scram, as in go away, permanently? Chewie stared at Han for a long moment. Then he snorted disdainfully, turned, and strode out of the bar. Han wondered disinterestedly if he'd actually managed to convince the big hairy oaf to leave for good. If he had, that was reason for celebration. For another drink. As he glanced around the bar, he saw that over in the corner several patrons were gathering around a table. A sabacc game was forming. Han wondered whether he ought to try to get in on it. Mentally he reviewed the contents of his credit pouch, and decided that might not be a bad idea. He usually had very good luck at sabacc, and every credit counted these days. Han sighed. How long it had been since that fateful day when he'd been sent to assist Commander Nicholas with a crew of Wookiee laborers assigned to complete a new wing on the Imperial Hall of Heroes. He counted, grimacing as he realized he'd lost days on end in there. Days probably spent in a dark haze of ale and bitter reclamation. In 2 days, it would be 2 months. Han's mouth tightened, and he ran an unsteady hand through his unruly brown hair. For the past 5 years, he'd kept it cut short in approved military fashion, but now it was growing out, getting almost shaggy. He had a sudden mental sharp image of himself as he'd been then, immaculately groomed, insignia polished, boots shining, and glanced down at himself. What a contrast between then and now. He was wearing a stained, grayish shirt that had once been white, a stained, gray, neo-leather jacket he'd purchased second-hand, and dark blue military-style trousers with his Corellian blood stripe running down the outside seam, only the boots were the same. They were custom-fitted when each cadet was commissioned, so the Empire hadn't wanted them back. Hadn't been commissioned just a little over 8 months ago, and no junior lieutenant had ever been prouder of his rank or of those shining boots. The boots were scuffed now, and worn. Han's lip curled as he regarded them, scuffed and worn by life, all the spit and polish gone. That about described him these days, too. In a moment of painful honesty, Han admitted that he probably wouldn't have been able to stay in the Imperial Navy even if he hadn't gotten himself cashiered for rescuing and freeing Chewbacca. He'd started his career with high hopes, but disillusionment had quickly set in. The prejudice against non-humans had been hard to take for someone raised the way Han had been, but he bitten his tongue and remained silent. But the endless, silly, bureaucratic regs, the blind stupidity of so many of the officers, Han had already begun to wonder how long he'd be able to take it. But he'd never figured on a dishonorable discharge, loss of pension and back pay, and worst of all, being blacklisted as a pilot. They hadn't taken his license, but Han had quickly discovered that no legitimate company would hire him. He'd tramped the permacrete of Coruscant for weeks, in between alcoholic binges, looking for work, and found all respectable doors closed to him. Then one night, as he tavern hopped in a section of the planet-wide city near the alien ghetto, a huge, furred shadow had flowed out of the deeper shadows of an alley and confronted Han. For long moments, Han's ale-fogged brain hadn't even recognized the Wookiee as the one he'd saved. It was only when Chewbacca began speaking, thanking Han for saving his life and freeing him from slavery, that Han had realized who he was. Chewie had been quite direct. His people didn't mince words. He, Chewbacca, had sworn a life debt to Han Solo. Where Han went from that day forward, he would go too. And he had. When Han had finally gotten them passage off Coruscant, piloting a ship with a load of contraband to Trallis, the cargo had been magnetically sealed into the hold. Han hadn't had the equipment or the energy to break in and find out exactly what he was smuggling. Chewbacca had gone with him. On the week-long voyage, Han began teaching the Wookiee the rudiments of piloting. Space travel was boring, and at least that gave him something to do besides brood over lost futures. Once on Trallis, he'd turned over his ship and cargo, then went looking for another assignment. He wound up at Truthful Toral's used spaceship lot, asking the Duros for work. Toral was an old acquaintance, and he knew Han was a reliable and expert pilot. The Empire was tightening its grip all the time, taking away the rights of its worlds as well as its citizens. Duro had a shipbuilding industry nearly equal to that of Corellia, but they had recently been prohibited by imperial directive from placing weapon systems in their ships. Han's clandestine cargo proved to be a shipment of components useful in outfitting ships with weapons. By the time they reached Duro, Chewie was becoming a fair co-pilot and gunner. Han hoped that teaching the Wookiee these skills would make it easier to get rid of him on some world. If he knew the Wookiee could hire on as a skilled pilot or co-pilot, he wouldn't hesitate to dump him in some port and then lift ship, or so Han told himself. Once on Duro, Han drank up some of the profits from his mission, while waiting to be contacted for another piloting job. His patience was rewarded one day when a Sullustan approached him and offered him good pay to take a ship from Duro, avoiding any imperial ports of call, a third of the way across the galaxy to Kothlis, a Bothan colony world. Of course, the sleek, swift little craft was hot, stolen from some wealthy owner's landing pad. Han had to remind himself that he was no longer in the business of keeping the law. He was in the business of breaking it. So he set his jaw and piloted the stolen vessel to her new home on Kothlis. Then he went looking for another assignment and eventually found one. On the surface, this job seemed legit. Han was to ferry a large Nagalaron from Kothlis to Deveron. Han had never heard of a Nalagaron before, which wasn't surprising, as his exposure to music had been limited. A Nalagaron proved to be a very large instrument that was operated by a keyboard and foot pedals. Pipes and subharmonic resonance generators produced sound on many wave bands. The instruments were in demand for the jizz craze that was sweeping the galaxy. Accordingly, the huge instrument was brought aboard the ship Han had been assigned, bolted to the deck, then left sealed in the cargo compartment. Han investigated the instrument once he and Chewie were safely in hyperspace. He tapped it, poked and nudged it, turned it on, then tried pressing the keys and pedals. No sound, except the sound he had made trying to make it work. But his tappings proved it wasn't hollow. Han sat back on his heels, gazing at the huge instrument. The thing was obviously a dummy, a shell, with something inside. What? Han knew from his stint in the Imperial Navy that Deveron was a world in turmoil. Not long ago, a group of rebels had risen against the Imperial governor, demanding independence from the Empire. Han's lip curled disdainfully. Stupid fools, thinking they had a chance against the Empire. 700 of the rebels had been captured when the ancient holy city of Montilion-Surat had been overrun by Imperial troops a few months ago. They had been summarily executed without trial, killed without mercy. The remaining rebels were still hiding out in the hills, holding out, attacking commando fashion. But Han knew it was only a matter of time before they too would be ground beneath Palpatine's heel, the world rigidly controlled by the Empire, as so many other worlds had been. Eyeing the Nalgaron, Han had made some mental calculations based on the instrument being hollow. Yeah, a short-bore mobile laser cannon would just about fit inside that shell. The weapon could be mounted on the back of a land skimmer and was capable of blowing small targets, a building, or a short-range Imperial fighter into very small pieces. It could also be blast rifles, of course. 10 or 15 would fit inside there, if they were cleverly packed. Whatever was inside the Nalgaron, Han had a bad feeling about the assignment he'd taken on. He resolved to land the ship, then walk away from it and not go back. He had fake landing codes provided by the Bothans. He'd use them, and then get away as quickly as he could. He'd landed yesterday, and for all Han knew, the ship was still sitting on the field with the Nalgaron in her cargo hold. But he had a hunch that the rebels on Deveron hadn't wasted any time. Han shook his head a little blearily, half wishing he hadn't had that last ale. The sour taste was still in his mouth and his head buzzed. Han looked from side to side testingly, and the room stayed still. Good. He wasn't too drunk to play sabacc and win. Let's get on with it, Solo. Every little credit helps. The smuggler rose to his feet and strode quite steadily across the room to the table. Greetings, gentles, he said in basic. Got room for another player? The dealer, a Deveronian male, turned his head with its waxed, polished horns to regard Han questioningly. He must have decided that the newcomer looked okay, because he shrugged and gestured at the vacant seat. Welcome, pilot. As long as your credits hold out, so does your welcome. He grinned, showing sharp, feral teeth. Han nodded, then slid into the seat. He'd first learned to play sabacc when he was about 14. Han anted credits into the high-stakes pot, the sabacc pot, then picked up the 2 cards he'd been dealt and scanned them, all the while covertly studying his opponents. When the bet for the hand pot came round to him, he tossed the requisite number of credit discs into that pot too. Han had the 6 of staves and the Queen of Air and Darkness, but at any moment the dealer could push a button and all the card values would change. Han eyed his opponents, a tiny Sullustan, a furry Deveronian female, the Deveronian male dealer, and a huge female Barabel, a reptilioid being from Barabeb 1. This was the first time Han had seen a Barabel up close, and she was an impressive sight. Over 2 meters tall, covered with tough black scales that would repel even a stun blast, the Barabel had a mouthful of dagger teeth and a club-like tail that reportedly made them nasty customers in a fight. This one, who had introduced herself as Shalimar, seemed peaceful enough, though. She picked up the newest card chip she'd been dealt and studied her hand intently through narrowed, slit-pupiled eyes. The object of sabacc was to get cards to equal, but not exceed, the number 23, either positive or negative. In case of a tie, positive totals beat negatives. At the moment, the cards in Han's hand had a numerical value of positive 4. The Queen of Air and Darkness had a value of -2. Han could throw that card into the interference field, which would freeze its value, then hope to get the Idiot and a card with the face value of 3. Since the Idiot had a value of 0, this would give him an Idiot's Array, which would beat even a pure sabacc. That is, cards whose value added up to either positive or negative 23. As Han hesitated, gazing at his queen, the card chips rippled and altered. His queen was now the Master of Sabers. The 6 of sabers had become the 8 of flasks. His total was positive 22. He waited while the other players examined their card chips. The Barabel, the female Deveronian, and the dealer threw in their hands disgustedly. They'd bombed out by exceeding 23. The Sullustan raised the bet, which Han matched and raised. I call, the little alien said, laying down his card chips with a flourish. 20, he announced. Han grinned and put down his own. 22, he announced casually, laying down his own hand. Afraid that hand pot's mine, pal. The other players grumbled a bit as he scooped up their money. The Barabel female hissed and gave him a look that could have melted titanium, but said nothing. The Sullustan took the next hand. The Sullustan took the next hand, and the Deveronian dealer the one that followed. Han eyed the growing sabacc pot and decided to try to go for the bigger payoff. They continued to play for several more hands. Han won the hand pot again, but nobody had gotten the sabacc pot. Han tossed the 3 of coins and the idiot into the interference field, and his luck held. The very next change of cards left him holding the 2 of flasks. Idiot's array, Han said casually, tossing the 2 down next to the other 2 cards in interference field. The sabacc pot is mine, ladies and gentlemen. He bent forward to scoop up the pot, and the Barabel female let out a roar. Cheater! He's got a skifter. He must have. No one can be so lucky. Han sat back and stared at her, outraged. He'd cheated at sabacc plenty of times, using skifters, cards that would assume different values when their edges were tapped, and in other ways, but this time he'd won fair and square. You can take your accusations and stick 'em in your ear, the Corellian burst out indignantly. Of course the Barabel didn't have any visible ears, but his meaning wasn't lost on her. Dropping his right hand down to his thigh, he silently unsnapped the strap on the top of his holster. Shaking his head vehemently, he added, I wasn't cheating. You were just outplayed, sister. Left-handed, Han reached across the table, grabbed a fistful of credits, and stuffed them into his pocket. Nobody moved or spoke, so he reached for the remaining handful. In a blur of reddish fur, the Deveronian female's hand shot out, grabbed his wrist, and pinned it to the table. Maybe Shalimar is right, she said in strongly accented basic. We should search him to make sure. Han glared at her. Take your hands off me, he said very quietly, or I'll make you very sorry. Something in his eyes and voice must have impressed her, because she let go of him and stepped back. Coward, Shalimar snarled at the Deveronian. He's just a puny human. The Deveronian shook her head and backed away, indicating she wanted no further part in the conflict. Han smiled smugly as he reached for the last of the card chips. Seeing that smile, the Barabel roared again. One armored, sharp-taloned hand came sweeping down in a mighty blow that smashed the table in 2, sending board, credits, and card chips flying. Snarling, she advanced on Han. No! I'm going to bite your head off, cheater! We'll see how good you are then! Han took one look at her gaping maw, realizing she was big enough to make good on her threat, and went for his blaster. His right hand dropped to his thigh with lightning speed. Then the well-worn grip was there, nestled against his palm. His hand, still moving with extraordinary speed, started back up as he began his draw, only to stop short when the blaster hung up in the holster. Han had barely a second to realize that the blaster's front sight, mounted on the end of the barrel, was caught at the bottom of his holster. He tugged, trying to free his weapon. The Barabel leaped for him. Han jumped back, but not far enough. Shalimar's huge, sharp talons grabbed the front of his jacket, slashing the tough material as though it were tissue. Still yanking at his trap blaster, Han was hauled toward the Barabel's wide-open mouth so fast his vision blurred. He let out a choked gasp as a blast of hot, reeking reptilioid breath engulfed him. Suddenly Han glimpsed a blur of brownish tan at the corner of his vision, just as a huge roar nearly deafened him. A long, furred arm snaked around Shalimar's neck, jerking her back, away from Han. Chewie! Han yelled. He'd never been so glad to see someone in his life. The Barabel roared back at the Wookiees, dropping the Corellian as she swung around to grapple with her attacker. Hold her for a second, Chewie, Han yelled, yanking at the bottom of his holster as he twisted the grip of his blaster. At last! He pulled it up and sighted at the Barabel as she wrestled with the Wookiee, but he couldn't get a clear shot. The huge being, snarling and hissing, rampaged across the room, knocking over tables and chairs. The other sabacc players and denizens of the bar scattered before the fray, screaming advice and curses in multiple languages. The Sullustan sabacc player dropped his hand to his own blaster, but when he saw that Han was now armed, he turned and flung himself behind the bar. Shalimar and Chewbacca swayed back and forth, locked in a grim parody of a loving embrace, each testing the other's strength, trying to get each other off balance. Chewie, come on, Han yelled. Let's get out of here. Chewbacca and Shalimar whirled in a blur of brown fur and black scales. Then Shalimar lowered her head and snapped at the Wookiee's arm. Her needle-sharp teeth sheared off a chunk of fur and meat. The Wookiee roared in agony and with a burst of strength grabbed the Barabel's arm and slung her around with dizzying speed, so fast that her feet slid out from under her. As she went down, Chewie also grabbed her tail, swinging her so hard she was airborne. With a final howl of triumph, Chewbacca released his grip and sent the huge reptilioid flying across the room, while sentients scattered to avoid her trajectory. Shalimar landed on her back amid a ruin of chairs, tables, and sabacc card chips. Stun won't work. Don't want to kill. A jumble of thoughts raced through Han's mind as he thumbed the setting on the blaster, aimed, and fired at the dazed Shalimar, hitting her at half force just below one huge knee joint. She hissed in pain and sagged back, black scales smoking and steaming. Chewie, come on, Han yelled, snapping off a stun shot at the sabacc dealer, who was aiming a blaster at the Wookiee. The Deveronian went down without a sound. Chewie, dripping blood, was right behind Han as they raced for the exit, knocking over chairs and tables. The tavern's owner, a Deveronian female, blocked his way, screaming curses and threats, but Han slapped her aside with the barrel of his blaster and kept running. He slammed the door with his shoulder, then bounced off. Locked. Swearing in 6 non-human languages, Han thumbed the indicator on his weapon up to its highest power and blasted the door. The proprietor howled in protest, but the Corellian and the Wookiee were already gone. Han and Chewbacca pelted down the squalid alley, then swung out onto the street with its rustic-looking buildings made of blue native wood and stuccoed permacrete. A chilly breeze made the Corellian shiver. It was early spring here on Deveron's south polar continent. Han quickly holstered his blaster as he dropped his pace to a fast walk. How's the arm, pal? Chewie groaned, ending in a snarl. Han glanced down at the damage. Well, it was your choice to come back, he pointed out. Not that I'm sorry you did, mind you. I want to say, thanks for saving my rear. The Wookiee made an interrogatory sound. Han shrugged. Well, sure, I guess, he mumbled. I've never had a partner before, but yeah, why not? It can get kind of boring on long space flights without someone to talk to, I guess. Chewie rumbled with satisfaction, despite his pain. Don't push your luck, Han said dryly. Listen, we gotta get that arm seen to. There's a med droids clinic across the street. Let's go. An hour later, the two were back on the street. Chewie's arm, after a Bacta treatment, was sheathed in a protective bandage, but the med droid had assured them that Wookiees were quick healers. The Wookiee had just finished commenting that he was hungry when Han heard a soft call from the shelter of a nearby doorway. Pilot Solo. Han stopped in his tracks and looked over to find a Duros male beckoning to him. He glanced from side to side, but the Deveronian street scene was quiet and peaceful. This section near the town square was reserved for pedestrian traffic. Yeah, he replied in a low voice. The blue-skinned Duros motioned for Han to follow him into a nearby alleyway. The Corellian walked to the mouth, turned the corner, then stood with his back against the wall, hand on the grip of his blaster. Okay, this is as far as I go without knowing what you want. The Duros' mournful expression lengthened even farther. You are not a trusting sentient, Pilot Solo. I was referred to you by a mutual friend, Truthful Toril. He said you were an excellent pilot. Han relaxed slightly, but didn't take his hand off his gun. I'm good, all right, he said. If Truthful Toril sent you, prove it. The Duros gazed straight at him with calm, moonstone-colored eyes. He said I was to tell you that the talisman you brought him is no more. Han relaxed and took his hand off his weapon. Okay, you've convinced me he sent you, he said. State your business. I need a ship delivered to Nar Heka in the Hutt system, the Duros said. I'm willing to pay well. But, Pilot Solo, you must not allow Imperials to board her should you run into any patrols. Han sighed. More intrigues. But the Duros' offer interested him. He'd been planning all along to eventually make his way to Nar Shaddaa, the smuggler's moon that orbited Nal Hutta. Now would be as good a time as any. From Nar Heka, he could easily catch a ship to Nal Hutta or Nar Shaddaa. Tell me more, he said. Only if you can raise ship within 2 hours, the Duros said. If not, tell me, and I'll look elsewhere for a pilot. Han considered for a moment. Well, I could maybe change my plans. For the right price. The Duros named a figure, then added, and the same sum upon delivery. Han snorted, then shook his head, though inwardly he was surprised at how high the initial bid was. Come on, Chewie, he said. We got places to go, people to see. Too quickly, the Duros named another, higher sum. This guy must really be desperate, Han thought, as he pretended to hesitate for a beat. He shook his head. I don't know. It's not worth my butt if the Imperials are looking for this ship of yours. What's she carrying? The Duro's expression did not change. That I cannot tell you, but I will tell you if you deliver the ship and its contents safely to Tagta the Hutt, he will be pleased, and pleasing a Hutt lord is generally considered to be a good thing for one's financial well-being. Tagta is Giliac the Hutt's highest-ranking subordinate on Narheka. Han's ears pricked up. Giliac the Hutt was a very high-ranking Hutt lord indeed. Maybe this Tagta would give him a recommendation to the boss. Hans scratched his head, then named a sum, and all in advance. He added. The Duro's pale blue skin seemed to grow even paler, but then he nodded. Very well, as to the sum, but half up front. You will receive the rest from Tagta, Pilot Solo. Han considered, then nodded. Okay, you've got yourself a deal. Chewie, he turned to address the Wookiee, who was hovering nearby, listening intently. Go on back to that lockbox where we left our stuff and get it, will you, while I conclude my business with our friend here? The Wookiee rumbled a soft assent. Thanks. I'll meet you on the north side of the town square in an hour, okay? Chewbacca nodded and moved off down the street. Han walked closer to the Duros and said, Okay, you've got yourself a pilot. We'll raise ship within 2 hours. Fill me in on the rest of it. Where do I find this tag to the Hutt? Within minutes, Han had all the details. The Duros handed over a sheaf of credit vouchers, gave him the ship's security code and the location of the vessel. Then the blue-skinned alien melted away into the dimness of the alley. Han had a couple of minutes to kill, so he grabbed a quick bite at the cafe next door. He had to argue with the devish female chef to get her to cook his meat, but it was worth it. The food drowned the last of the ale-induced muzziness. Clear-headed, his energy renewed, Han felt considerably cheered. On his way to the town square, he stopped off at a second-hand shop that catered to spacers of all species. There he bought a beat-up black lizard-hide jacket to replace the one the Barabel had shredded. Respectably clothed again, he started up the street toward his rendezvous with Chewbacca. Han knew something was up long before he reached the town square. The sound of a huge crowd was unmistakable. They seemed to be shouting in unison. The skin at the back of Han's neck prickled suddenly as he realized there was something familiar about those words. They weren't in basic, but he'd heard those simple, repetitious phrases before. But where? I've got a bad feeling about this, he thought, turning the corner and seeing the crowd. They were chanting, swaying, rocking with religious fervor. Mostly Deveronians, of course, but there were a smattering of humans and other sentients. Han's gaze raked the crowd, following it to the front. A hastily erected dais stood there, and atop it, leading the revival, stood a figure out of Han's past. Oh no, he thought, this is a Yalesian revival, and that missionary is Veritil. I can't let him see me. 5 years ago, Han had spent almost 6 months on the steaming, fungus-infested world of Yalesia. He'd been working as a pilot before taking the examinations to get into the academy, practicing and honing his piloting skills. Yalesia was a world at the edge of Hutt space, where a race of beings called the Talanda Till, distant cousins of the Hutts, offered pilgrims supposed religious sanctuary. The Talanda Till sent missionaries to many worlds to preach about the One and the All. Han had known that for years, but he'd never been unlucky enough to run into a Yalesian revival before now. For a wild moment, the Corellian wanted to draw his blaster, shoot Veritil down, and yell to the assembled crowd of potential pilgrims, Go home! It's all a big fake! They just want you so they can enslave you, you fools! Get out of here! But how could he make them believe him? To most sentients in the galaxy, Yalesia was perceived as a place of religious retreat, where the faithful gathered, and those wishing to hide from their past could find sanctuary. The fact that the Yalesian sanctuary would turn out to be a trap was known only to the lucky few, like Han, who'd managed to escape. No doubt Veritil had a transport standing by to load the pilgrims on board. Unfortunate sentients who'd followed him would have no idea that their voyage to Yalesia would lead only to slavery in the spice factories. Then, when they grew too weak or sick to work, they'd face death in the spice mines at Kessel. Yalesia was a golden dream for the faithful, but the reality was a world of bondage and unending toil. Terenza, Veritil's boss, was a high priest of Yalesia. Before fleeing the colony, Han had robbed the Talanda Till leader of the most valuable pieces in a rare and extensive collection. He'd left Terenza wounded but alive. Han had escaped Ulesia and Terenza's personal yacht, the Talisman. Soon after his getaway, Han discovered that the Tolanda Till and their Hutt overlords had placed a fat bounty on the head of Vic Drago, Han's alias. Han had to change his identity, even his retinal patterns, to escape detection and capture. Now, seeing Veritil, Han ducked his head and turned away, wishing he had a hood he could pull up to hide his face. If the sacred dot saw him and recognized him, Han knew he was in for it. The chanting surrounding him intensified. Han began to sweat, despite the chill of the Deveronian weather, because he knew what was coming. Across the town square he saw a tall, furred shape standing on the edge of the crowd, watching the ceremony curiously. Chewie! Can't let him get drawn into this. The exaltation is going to come in just a couple of minutes. Han plunged into the crowd, keeping his head ducked, fighting his way through the throng as he would have clawed his way through a heavy surf. He was breathing hard and his elbows and ribs ached by the time he reached the Wookiee. Chewie! He yelled, grabbing the big sentient by the arm. Let's get out of here. This is going to turn into a mob scene any second now. The Wookiee whined inquiringly. Never mind how I know, Han yelled above the chanting. I just know. Trust me. Chewbacca nodded and turned away, using his huge size to part the crowd before him. Han started to follow him, then something caught the corner of his eye, and he turned his head. A gleam. A gleam of reddish gold on a stray curl. Han caught just a glimpse of her, but his whole mind and body jolted to a stop, as though he'd slammed into a stone wall while running at top speed. Bria? Bria! He caught only that one brief glimpse of a pale, perfect profile and a stray, reddish-blonde curl, but it was enough. She was standing there, wearing a black cloak and hood in this crowd. Memories came surging back so strong they scared him. Bria, a pale ghost of a slave in the spice factories of Ulesia. Bria, scared but determined as they robbed Terenza of his treasures. Bria, sitting beside him on a golden sand beach on Togoria, her mouth soft and red and just begging to be kissed. Bria, lying in his arms late at night. Bria, who had left him behind, saying she needed to fight her addiction to Tolanda Till's exaltation by herself. Han had spent the past 5 years convincing himself that he'd forgotten her. After 4 years in the Imperial Academy, plus nearly a year of commissioned service, he'd been convinced that he no longer cared. But now, in a single searing blaze of insight, Han Solo knew he'd been lying to himself. Without hesitating, he turned and plunged back into the crowd, heading for the woman in the black cloak. He was halfway there when the exaltation hit the crowd, and the throng of sentients collapsed onto the cobblestones of the town square as though they'd been stun-blasted. Han had forgotten how strong the exaltation was. Waves of intense pleasure rolled through his mind as well as his body. No wonder the Ulesian pilgrims thought the Tolanda Till were divinely gifted. Even knowing as Han did that the exaltation was caused by an emphatic transmission coupled with a subsonic vibration that caused a wave of pleasure that acted on the brains of most bipedal sentients, Han had to brace himself to resist it. He knew without seeing it that the pouch beneath Veritil's chin had swelled, and that the Secredot was humming those vibrations as he concentrated on warm, positive emotions. To anyone unprepared for the force of the exaltation, the effect was as intoxicating as any pleasure drug. The ability to produce the exaltation was one that all Tolanda Till males shared. It was actually a sex-linked biological ability they possessed that, in their natural habitat, was used to attract Tolanda Till females. All around Han, the crowd had fallen prone, and most of the sentients were writhing in pleasure. The sight sickened Han. He'd shaken off the effects of the exaltation now, and he'd concentrated on not stepping on bodies as he plunged toward the woman in the black cloak and hood. He could no longer see her face or that betraying tendril of hair. His fingers remembered the soft silkiness of that hair. He used to play with Bria's curls, watching them capture the light, bringing the reddish glow to vibrant life. The woman in the black cloak and hood disappeared behind a stone bench as the crowd heaved in a wave of ecstasy from the exaltation. Han swallowed hard. Bria had left him because she was addicted to the exaltation. Was that where she'd been for the past 5 years? A willing slave on Ulesia, bound to her Tolanda Till masters because she needed her daily dose of pleasure? Funny. He thought Bria had more strength than that. Han reached the stone bench, then stopped, staring around him. The woman in the black cloak was nowhere in sight. Where'd she go? Bria, Han thought, staring around him wildly. From all sides he could hear the gasps and moans of the crowd filling the air. He jumped up on the bench, straining his eyes, trying to pick up any trace of the woman in the black cloak. Han only realized what a terrible mistake he'd made when he found himself staring across the crowd, straight into the eyes of Veritil. The huge, four-legged creature with the tiny arms and the broad, single-horned head was staring back at him, his small, reddish eyes wide with surprise. The Corellian had no doubt that Veritil had just recognized him as Vic Drago, the man who'd wrecked the Glitterstim factory, stolen Terenza's treasure, and caused the death of the Yalesian Hutt overlord, Zaval. All around Han, the moans of pleasure suddenly altered into cries of dismay and loss. Veritil's attention had been diverted, and the exultation had come to an abrupt, jarring halt. Some of the throng wailed aloud, others jerked convulsively, still others dragged themselves to their feet with cries of distress and anger. Han ducked his head and bolted forward, determined to lose himself in the crowd, and then ahead of him he caught a glimpse of black. Bria. Forgetting Veritil, forgetting the danger he was in, Han plunged forward, slamming into would-be pilgrims, tripping over feet, elbowing his fellow sentients aside. "Bria!" he yelled. "Stop!" Putting on a burst of speed, Han reached the edge of the crowd. The woman was running now, but Han was moving at top speed, and he caught her in a dozen swift strides. Reaching out, he managed to grab the black fabric, yank her to a halt, then he grabbed her elbow and spun her around to face him, only to find that the woman he'd chased was a total stranger. How could he have mistaken her for Bria? This woman wasn't homely. She was even pretty in a rather worn way. But Bria had been one of the loveliest women Han had ever seen. This woman's hair was dark blonde, not gold, with warm reddish highlights. Bria had been tall. This woman was short. She was also angry. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded in Basic. "Leave me alone or I'll summon security." I'm sorry," Han mumbled, stepped back, holding up both hands in a non-threatening manner as he could manage. "I thought you were someone else." "Well, I feel sorry for her," the woman said huffily, with an ill-mannered, scruffy lout like you in her life. "Look," Han continued to back away, hands up. "I said I was sorry, sister. I'm going, okay?" "I think you'd better," she said pointedly. "That priest has summoned security, I think." Han looked over his shoulder, cursed, then took to his heels, heading away from the crowd. He could see Chewbacca waiting for him and waved to the Wookiee. He lengthened his stride, and a glance back at his pursuers assured him he was losing them. "Been drinking too much," he decided as he ran. "That's gotta be it. I'm gonna be more careful from now on. A lot more careful." "Did Han get away?" Bria Theron asked her friend as Lana Malo walked into the room, carrying Bria's black cloak under her arm. Bria was seated on a single human-style chair in the cheap room they'd rented for their short stay on Deveron. "I think so," Lana Malo replied, tossing the cloak to her friend, then picking up her travel bag and dumping it on the bed. "The last I saw, he and that big Wookiee he was traveling with jumped into a public skimmer. Security was still on foot. My guess is he made it." "He's probably off-world by now," Bria said softly, wistfully. Rising, she walked over to the window, then stood for a moment, gazing up into Deveron's coral-tinted sky. Tears gathered in her blue-green eyes. "I never thought I'd ever see him again. I never thought it would hurt so much." The pain she felt completely eclipsed the triumph she should have been experiencing. Today, she'd faced the exultation and successfully resisted it. After years of fighting her addiction to it, now she finally knew for certain she was a free woman. She looked forward to this day for a long time, but any joy she felt was drowned in her grief at seeing Han again and knowing she couldn't be with him. "Couldn't you have talked to him?" the shorter woman asked, almost echoing Bria's own thoughts. Bria turned from the window and watched her friend and comrade in arms pulling on her battered khaki-colored jacket. Quickly, Lana stuffed the last of her personal belongings into the small travel bag. "What harm could it do?" she asked, giving Bria a sharp, quizzical stare. Bria shivered, then pulled a cloak around her shoulders. It was chilly now that the sun was low on the horizon. "No," she said in a low voice. "I couldn't talk to him." "Why not?" Lana asked. "Don't you trust him?" Moving as methodically and carefully as a droid, Bria checked the charge in the blaster she wore strapped to her thigh. Low down, the way Han had taught her 5 years ago. when they'd been partners, companions, lovers. Yes, she said after a moment, I trust him. I trust him with anything that's mine. But what we're trying to accomplish, that's not mine. That's all of us. Betrayal at this point could mean the end of the entire movement. I couldn't risk it. Lana nodded. Solo showing up when he did sure messed up our plans, she said. No telling when we'll get a clear shot at Veritil again. My guess is he'll hightail it back to Yelesia to tell Terenza he spotted your ex-boyfriend. Bria nodded tiredly as she ran her hand through her hair. Han loved to do that, she thought, with a sudden surge of memory so vivid that it felt like a blow. Oh, Han. Lana Malo gave her an assessing glance that was half sympathetic, half cynical. You can fall apart later, Bria. Right now, we've got to catch the transport back to Corellia. The commander's going to expect a full report. Even if we failed to take out Veritil, we still succeeded in making contact with the Deveronian group, so the trip wasn't a total waste. I'm not going to fall apart, Bria said dully, holstering her blaster without looking at it, the way Han had taught her. I got over Han long ago. Sure you did, Lana agreed, not unkindly, as the two women picked up their bags and headed for the door. Sure you did. Chapter 2. The Smuggler's Road. Han Solo shuffled into the tiny control room of the Derosian ship, cradling a mug of stim tea. He glanced at the view screen, which showed the comforting starline patterns of hyperspace, then blinked blearily over at the big Wookiee who lounged in the co-pilot's seat. I overslept, he said accusingly. You didn't call me. Chewbacca made a short comment. Well, yeah, I probably did need the rest, Han admitted, but you're the one who got wounded. How's the arm? The Wookiee reassured Han that it was healing just fine. The Corellian glanced at the wound and nodded. Then he sank into the pilot's seat. Good. Let me tell you, pal, it's fortunate you showed up when you did yesterday. That Barabel wasn't messing around. Things could have gotten sticky. Chewie pointed out truthfully that things had gotten sticky. Han shrugged. You're right, and that reminds me of something. Getting up from his seat, he went over to the toolbox that was standard issue on every ship and came back with a tiny laser torch and a microfile. Taking his blaster out of the holster, he carefully sliced off the sight at the end of the barrel, then began smoothing the spot. Chewbacca wondered aloud what Han was doing. Fixing my weapon so it won't ever hang up in my holster again, the Corellian explained. That was a bad couple of seconds in that tavern there, when I couldn't draw. I'm a good shot. Losing the sight won't affect my aim. Chewie watched as Han worked. After a moment, the human spoke again. Bad enough that I couldn't draw. If it had been a blaster shootout instead of a slugfest, I don't think either of us would have made it out of there alive. But I guess it could have been worse. We were actually in more danger at the Yelesian revival. If Veritil's security people had grabbed us, believe me, pal, those Talanda Till don't mess around. If they'd caught us, we'd be in deep humbaba manure, my friend. Chewie made an interrogatory sound. Yeah, I guess I do owe you an explanation about that, Han said with a sigh. You see, about 5 years ago, I needed experience piloting big ships, 'cause I was hoping to get into the academy. So I took a job piloting for the Talanda Till on Yelesia. Ever hear of it before? Chewie whined, low in his throat. You got it, the Pilgrim Colony. 'Cept that ain't it, pal. It's nothing but a big scam, a major trap. The Hutts control the place. Pilgrims travel there hoping to join with the Cosmic All or some such, but they turn 'em into slaves and make them work in the spice factories. Most of the poor fools don't last long. They had 3 colonies on Yelesia when I was there, but I've heard they've expanded to 5 or 6 now. Chewbacca shook his head sadly. Han grimaced as he sighted down the barrel of his blaster. Somebody ought to go in there and shut those creeps down, Chewie. I've been a thief, a smuggler, a con man, a gambler, and some other things I ain't particularly proud of, pal. But slavery? I can't stand it. Or slavers either. Scum of the universe. For 2 credits, I'd blast 'em all into oblivion. Chewbacca, naturally, voiced vehement support for Han's opinion. The Corellian grinned crookedly as he ran his thumb over the now smooth barrel tip. Satisfied, he replaced the weapon in his holster. Yeah, well, I kind of forgot who I was talking to. But anyhow, it's a long story. The end result was, I decided I had to get out of there, so I stole a bunch of stuff from the High Priest. He had a great collection of art objects, jeweled weapons, stuff like that. Only trouble was, Terenza and his Hutt boss, Zaval, showed up at a real inopportune time. The shooting started and Zaval died. Chewbacca made an interrogatory sound. Han sighed. No, I didn't shoot him, but you could sort of say it was my fault that he bought it. Chewie commented that from what he knew of Hutts, the fewer the better. Yeah, I've thought that myself, Han said, but we may wind up working for a Hutt, so you'd better keep your opinion to yourself, pal. He sipped his stem tea and looked out at the racing star patterns for a long second, lost in memories. So anyhow, I got away, but I wish Veritil hadn't got a look at me yesterday. I got a bad feeling about that. The Talanda Till can be pretty nasty. Chewie asked a question. Han looked down and cleared his throat. Why'd I go back into the crowd and give Veritil the chance to see me? Well, pal, there was this girl. The Wookiee grunted a phrase. Translated, it meant, why am I not surprised? Well, this one was special, Han said, feeling rather defensive. Bria Theron. Yesterday in that crowd, I thought... He shrugged. His eyes shadowed. I thought I saw her. I could have sworn that was her, standing there in the crowd. 5 years ago, we were... friends. Close friends. Chewbacca nodded. After only a month with Han Solo, the Wookiee was perfectly aware that human females almost invariably found the Corellian attractive. Han shrugged again. But my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I finally caught up to her, she wasn't Bria. It was all... He cleared his throat self-consciously. That is, I was sort of disappointed. I really hoped I'd found her again. He took another gulp of the cooling tea. I dreamed about Bria last night, he muttered almost to himself. I was wearing my uniform, and she was smiling at me. Chewbacca made a sympathetic sound. Han looked up at the Wookiee. But hey, Bria's part of my past. I gotta look ahead. What about you, pal? You got a girlfriend? The Wookiee hesitated. Han grinned knowingly. Someone special, or someone you'd like to be special? Chewie fiddled with the stabilizer control button. Careful, don't push that, Han said. Okay, you don't have to tell me, but hey, I told you. If we're going to be partners, doesn't that mean we ought to trust each other? His hairy companion mulled that over for a moment. Finally, he nodded and began talking, slowly at first, then with increasing confidence. There was a young Wookiee female, Malatobak, that Chewie found attractive. She had come around several times to help care for elderly members of Chewie's arboreal community on Kashyyyk, and had helped Chewbacca care for his father, Adachatuk, an aged and rather irrescribable Wookiee. So you like her, Han said. Does she like you? Chewbacca wasn't sure. They had never spent much time alone together, but there was a warmth in her blue eyes that he remembered. So how long has it been since you've seen her? Han persisted. Chewie thought for a moment, then growled a reply. 50 years, Han yelped. He knew Wookiees lived many times longer than humans, but still. He took another swallow. Hey, pal, I hate to tell you, Malatobak might be married with 6 little Wooks by now. You sure ask a lot, wanting a girl to wait for you that long. Chewbacca agreed that perhaps he should return to Kashyyyk and reestablish contact as soon as possible. Tell you what, Han said, when we've gotten our own ship, bought and paid for, Kashyyyk will be our first stop, okay? The big Wookiee roared in enthusiastic agreement. Han glanced over at him and found himself thinking that it was nice to have someone to talk to during voyages. Space travel, once you made the jump to hyperspace, could be pretty dull. I saw that package you brought aboard, he said, changing the subject. What'd you buy? Chewbacca fetched the bundle and returned to the co-pilot's seat. He opened the parcel. Inside was a jumble of various lengths of metal and wood, plus a hand grip and a powerful-looking spring attachment. Han eyed the assortment, puzzled. What's that? The Wookiee grunted a reply. It's going to be a bowcaster, Han repeated. Well, good luck putting it together. That spring is so strong that no human would be able to draw a weapon like that. Chewie agreed, and, taking out the toolbox, began putting his new bowcaster together. You a good shot? Han asked. Chewbacca modestly allowed that among his people he was considered quite a marksman. Good, Han said. We're heading for Nar Shaddaa, so we'll need to cover each other's back. It's a moon that orbits the Hutt planet, Nal Hutta. You ever hear of it? Chewie hadn't. Well, I've never been there, but from what I've heard, it can be a little rough. Even the Empire doesn't mess with Nar Shaddaa. If you're hot, or you want to make some kind of deal that the authorities would frown on, you go to Nar Shaddaa. It's that kind of place. Han began checking the controls, making sure everything was ship-shape. Not much longer before they emerged into real space, not far from Nar Heka. Chewbacca watched him with bright blue eyes, then asked a quiet question. Han glanced up. I did try to find Bria, he admitted after a long moment. At first I was mad at her for leaving me, but hey, she was going through a lot. A couple of years ago, while I was on leave from the academy, I looked up her dad, Ren Theron. He said he hadn't heard from her in a year. He had no idea where she was. Hans sighed. I liked her dad. The rest of her family was a pain in the butt, but I liked Ren. He helped me out when I was in a spot. Most of my first 6 months' paychecks when I was commissioned went to pay him back some money he'd loaned me. He was... The ship's hyperspace alarm sounded. Coming out of hyperspace, Han said, his hands flying over the controls. Next stop, Narheka. We've got to find us a Hutt lord named Togta, pal. After landing the Duros' ship at the spaceport the alien had specified, Han and Chewbacca gathered up their scanty belongings and left it behind, under no illusions that it would be there when they got back. Together they boarded a public tube speeder that would take them into the city where Tagta the Hutt held court. Han had been to Nalhutta and found it an unpleasant world, damp, slimy, and smelly, rather like the Hutts themselves. He'd braced himself to endure more of the same on Narheka, but he was pleasantly surprised. The planet was a cold world that orbited a dim red star on the edge of the Yatub system, but Hutt credits and colonies of various galactic species had transformed it into a technological wonder. Beneath enormous hothouse domes, the sky shone blue with a faint tinge of violet. Although the planet had little indigenous plant life, vegetation from many worlds had been transplanted and carefully cultivated. There were numerous parks, botanical gardens, and arboretoriums. Everywhere Han and Chewie looked, beds of flowering plants boasted large, lovely blooms of differing hues. Once in the city, Han and the big Wookiee walked along, enjoying the sights. Artificial convection currents wafted soft breezes that caressed their faces. Being outside on a balmy day was a wonderful change of pace from being cooped up in a cramped spaceship, Han said, and Chewie agreed with a throaty growl. All too soon, it seemed, they approached an imposing white stone edifice that they'd been told marked the home and business center of Tagta the Hutt. Even though Tagta worked for Gilliac, he was still a prominent and wealthy Hutt lord in his own right. They walked up the ramp. Hutt designs did not utilize stairs for obvious reasons, and then paused outside the huge doorway, large enough to admit even a corpulent Hutt on an anti-grav sled. The major domo was a diminutive Celestin female. Her jowls quivered as Han introduced himself and requested an audience with Lord Tagta. The Celestin left, ostentatiously to check out their bona fides, and returned a few minutes later. Lord Tagta will see you. He asks me to ask whether you have eaten. He is partaking of the noonday meal. Han was hungry, and he suspected Chewie was too, but the thought of eating with a Hutt was not appetizing. Hutt body odor was strong enough to turn a sensitive human's stomach. We just finished, Han lied, but we thank Lord Tagta very much for his graciousness in inquiring. After several more minutes, the two smugglers, escorted by 3 liveried Gamorrean guards, were ushered into the Hutt's private dining chamber. The room boasted high, vaulted ceilings that reminded Han of cathedrals he'd seen. A large floor-to-ceiling window allowed reddish sunlight to flood in, making the white walls appear faintly rosy. Their host was reclining. Hutt anatomy didn't permit sitting, after all, before a table, sampling various dishes. Han took one glance at the wriggling, squirming fare that comprised the noontime repast, and averted his eyes. He didn't allow his squeamishness to show, however, as he and Chewbacca approached the Hutt lord. Han had learned Huttese while on Ylesia, and understood it well. He couldn't speak it, though, because the language depended on subharmonics for subtle nuances and meaning, and the human throat was not constructed to produce those sounds. He wondered whether he and the Hutt lord would need an interpreter droid. He glanced around, but didn't see one. Tagta was reclining on a hovering anti-grav sled, but Han got the impression that the Hutt could move around if he wished. Some Hutts, he knew, grew so corpulent that they could no longer glide about under their own power, but Tagta didn't seem either that old or that fat. Still, watching the Hutt delicately select yet another wriggler from a glass aquarium filled with viscous fluid and stuff it into his mouth, Han figured that Tagta would probably make it to the fully corpulent stage of Hutt life. Green drool gathered at the corners of Tagta's mouth as he rolled the live treat around in his mouth before, finally, swallowing it. Han forced himself not to look away. Finally, after several more minutes of gluttony, Tagta's hunger seemed to be abating. He looked up at his visitors and said in Huttese, Does either of you comprehend the spoken communication of the only truly civilized beings? Knowing that Tagta meant Huttese, Han nodded and said in basic, "Yes, Lord Tagta, I understand it. I cannot speak it well, though." The Hutt waved a plump little hand and blinked his bulbous eyes in surprise. "That is much to your credit, then, Captain Solo. I understand your primitive basic, so we will not require an interpreter to converse." He waved at the Wookiee. "And your companion?" "My friend and first mate does not speak the language of your exalted people, Lord Tagta," Han said. He hated having to stick flattery into every sentence, but he was highly motivated to stay on this Hutt's good side. When dealing with Hutts, that was generally the best policy, and Han didn't forget that he wanted this particular Hutt to do him a favor. "Very well, Captain Solo," Tagta said. "Have you brought my ship, as you were hired to do?" "Yes, I have, Your Excellency," Han replied. "It's docked in berth number 38, Starport Complex Q7. Narheka boasted a huge spaceport, since it was the main crossroads of trade into and out of the Hutt systems." "Excellent, Captain," Tagta said. "You've done well." He waved a dismissal. "You have our leave to go." Han didn't budge. Lord Tagta, I'm still owed half my payment." Tagta reared back slightly in surprise. "What? You came expecting payment from me?" Han took a deep breath. One part of him wanted to just beat a quick retreat. Angering a powerful Hutt Lord probably wasn't worth it. But he held his ground, forcing himself to remain outwardly calm. He had a feeling he was being tested. "Yes, Your Excellency, I was promised the second half of the payment when I successfully delivered the ship to Narheka, having managed to avoid any Imperial vessels that might be interested in the ship. Or its cargo. I was told you would furnish the other half of my payment when I saw you." Tagta huffed indignantly. "How dare you imply that I make such a ridiculous bargain? Leave me immediately, human." Han was getting mad now. Crossing his arms on his chest, he planted his feet and shook his head. "No way, Your Excellency. I know what I was promised. Pay up." "You dare to demand payment of me?" "When it comes to credits, I dare quite a lot of things," Han said imperturbably. Tagta was full of disdain. "This is your last chance, Corellian," he warned. "Leave, or I'll summon my guards." "You think me and Chewie can't handle a bunch of Gamorreans?" Han said scornfully. "Think again." Tagta gazed at the Corellian balefully, but did not summon the guards. "Listen, Your Excellency, you want me to tell every other pilot I meet that Tagta the Hutt welshes on his debts?" Han added with a curl of his lip. "You'll have a tough time getting anyone to work for you when I'm finished." The Hutt Lord rumbled deep in his chest, a sort of sound that made Han's mouth go dry. Had he pushed his luck too far? Seconds ticked by in Han's head as he waited, forcing himself to remain immobile and silent. Then Tagta actually chuckled, a deep but unmistakable sound. "Captain Solo, you are brave sentient indeed. I admire courage." He fumbled amid the welter of items scattered among the squirming foodstuffs and tossed Han a pouch. "There, I believe the amount is correct." The old villain, Han thought, half admiringly. He had it ready all the time. He was just testing me. With the realization came a surge of confidence. Han bowed. "Please accept our thanks, Lord Tagta, and I wish to ask a favor, Your Excellency." "A favor?" the Hutt boomed, blinking his bulbous eyes rapidly. "You are indeed a bold sentient. What is this favor?" "I understand that you know Lord Gilliac, sir?" The huge, slit-pupiled eyes blinked again. "Yes, I do business with Gilliac. We belong to the same clan. What of it?" "Well, I hear that there's work for good pilots to be had on Nar Shaddaa, and that Lord Gilliac owns or controls a lot of the smuggler's moon. I'm a good pilot, sir. I really am. If you could, I'd appreciate a recommendation to Lord Gilliac. Chewie and I would like to work for him." "Ah." The deep voice boomed in the massive chest. "I see. What shall I tell my clan lord? Shall I tell him that you are brazen and greedy, Captain Solo?" Han grinned, suddenly daring. He was learning that Hutts had a sense of humor. Twisted, but definitely a sense of humor. "If you think it would help, Lord Tagta." "Ho ho!" The Hutt leader boomed a mighty shout of laughter. "Well, let me tell you, Captain Solo, there are not many humans with the intelligence to claim those qualities as virtues. But among my people, they are indeed sterling attributes." "As you say, sir," murmured Han, not quite sure what to reply to this. The Hutt Lord bellowed, "Scribe!" in Huttese, and a bipedal droid came scuttling from behind the drapes in the cavernous room. "Yes, your impressiveness?" Tagtail waved a hand at the droid and gave it an order in Huttese so rapid that Han had trouble following it. Something about seals and messages. Moments later, the droid reappeared with a small, palm-sized hollow cube. After handing it to the Hutt, it stood back respectfully. Tagta took the little hollow cube, perused the message it contained, and grunted with satisfaction. Then, quite deliberately, the Hutt licked one side of it, leaving a green smear. After holding the cube for a moment, Tagta activated the side of it, and a clear film slid down to cover the greenish smear. "Here, Captain Solo," the Hutt said, handing Han the hollow cube. "By this Lord Gilliac will know that I sent you. He is indeed in need of good pilots. Work hard for him, and you'll be rewarded. We Hutts are known for our generosity and beneficence to lower life forms who serve us ably." Han took the cube rather gingerly, but it was no longer wet. He looked at the greenish smear, realizing that Gilliac would be able to do a sensor analysis and verify that the hollow cube had indeed come from his relative. Clever, even if it is disgusting, he thought. He bowed deeply and nudged Chewbacca, who also bowed. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Then, clutching his hollow cube, Han left the Hutt overlord behind. As they were walking down the ramp outside the Hutt mansion, Han insisted on divvying up the credits from the voyage. "Just in case one of us gets robbed," he explained, to quiet Chewbacca's protests. "That way one of us is sure to have some money." Once back out on the street, Han suggested that they get some food before heading to the shuttle port to catch the next ship for Nar Shaddaa. Stopping by a flower seller's booth, Han asked the proprietor, a spindly humanoid with long, wiry whiskers and tufted ears, whether there was a good restaurant in the vicinity. The sentient directed him to the Starfarer diner a few blocks away. They were halfway there, strolling casually and chatting, when Han suddenly stopped in mid-sentence and swung around, alarmed, and not even sure why. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a pale-skinned humanoid with two long, fleshy tails instead of hair. The Twi'lek was just stepping out of a doorway behind him. There was a drawn blaster in his hand. As Han turned, the Twi'lek shouted, in accented but understandable basic, "Halt, both of you, or I shoot you now!" Han knew instinctively that if he obeyed the command to stop, he'd wind up dead sooner or later. He didn't hesitate for even a second. With an ear-splitting yell, the Corellian threw himself to the side, hit the ground, rolled, and came up on one knee, blaster in hand. The Twi'lek's weapon spat a blue-green burst. Han dodged. Stun blast. Han aimed, fired, and the reddish beam struck his attacker mid-torso. He went down, dead or incapacitated. The Corellian made sure the Twi'lek wasn't getting up anytime soon. Then he turned to look for Chewbacca. The Wookiee was leaning heavily against a parked speeder, dazed. He'd evidently been grazed by the stun beam. Han ran over to him, his heart pounding from the rush of adrenaline. "Did he get you bad, pal?" With a muffled growl, Chewbacca assured his partner that he'd be fine. Han peered up into the Wookiee's furry face, saw that his eyes were clear, the pupils even. Only then did he draw a long breath of relief. He hadn't realized until that moment that he was getting used to having the big hairy lug around. If anything had happened to Chewie. Going over to the Twi'lek, Han knelt down. One glance at the huge blaster wound that had turned the Twi'lek's chest to blackened slag was enough to tell him the being was dead. Han experienced a quick pang. He'd killed before, but he didn't like doing it. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to search the dead sentient. There was a vibroblade strapped to the inside of a sleeve, another on the calf. On the inside of the other wrist, the Twi'lek wore a wristvac, a device that when triggered would send small, deadly blades flying into an opponent's vitals. Shoved into his belt, covered by his tunic, was his sleep inducer, a short-range weapon, but very effective. The Twi'lek could have simply walked up behind Han, struck the sleep inducer in his back, then pulled the trigger to send the Corellian off to dreamland. Han stared at the weapon, his mouth dry. A bounty hunter. Great. Why am I not surprised? This must be Terenz's doing. He's found out I'm alive, and he wants me. If not for instinct and fast reflexes, Han knew, at this very moment, he'd be out cold and on his way back to Yalesia to face a terrible vengeance. He heard Chewbacca make an anxious sound, glanced up, only to find that the encounter had drawn a crowd. Abandoning the Twi'lek where he lay, Han stood up, blaster still ostentatiously held in his right hand. The crowd backed away, muttering. The Corellian moved sideways with a dancer's grace, never turning his back on the crowd until he and Chewbacca were side by side. He knew someone must have summoned planetary security, but he also knew that since the Twi'lek was a bounty hunter, he was more or less outside planetary law. A bounty hunter was presumed able to take care of himself. If the intended prey fought back, well, tough luck. Moving slowly, step by step, Han and the Wookiee backed away from the crowd until they reached the closest alley. Then, moving like a single entity with one mind, they leaped sideways and ran. No one followed them. Terenza, high priest and unofficial master of the steamy world of Ulesia, a world that produced drugs and slaves in impressive amounts, lounged in his sling seat in his sumptuous apartments while a Zissian major domo, Gunnar Tos, massaged his massive shoulders. The Talanda Til were enormous creatures, standing nearly as tall as a human male on their 4 tree-trunk-like legs. With their barrel-shaped bodies, tiny arms, and huge heads that somewhat resembled those of their distant cousins, the Hutts, except for the enormous horn protruding from the middle of their faces, the Talanda Til considered themselves the handsomest sentients in the galaxy. The vast majority of other sentients would not have agreed with their assessment. Terenza raised one of his small, almost dainty forearms and used his fingers to smooth a soothing oil into his leathery skin. He rubbed gently around his bulbous eyes. The sun on Ulesia was frequently sheathed in clouds, but had enough strength to cause his skin to dry out unless he took care of it. Frequent mud baths helped, as did his expensive emollients. He began rubbing the oil into his horn, remembering the last time he'd been home on Nelhutta. He'd attracted a mate, Telena, and they'd spent hours together, rubbing each other with oils. The high priest sighed. Doing his duty to his homeworld and the clan of Hutts his family served called for sacrifices. One of them was that only male priests were needed on Ulesia to provide the exaltation, so no female Talanda Til were here, no mates, no potential mates. Harder, Gunnar Tos, Terenza murmured in his own language. I've been working too hard these days. Too much work, too much stress. I must learn to slow down, relax more. Terenza glanced longingly at the huge door in his apartments that led next door to his treasure collection. The high priest was an avid collector of the rare, the unusual, the beautiful. He bought and acquired rarities and art objects from all over the galaxy. His collection was his one pleasure on this steamy backwater world that was populated mostly by slaves and inferiors. It had taken him nearly 4 years to restore the collection after that vile, despicable excuse for a sentient Vic Drago had ransacked the place and stolen many of the rarest and most valuable pieces. Several days ago, Terenza had discovered that Vic Drago was still alive. A check of the Deveronian Port Authority records had shown that the Corellian scoundrel's real name was Han Solo. Remembering the terrible night when his collection had been violated, Terenza's small hands clenched involuntarily into fists, and his horn lowered with the longing to impale a victim on his horn. Gunnar Tos's fingers dug into suddenly taut clumps of muscle, causing the Talanda Til to wince and curse in his own language. Solo had fired blasters in the treasure room, causing irreparable damage to some of Terenza's finest pieces. The white jade fountain had been repaired by the best sculptor in the galaxy, but it would never be the same. Terenza was distracted from his memories when the front door to his apartments opened, and Kibik the Hutt undulated in. The young Hutt was far from being old or corpulent enough to require an anti-grav sled. He got around fine under his own power, propelling himself forward in a series of glides but contracting his powerful lower body and tail muscles. Terenza knew he should rise from his lounge sling and greet his nominal master with deference, but he didn't. Kibik was a young Hutt, barely past the age of full Hutt accountability, and he didn't want to be here on Ulesia. He was the nephew of the dead Zaval, Terenza's former Hutt overseer. Zaval's sibling, the powerful Hutt clan leader Lord Aruk, was his uncle. The high priest raised a hand and nodded politely enough, though. He certainly didn't want to alienate Kibik. Greetings, Your Excellency. How are you today? The young Hutt glided up to the high priest and then stopped. He was still young enough to be a uniform light tan in color, lacking the greenish pigmentation on the spine and down the tail that older, non-mobile Hutts frequently acquired. Since he was not fat, as Hutts went, Kibik's eyes were not hidden in leathery folds of skin, but instead protruded slightly, giving him a rather pop-eyed, inquisitive air. Terenza had good reason to know, however, that wide-eyed, curious stare was misleading. "The Nala tree frogs you promised me," Kibik began in Huttese. Lacking the huge chest of older Hutts, his words were deep, but not particularly resonant. "The shipment hasn't arrived, Terenza. I was particularly looking forward to a repast of the Nala tree frogs tonight." He gave a theatrical sigh. "There's so little to look forward to on this benighted world. Can you see about it, Terenza?" The high priest made soothing gestures with his tiny hands. "Of course, your excellency. You shall have your Nala tree frogs, never fear. I do not relish them myself, but I know that Zaval did. I shall order an expedition of guards to collect some today." Kibik relaxed visibly. "That's much better," he said. "Oh, and Terenza, I require a new bath slave. The old one hurt her back when she was lifting my tail to oil it, and I ordered her back to the factories. Her whimpering was getting on my nerves. And I have very delicate nerves, as you know." "Yes, I'm aware of that," Terenza said soothingly. Inwardly, the high priest gritted his bite plates. "I have to remember that Kibik, although a whining nuisance, allows me complete autonomy. If I must have a Hutt overlord, he's the best choice." "I shall see to it right away." Privately, Terenza knew that he could run the Yelesian spice and slave operation with no Hutt involvement. In the year following Zaval's untimely death at the hands of Han Solo, this had become clear to the high priest. But the Basadi criminal enterprise, the Khajiitic, was ruled by a powerful old Hutt named Aruk, who clung to tradition. If a Basadi undertaking was to prosper, a Hutt from their own kin, the Basadi clan, must be in charge. Thus Terenza found himself saddled with Kibik. He suppressed a sigh. It would not be wise to let his impatience show. "Will there be anything else, your excellency?" he asked, forcing himself to assume a servile, almost obsequious demeanor. Kibik thought hard for a moment. "Yes, come to think of it, I spoke with Uncle Aruk this morning, and he was checking last week's accounts. He wanted to know what is this 5,000 credit bounty you've placed on this human, Han Solo." Terenza rubbed his small, delicate hands together. "Inform Lord Aruk that only a few days ago I discovered that Vic Drago, Zaval's murderer, whom we had presumed to be dead for the past 5 years, has resurfaced. His real name is Han Solo, and he was drummed out of the Imperial Navy just 2 months ago." Terenza's protuberant eyes were suddenly moist and glittering with anticipation. "By offering a sizable bounty and specifying no disintegrations, that will ensure that they'll bring this Hutt-slaying monster back here to Yelesia so he may pay for his crimes." "I see," Kibik said. "I shall explain that to Aruk, but I don't believe he'll go along with paying the extra credits for a no disintegrations bounty. That's not necessary under the circumstances, really. Simple proof that it's indeed Solo's body. Genetic material, for example, would suffice, wouldn't it?" Terenza lurched up out of his lounge sling with an awkward, fierce movement. He began to pace his spacious, sumptuous apartment, his long, whippy tail slashing the air. "You fail to understand the nature of Solo's crime, your excellency. If only you had been there, to see what Solo did to your uncle. His death agonies were horrible, his moans, his spasms of agony, and all because of that wretched little human." The high priest took a deep breath, realizing he was shaking with anger. An example must be made, an example that would be remembered down through the ages by anyone of an inferior species who then contemplates harming a Hutt. Solo must die, die in agony, die screaming for mercy. Terenza halted in the middle of his room, panting with fury, little hands balled into fists. "Ask Gunnar Toast," he cried passionately, knowing he was making a spectacle of himself in front of Kibik, but unable to stop. "Ask him about Solo's audacity, his arrogance. He deserves to die, doesn't he?" The high priest's voice scaled up toward hysteria. The old Zissian major domo bowed humbly, but his eyes were also glittering in their roomy sockets. "My master, you speak the truth. Han Solo deserves only death, as painful and long-lasting a death as you can contrive. He has injured many sentients, including myself. He stole my mate, my bride, my beautiful Bria. I look forward to the day that a bounty hunter drags him into your presence, alive and awaiting your pleasure. I shall dance for joy while he screams." Kibik was reared back, upright, staring at the vehemence his companions had displayed with some consternation. I see, he said finally. I shall do my best to convince Uncle Aruch. Terenza nodded, and for once his gratitude was not feigned. Convince him, please, he said, his voice low and harsh with feeling. I've worked hard for the Basadi clan and their Khajiit for almost a decade now, you know, only too well about the privations of living on this world. Your Excellency, I asked little. But Han Solo? Han Solo I must have. He will die at my hands for a long, long time. Kibik inclined his massive head. I'll explain it to Aruch, he promised. Han Solo will be yours, High Priest. Chapter 3 Nar Shaddaa. Before Han bought passage for himself and Chewbacca to Nar Shaddaa, he spent some time in a seamy section of the Narheka spaceport, busily muddying their trail. A few judicious conversations and a couple of sleazy taverns gave him the name of the best ID forger on the planet. The forger proved to be a Siklin from Sik, a round, hairless being with taut, pale skin. She was admirably suited for her chosen profession, having large eyes that provided exceptional vision, and 7 fingers so slender and delicate that they resembled tentacles. With 2 opposing thumbs per hand, she could actually manipulate 2 holoscribers at once. Han watched in fascination as she produced an ID naming him as Garrus Kell and Chewbacca's Book. Han had no idea whether Terenza knew anything about Chewie, but he was taking no chances. With the forged IDs in their possession and their store of credits considerably lighter, the two boarded the Stellar Princess for Nar Shaddaa. The trip was an uneventful one, though Han couldn't shake his hyper-alertness. Being a hunted man again was something he hadn't wanted to deal with this soon in his new career as a smuggler. The trip took a little more than a standard day, even though Narheka lay barely beyond the edge of the Yatub system, because the trip had to be accomplished at sub-light speeds. The Princess was an old vessel, and its antique nav computer wasn't up to calculating hyperspace jumps so close to the gravity wells produced by Yatub's star and 6 planets. Gravity wells, as any pilot knew, made plotting hyperspace jump calculations tricky. That night, asleep in his narrow bunk aboard the transport, Han dreamed he was a cadet again, back in the academy on Coradia. In his dream, he was hurrying to finish polishing his boots. Then he was assembling in formation on the parade ground, his uniform impeccable, every hair in place, boots shining until he could see his face in them. He stood there, shoulder to shoulder with the other cadets, just as he had in real life, looking up at the nighttime sky, seeing the Academy's small mascot moon shining amid the stars. He was looking up at it, as he'd once done in reality, when suddenly, in eerie silence, it blew apart in a fireball that lit up the night sky. A great cry of amazement and consternation went up from the assembled ranks of cadets. Han stared into the yellow-white fireball, seeing an expanding donut ring of incandescent gas that was accompanied by chunks of debris flung before it. The cataclysm looked like a miniature exploding star. As Cadet Hans stared into the fireball with the sudden unpredictability of dreams, he was somewhere else, facing a military tribunal of high-ranking Imperial officers. One of them, Admiral Ozzel, was reading aloud in flat, monotonous tones, while a young lieutenant methodically ripped every bit of military rank and insignia off Han's dress uniform, leaving him standing in a tattered tunic that hung on him in rags. Coldly expressionless, the young lieutenant solemnly drew Han's ceremonial officer's saber and snapped it over his knee. The blade had already been weakened by a laser score, so it would break easily. Then the lieutenant, still as blank-faced as a droid, though Tedris Bajaln had graduated a year ahead of Han and they'd been good friends, coldly slapped Han across the face, a stinging blow that was meant to express derision and scorn. Finally, as a last ritual gesture of ultimate contempt for one in disgrace, Tedris spat, and the glob of his spittle landed on Han's boot. Han stared down at the shining surface, seeing the silver-white thread of saliva crawling toward his toes, marring the shining surface of his right boot. At the time it had actually happened, Han had been vaguely grateful that Tedris hadn't actually spat in his face, as was his right if he'd elected to do so. The Corellian had endured it all without expression, steeling himself to show no reaction, but at this time, in his dream, he screamed a hot protest, "No!" and lunged at Tidris, and awoke sweating and shaking in his bunk. Sitting up, he ran unsteady hands through his hair, telling himself it was only a dream, that the humiliation was done, over, that he never had to go through that again. Never again. Hans sighed. He worked so hard to get into the academy, so hard to stay there. Despite the lacks in his pre-academy education, and there had been many, Han Solo had worked to better himself, to be the very best cadet he could, and he'd succeeded. Han's mouth tightened as he remembered commencement day. He'd graduated from the academy with honors, and that had been one of the best days of his life. Han shook his head. Doesn't do any good to live in the past, Solo, he reminded himself. All of those people, Tedros, Captain Miaz, Admiral Ozzel, and what an old fool he was. All of his fellow officers were out of his life. Han Solo was a dead man to them, dead and gone. He'd never see Tedros again. Hans swallowed, and it hurt. When he'd entered the academy, he'd had such dreams, such hopes for a bright and shining future. He wanted to leave the old life of crime behind him, to become respectable. All his life he'd nurtured secret dreams of himself as an imperial officer, esteemed and admired by all. Han knew he was smart, and he'd worked hard to make good grades, to fill in the gaps in his education. He'd had visions of himself one day in the uniform of an imperial admiral, commanding a fleet, or if he'd transferred to commanding a wing of TIE fighters, a general. General Solo. Han sighed. It had a nice ring, but it was time to wake up and face facts. His chance at respectability was gone, ended when he'd refused to let Chewbacca be blasted in cold blood. He didn't regret his choice either. During his years in the academy and in the Imperial forces, he'd seen close up and first-hand the growing callousness, the cruelty of the Imperial officers and those who served under them. Non-humans were their favorite target, but the atrocities were spreading to include humans these days. The Emperor seemed to be moving from being a relatively benign dictator to becoming a ruthless tyrant, determined to crush the worlds he ruled into complete subservience. Han doubted he'd have lasted much longer in the Imperial Navy anyway. At some point, some officer would have ordered him to take part in one of the demonstrations, designed to intimidate a dissenting world into submission, and Han would have told him what to do with himself. He knew that he could never have participated in some of the Imperial-ordered massacres he'd heard about, like the one on Deveron. 700 people dead, mowed down without mercy. Han could kill, had done it coolly and without flinching against armed opponents, but shooting unarmed prisoners? Han shook his head. No, never. He was better off as a civilian, as a smuggler or thief. He began dressing. First his dark blue military-style trousers, with the broken red Corellian blood stripe running down the outside seams. When he'd been discharged from the service, Han had half expected them to deprive him of his blood stripe, as they'd done with his other decorations and insignia, but they'd left it. Han guessed that was because the blood stripe wasn't an imperial award. It was usually earned through military service, and was a mark of unusual heroism, but it was awarded by the Corellian government to a Corellian. That had been a tough few days, all right, Han thought, remembering exactly how he'd earned the decoration. His right thumb rubbed the blood stripe as he pulled his right boot on. The blood stripe was designed so it could be removed and reaffixed to each new pair of trousers. Han had discovered that most non-Corellians had no idea what a mark of distinction it was. Many just thought it was pure decoration, which suited Han just fine. He wore it since it was his only remaining military decoration, but he never discussed where and how he'd earned it. Some things it was better not to dwell on. He finished getting dressed, pulling on a pale gray shirt and a darker gray vest. He hurried, knowing they must be approaching Nar Shaddaa by now. His small travel knapsack slung over his shoulder, Han went out into the corridor and moved toward the observation lounge. This transport hauled both passengers and cargo, so it had few amenities. But it did have a large viewport. Watching the stars was something that amused and soothed most beings, and almost every transport ship had one. When Han reached the lounge, he discovered Chewbacca was already there, staring out at the stars. Han went over to the viewport and stood beside him, looking at their destination. They were racing toward a large planet, bigger than Corellia, that boasted brown deserts, sickly green vegetation, and slate blue oceans. Han recognized it at once. He'd been there before, 5 years ago. He nudged Chewie. Nel Hutta, he told his companion, means glorious jewel in Huttese. But trust me, pal, it ain't pretty. Bunch of swamps and bogs, and the whole place stinks like a sewer in the middle of a garbage dump. The Corellian wrinkled his nose at the memory. As the partners watched, the stellar princess swung past the hot homeworld, using the planet's gravity to cut velocity. Chewie whined a question. Nope, I've never been to Nar Shaddaa, Han replied. When I was here 5 years ago, I never even got a close look at it. They could see the edge of the big moon now, as it crept over the horizon. Chewie made an inquiring sound. Yeah, the planet and its moon are tidally locked, so they always keep the same hemispheres facing each other, Han replied. Synchronous orbit. As the princess glided around the big world, Han saw that space on this side of the planet was studded with floating debris. As they drew closer, the debris proved to be derelict spaceships of all shapes and sizes. Han's imperial training allowed him to ID many of them, but there were some that even he'd never seen. The smuggler's moon was a big moon, one of the biggest Han had ever encountered. It was surrounded by the derelict spaceships, and they were numerous enough that the princess had to change course several times to avoid them. Many of them were burned-out hulks, or shells with great holes blasted in their hulls. From the amount of space scarring on their sides, it was plain to Han that many of them had been there for decades, even centuries. Han wondered why there were so many, but then he caught a faint glimmer of planet light off an ephemeral field that enclosed the waiting moon. A moment later, a piece of space junk blazed up in a bright explosion. Hey, Chewie, that explains these hulks, Han said, pointing. See that glimmer surrounding Nar Shaddaa? The place is shielded. These ships come calling, and if they didn't want 'em to land, they just refused to drop shields, then used ion guns to blast 'em. Guess they must have had their share of pirates and raiders, huh? Chewbacca made a low noise that sounded like "Hrrr" and meant right. The faint haze caused by the moon's shield made it difficult to see specifics about their approaching destination. But Han could tell that the landscape was almost completely covered with structures. Communication spires stuck up in spikes from the welter of buildings, like a run-down version of Coruscant, Han thought, remembering the world that was one vast city, a world so encased in layers upon layers of buildings that the natural landscape was almost completely covered except at the poles. As Han stared out at the fabled smuggler's moon, he found himself remembering his dream again. In the dream, he'd been looking up at another, very different moon. He frowned. Funny thing, that stuff about the mascot moon, that had actually happened. Han had stood in ranks with the other cadets and watched the little moon explode violently in Coradia's nighttime sky. Perhaps his subconscious had sent him that dream to remind him of something important that he'd forgotten. Han hoisted his knapsack higher on his shoulder. Mako, he mumbled. Chewbacca gave him an inquiring glance. Han shrugged. I was just thinking that maybe we should look up Mako. Chewbacca cocked his head and murmured a question. Mako Spence. I knew him when he was an upperclassman cadet. Mako and me go back a long ways, Han explained. Mako Spence was an old friend, and last Han had heard, he'd had ties to Nar Shaddaa. They said he even lived here at times. It wouldn't hurt to look up Mako, see if he could help his old buddy Han find work. Mako Spence was 10 years older than Han, and they couldn't have had more opposite childhoods. Han had been a child of the streets until the cruel, sadistic, garish Shrike had taken him in and introduced him to a life of crime. Mako was the son of an important imperial senator. He'd been brought up with every advantage, but he'd lacked Han's determination. Mako's main interest while at the Imperial Academy had been in having fun. Mako had been an upperclassman, 2 years ahead of Han. Despite their disparate backgrounds, the two had become good friends, racing swoops, hosting clandestine wild parties, playing practical jokes on stodgy instructors. Mako was always the instigator in their mischief. Han had been the cautious one, never forgetting how hard he'd had to work to get into the academy. The younger cadet was careful never to get caught. But Mako, confident that his father's connection would protect him from consequences, had dared anything and everything in his pursuit of the perfect joke, the most daring escapade. Destroying the Academy's mascot moon had been his biggest, and last, prank as an Imperial cadet. Han had known at the time that something was up, something big. Mako had tried to induce him to come along when he'd planned the break-in to the physics lab, but Han had had a test to study for, so he'd refused. If he'd known what Mako was planning, he'd have tried to talk his friend out of it. That night, while Han plotted orbits and worked on his Economics of Hyperspace Troop Movement presentation, Mako broke into Professor Cal Meg's physics lab. He stole a gram of antimatter, then a small one-man shuttle and a spacesuit from the Academy shuttle hangar, and took off. Landing on the small planetoid that was Coradia's nearest of 3 satellites, Mako planted the antimatter capsule in the middle of the huge Academy seal that had been laser carved into the satellite decades ago, back when Coradia was still a training planet for the troops of the now vanished Republic. Mako triggered the antimatter explosion from a safe distance in space, intending to blast the seal right off the face of the little moon. But Mako had underestimated the power of the antimatter he'd stolen. The entire satellite blew up in a cataclysmic display that Han and the other cadets witnessed from the planet's surface. Mako was immediately one of Prime's suspects. He'd pulled so many pranks in his time, caused so much mayhem, that the officers began checking on him almost before the debris from the shattered satellite had either plunged planetward or drifted into alignment, forming a disjointed ring around Coradia. Han was also a suspect, but fortunately for him, a friend had come over to see him for some astrophysics coaching right at the time of the break-in. Han's alibi was airtight, but Mako's wasn't. At the hearing, the prosecution had alleged that Mako was a terrorist who'd infiltrated the academy. Han himself had volunteered to give testimony under truth drugs in order to clear his friend of that charge, and they'd had to accept his word that Mako had acted alone, intending only to play a prank. So Mako was spared the charge of terrorism. In the end, they just expelled the senior cadet. Mako's father had come through one last time and given Mako the credits to set himself up in business. Little did the senator suspect that his only son would spend the money on a ship and contraband to stock it with. Then Mako had disappeared, but Han knew that Mako Spence wasn't the sort to just quietly fade into the background. Not Mako. Where there was excitement to be had and credits to be accrued, that's where you'd find Mako Spence. Han was betting that someone on Nar Shaddaa would know where his friend was. Han watched as the princess drifted closer and closer to the large moon. Nar Shaddaa was actually the size of a small planet, almost a third the size of Nal Hutta. It was hard to make out details through the shield, but he could see lights flashing. As the princess neared the smuggler's moon, a section of the haze that marked the shield suddenly disappeared, and Han knew they'd dropped the shield to admit their ship. The transport went past the shield, and moments later they entered atmosphere. Now Han could see the source of the flashing lights. Huge hollow signs that advertised goods and services. As they came closer, he was able to read one. Sentience, get it here, anything goes. If you have the credits, we have who or what you want. Just a real classy place, Han thought sarcastically. He'd seen signs for pleasure houses before, but never anything this blatant. As the princess dropped down toward a large clear space atop a massive pile of permacrete, Han realized this must be their intended landing site. He looked about for a seat to strap himself in, but realized that none of the other passengers seemed concerned. They just grabbed a handhold affixed to the inside hull and hung on. Han shrugged, glanced at Chewbacca, and they did likewise. The Corellian discovered it was much more difficult enduring a tricky landing as a passenger than it was as a pilot. When you were piloting, you were too busy to think about the possible danger. A moment later, there was a slight jar, and they were down. Han and Chewbacca followed the other passengers toward the airlock, and found a line ahead of them, waiting to disembark. Han couldn't help noticing how hardened and seedy the other passengers appeared. Tough, space-scarred males, with a scattering of even tougher-appearing females. Sapients of assorted species, but no families, and no one was old. That Barabel would fit right in, he thought, conscious of the comforting weight of his blaster against his thigh. The airlock doors slid open, and the passengers began filing down the ramp onto the landing pad. Han took a deep breath of the local air, then wrinkled his nose in disgust. Beside him, Chewie whined softly. I know wit stinks, Han said out of the side of his mouth. Get used to it, pal. We're going to be here a while. Chewbacca's sigh was eloquent and required no translation. Han didn't want to seem like too much of a newcomer, so he tried hard not to stare as they walked on the ramp. Finally, he was able to get a good look at his surroundings. At first glance, Nar Shaddaa reminded him of Coruscant. There was no open land to be seen at all. Only buildings, towers, spires, pedestrian glide walks, shuttle landing pads, all of it blending into an unending vista of sentient created construction. It resembled a permacrete forest studded with garish advertising hollow signs. But as he and Chewie walked slowly across the landing pad, Han quickly realized that even though they were on the topmost levels of the moon, this place differed greatly from the topmost levels of Imperial Center, as it was officially referred to these days. Coruscant's topmost levels were clean, tastefully lighted marvels of soaring, graceful architecture. Only when one traveled down, hundreds of levels down, to the deeper levels of the planet-wide city, did Coruscant appear dingy and seedy. The topmost level of Nar Shaddaa looked like the deepest levels of Coruscant. If this is a top level, Han thought, catching a glimpse of a dizzying plunge down into an artificial canyon between two massive, graffiti-emblazoned buildings. I hate to think what it must be like down there. Han had been down to the bottommost level of Coruscant once. It wasn't an experience he wanted to repeat. Glancing surreptitiously around at the cityscape of Nar Shaddaa, Han made a mental note to never visit the bottom levels of the smuggler's moon. Overhead, the sky was a strange color, as though they were looking at a normal blue sky through a dark brownish filter. Nel Hutta hung there, as huge and bloated as the slug-like sentience that called it home. It took up at least 10 degrees of the sky. Han realized that Nar Shaddaa must have two nights. One would be the normal long night, when one side of the moon was turned away from the sun. The other, relatively short night, would occur when the sun was eclipsed by the enormous bulk of Nal Hutta. Totality would probably last a couple of hours, Han thought, running a rough calculation in his head. Chewie groaned and whined. "You're right, pal," Han said. "At least on Coruscant they planted trees and ornamental shrubs. I don't think anything could grow on this slag heap, not even a Lublian fungus." The two headed for a ramp that led down off the landing pad. The ramp wound round and was not well lighted. Although they landed in daylight, the towering spires and structures that flanked the building with the landing pad roof blocked out most of the sunlight as they descended. The enclosed ramp quickly grew dark and shadowy. The rest of the travelers had long since departed, and they were alone in the echoing silence of the high-walled, roofed ramp. Wan glow lights provided dim illumination. Han kept his back to the wall, thinking uneasily that this would be a real good place for an ambush. His hand dropped to the butt of his blaster, just as a blue-green splat of energy from a stun beam came out of nowhere. Han's reflexes had always been quick, and weeks of living on the run had honed them to a sharp edge. Before the beam splashed against the wall, he threw himself out of the way, landing flat. He rolled across the permacrete, sideways and down. When he came up, his blaster was ready in his hand. Han caught a quick glimpse of his assailant, a stocky male humanoid with a lot of hair on his face. A Bothan, probably. A bounty hunter, almost certainly. The Corellian snapped off a shot but missed, blowing a hole in the permacrete wall. He crouched beside the opposite wall, waiting for the bounty hunter to reappear. Chewbacca howled. Han looked across the ramp at his partner, who was crouched against the curve of the wall, safe for the moment. He made an urgent "stay still" sign with his hand. Chewbacca glared at him and hefted his bowcaster emphatically. What's he trying to tell me? Han wondered. Chewie roared, and to anyone who didn't understand Wookiee, the sound he produced would have seemed nothing more than a howl of rage. But Han understood. He nodded at Chewie, then dived down ramp, firing blindly as he went. 2 shots sizzled into the wall, and chips of permacrete flew. The stun beam screamed past him again, and Han took a deep breath, then yelled with anguish, doubling over and dropping his blaster. He hit the permacrete and lay there, as if stunned. This had better work. Steps approached, quick and decisive. And then came the whang of the bowcaster being fired. A loud explosive whump and a short, choked-off scream followed. Han rolled over and leaped to his feet, just in time to see his assailant slump to his knees, anguish imprinted on every hairy feature. A Bothan, sure enough. His hands were clutching a smoking hole in his chest. A Bothan bounty hunter. Han recognized the type, if not the individual. As he watched, the Bothan pitched over on his face. He thrashed, gurgled, gave one final twitch, and lay still. Han looked over his partner and nodded. "Good shooting, Chewie. Thanks." Walking over to the dead Bothan, Han used the toe of his boot to turn him over onto his back. The hairy features had gone slack in death. Han eyed the wound. That doesn't look anything like a blaster shot. Can't be all that many Wookiees here on Nar Shaddaa, so I think we need to disguise how this guy met his end. Drawing his blaster, Han aimed, turned his head, then discharged it full force into the Bothan's chest. When he looked back, the Bothan barely had a chest, and all signs of Chewie's distinctive weapon were erased. Han searched the bounty hunter, finding a few credits in his pockets, and a wanted flimsy giving a description of one Han Solo, plus the information that the quarry was thought to be heading for Nar Shaddaa. The bounty posted for Han was 7,500 credits. Live capture only, no disintegrations. Han scanned it, then stuffed it into his pocket. Looks like things might get real exciting, Chewie, he said. We better stay sharp. Han wondered what to do about the Bothan. Should they try to destroy the body? Should they just leave him here as a warning? Or should they find some place to dump him where it would take a while to be discovered? After some consideration, Han decided to just leave the Bothan. If the sight of one dead bounty hunter might deter another, so much the better. He and Chewbacca set off down the last part of the ramp together. Han half expected the bounty hunter to have a partner, but no one bothered them. Minutes later, they emerged onto a street in Nar Shaddaa. Han stepped onto a lurching glide walk and let it carry him along while he looked around. Nar Shaddaa resembled a tri-D maze puzzle constructed by a lunatic. Spidery walkways and precipitous ramps joined building to building. Architectural styles and designs from dozens of worlds jostled shoulder to shoulder. Domes, spires, arches, hulking squat rectangles, parabolas, the jumble of shapes made his head spin. Durasteel and permacrete and glassine and other building materials Han couldn't even begin to identify were encrusted with filth and graffiti. Some of the scrawled names and images were stories high. Many of the larger structures had obviously been built decades ago, when Nar Shaddaa was a respectable spaceport, a pleasure moon where wealthy sentients came to play. Great buildings that had once been fine hotels were now gutted and reduced to multi-level hovels, housing the living detritus of a dozen or more worlds. The streets and alleys were subject to a constant bombardment of toxic and noxious waste spewed down from higher up. The air was as bad as one in Nal Hutta's bogs, or worse. The scent of food from multiple worlds warred with the stench of leaking sewers, mingling with the sharp odors of intoxicating spices and other drugs. The sharp reek of ship exhaust was ever present, as were the ships themselves, roaring and gliding and swooping overhead, landing and taking off in an endless bizarre ballet. Some of the hotels and casinos were still in business, most likely those owned by the Hutt lords, Han guessed. Sentients from dozens of worlds crowded the streets, avoiding eye contact, ever alert, always poised to seek out and profit from another sentient's mistake or moment of weakness. Nearly everyone Han saw went armed, with the exception of the droids. Han was hungry, but he didn't recognize any of the wares the street vendors were selling. They say there's a Corellian section, he muttered to Chewie. That's probably where we should head. He didn't want to admit that he was lost, for fear of attracting thieves or worse, but a few minutes later Han saw a banner hanging from an awning. Most booths and building fronts possessed awnings. They helped shield the inhabitants from noxious spatters falling from above. That read in 6 languages and basic, information broker. Han stepped off the glide walk and headed toward the booth, with Chewie trailing behind. The information broker proved to be an ancient Twi'lek woman, so old that her ropey head-tails were shriveled and knotty with age. She eyed Han sharply, then spoke in her own language. "What do you wish to know, pilot?" Han took out a half-credit coin and laid it on the edge of the booth, ostentatiously keeping his forefinger on it. "2 things," he said in his own language, knowing she must speak basic. "Directions on how to get to the Corellian section by the safest and most direct route." He paused as she keyed some information onto the ancient data pad before her, and then, when she looked up again, "And where can I find a smuggler named Mako Spince?" The old Twi'lek grinned, showing stained and broken teeth. "For the first," she cried, "take this." She shoved a flimsy into his hand. Han squinted at it, saw that it was a section of a map. One blinking red dot indicated, "You are here." Directions to the Corellian sector of Nar Shaddaa were clearly indicated. Han nodded. "Okay, what about Mako?" She gave him an amused glance. "Go there, Corellian sector, pilot. Ask in bars, brothels, gambling dens. You not find Mako, no, but he then find you, pilot." Han grinned reluctantly. Yeah, that sounds like Mako. Okay, I guess you earned it. He lifted his forefinger off the credit piece, and she caused it to disappear so fast it was like a magic act. She was watching him, her little orange-red eyes bright in her wrinkled countenance. Pilot handsome, she said, giving her best approximation of a coy smile. The effect with her teeth was hideous. Donna, old, but lots of life yet. Pilot interested? The tip of one head-tail lifted off her shriveled shoulder and twitched invitingly at the Corellian. Han's eyes widened. Minions of Zendor, she's propositioning me. The tip of her head-tail made a beckoning motion. Han backed away, shaking his head, feeling his cheeks grow warm. No thanks, madam, he said stiffly. I'm honored, but, I've taken a vow of abstinence. Yeah, a vow. She seemed more amused at his discomfiture than angered by his refusal as she waved farewell. Han about-faced and marched away. Beside him, Chewbacca gave an unmistakable Wookiee gahaw. Yuck it up, Han snapped. See if I stick my neck out for you again. Chewie just laughed harder. 2 hours later, they reached the Corellian sector. The old Twi'lek's map and directions proved accurate, but street signs were often missing or had been turned around by pranksters. Han was relieved to walk into the Corellian sector and see architecture that was plainly patterned on that of his native world. Scents wafted from the sidewalk cafes tantalized him, familiar and reassuring. Let's get something to eat, Han said, waving Chewie to one of the bistros that looked marginally cleaner than the others. Chairs and tables that had once been white were ranged beneath one of the omnipresent awnings, a green and red one this time. Han ordered Treglodon goulash and was pleased to find that it was good, almost like eating back home. He dug into his plate with relish, while Chewbacca attacked a large salad and a plate of bloody rare Treglodon ribs. When Han had finished, he leaned back in his seat, sipping a local ale and trying to decide if he liked the taste. When the serving droid appeared to display his bill, Han asked, Mako Spence, does he ever come here? Medium height, broad shoulders, short dark hair, growing at the temples. The droid's head swiveled side to side. No, sir, I have not seen the person you describe. Tell your boss I was asking about him, okay? Han said. He finished the last of his ale, then he and Chewbacca headed down the street toward the more garish of the bars. Short night was rapidly falling now, as Yatub was eclipsed behind the bulk of Nalhutta. The real night was still many hours away, and would last more than 40 standard hours. As the artificial lights came up, Han wondered if he'd ever get used to such long nights. It probably didn't matter, since the moon that was a city never really slept. At the Smuggler's Rest, Han asked again for Mako Spence, and naturally, nobody had ever heard of him. They did the same thing at the Lucky Star, the tattered remains of what had once been an elegant casino, and then at 2 or 3 more bars. Han was getting used to the word no. He sighed and trudged onward. The Smuggler's Hideaway, the Corellian Cafe, the Golden Orb, the Exotic Exhibit, live dancers, live shows. The Comic Casino, the Drunken Drummer. By now, Han's feet were beginning to hurt from pounding the permacrete, going up and down ramps. Places on Nar Shaddaa were often frustrating to reach unless one had wings or a jetpack. You could stand on a balcony and look over at your destination, only 10 meters away, and yet have to walk for 15 minutes up and down rampways to reach it. Some of the buildings had ropes or wires strung between them, but Han wasn't desperate or foolhardy enough to trust himself to swing hand over hand across a 20 or 40 or 100-story abyss. The walkways between buildings were frequently in poor repair, and after an assessing look, Han often decided to take the long way around. Some of them might have held him, but he doubted they'd stand up to the Wookiees' weight. He was beginning to wonder whether they should just give up their search and try to find a flop house that would be a safe place to grab a few hours' sleep. Thinking back, Han realized it had been nearly 12 hours since he'd awakened on the Princess. He turned his head as they walked by the mouth of a smelly alley to suggest this to Chewbacca, when a hand reached out of the alley and grabbed him by the throat. Half a second later, Han was dragged up against a hard, humanoid body. He felt the muzzle of a blaster press his temple. Not one step, a deep, congenial voice said over his shoulder, addressing Chewbacca, or I'll scramble his brains till they run out his ears. The Wookiee halted, snarling, showing teeth, but obviously unwilling to attack in the face of that threat. Han knew that voice. He gasped, but couldn't get any breath to speak with. The iron hand tightened on his throat. Mako, he tried to say. May was all he managed to get out. Don't cry to your mama to me, kid, the voice said. Now, who in the name of Zendor are you, and why were you asking about me? Han gulped, gagged, but still couldn't speak. Chewbacca growled, then pointed at Mako's quivering captive. Han, the Wookiee said, twisting his mouth around the human name with great difficulty. Han. Huh? The boy said, sounding stunned. Han? Abruptly, Han was released, then swung around. As he gasped, hands to his throat, his captor, who was indeed Mako Spinz, grabbed him in a hug so enthusiastic that it deprived him of breath yet again. Han, kid, it's great to see you. How are you, you son of a gun? A hard fist thumped the younger Corellian between the shoulder blades. Han gasped and wheezed, only to lose his breath again. Mako helpfully slapped him on the back, which didn't improve matters. Mako, he finally managed. It's been a long time. You've changed. So have you, his friend said. They stood there, studying each other. Mako's hair was long enough to brush his shoulders now, and there were more gray threads amid the black. He wore a fierce, bristling mustache, and had gained some weight, mostly in his shoulders. A narrow scar ran down the line of his jaw. Han decided he was glad Mako was on his side. He didn't look like anyone Han wanted to have as an enemy. He wore a scarred jumpsuit of spacer's leather, hide so thin and flexible, and yet so tough that it was said it could maintain internal pressure even in vacuum. The two friends stared at each other, sizing each other up, then both burst out with questions. They stopped, laughing. One at a time, Mako said. Okay, Han said. You go first. Minutes later, they were all seated in a tavern, drinking, talking, and spouting questions. Han told Mako his story, and found that his old friend wasn't surprised to learn that he'd left the service. I knew you'd never be able to go along with the slaving, Han, Mako said. I remember how it used to set your teeth on edge to even see an Imperial slaving detail. Made you crazy, boy. I knew the first time they tried to get you to boss slaves, that would be the end of your brilliant career. Han looked sheepish as he raised his second tankard of Alderidian ale to his lips. You know me too well, he admitted. But what could I do, Mako? Nicholas was going to kill Chewie. Mako's ice-blue eyes were smiling with unaccustomed warmth. Nothing else you could have done, kid, he said. So, Mako, how you been doing? Han asked. How's the business? Booming, Han, Mako said. The Empire's restrictions are making us all rich, running contraband of all kinds these days. Spice, yeah, that's still big, but we do nearly as well these days smuggling arms, weapon components, power packs, all that kind of thing. Luxuries like perfume and Ascangian fabric, too. Let me tell you, Han, old Palpatine wouldn't rest nearly as easy nights if he knew how dissatisfied with his rule some worlds were getting. So there's work here? Han asked eagerly. Work for pilots? You know I'm good, Mako. Han signaled the server droid for another round of drinks. Kid, you're one of the best, and I'll let everyone know that, Mako said, slapping Han on the shoulder. Badura didn't name you Slick for nothing. Tell you what, want to work for me to get your feet wet? I could use a good co-pilot, and while you're riding with me, I can show you some of the best runs. I'll introduce you to all the other runners, too. Some of 'em are bound to need help. Han hesitated. Could Chewie here come along? Mako shrugged and took a huge swig of ale. Can he shoot? I can always use a good gunner. Yeah, Han said, finishing his own tankard with more confidence than he felt. Chewie was a dead shot with his bowcaster, but he'd only been training as a gunner for a month or so. He can shoot. It's all set then, Mako said. Listen, kid, you found yourself a landing zone yet? A landing zone in smuggler's lingo meant a room or flat. Han shook his head and felt the room lurch slightly. I was hoping you could recommend a decent place, he said. Not too expensive. Sure I can, Mako said, slurring ever so slightly. But why don't you two come stay with me for a day or so, till we can get you set up? Well, Han glanced over at Chewie. Sure, we'd love to, wouldn't we, old buddy? Hurn. Mako insisted on paying for the drinks, then the three left, heading for Mako's digs. The two humans were rather the worse for the ale they'd consumed, but Mako assured them it wasn't far. They headed a few levels down, where the buildings were grimier and seamier. Don't be fooled, Mako said, waving a hand at their surroundings. I got plenty of room, and my place is fixed up decent. But living down here, you're not as much a target for thieves and burglars as the folks living topside. He jerked a thumb upward. Han eyed their surroundings and concluded that back in his days as a burglar, he'd have given this area a clean miss. It was unprepossessing. Drunks weaved along the permacrete, and the glide walks down on this level were permanently broken. Beggars and pickpockets eyed them, but didn't approach the trio. Han figured that was because Chewbacca was wearing his fiercest "don't mess with me or I'll rip your arms off" look. But suddenly, what Han had assumed was a heap of old, grimy rags stirred. From within the rags, a skeletal human hand appeared, and Han caught just a glimpse of a beaky-nosed, nearly toothless face. An ancient crone, whose eyes shone bright with what? Drugs? Madness? Oh no, not again. What is it with all the old women on Nar Shaddaa? Can't wait to get their hands on young pilots? Han drew back, but the liquor had slowed his reflexes, and he wasn't quick enough. A second, talon-like hand shot out of the heap of tatters and grabbed his wrist. "Tell your fortunes, good sirs? Tell your fortunes, masters?" The voice was shrill and squeaky, and Han couldn't place the accent. "The descendant of Vima Sunrider has foreseen the future, good sirs. For her credit she will tell you what lies ahead." "Let me go." Han tried to yank his hand free from the filthy claw, but the ancient woman's grip was surprisingly strong. He fumbled for a credit coin just to make her let go of him. He didn't want to have to stun the crone. At her age, a sunblast might kill her. "Here, take the credit and let me go." He dropped the money in her lap. "Vima no beggar," the old woman insisted indignantly. "She earns her credit. Foresees the future. Yes, she does. Vima knows. Yes." Han stopped and sighed, rolling his eyes. At least she wasn't propositioning him. "Go ahead, then," he snapped. "Ah, young captain," she half crooned, prying open his fist and staring at his palm, then up at his face. "So young. So much lies before you. A long road. First the smuggler's road, then the way of the warrior. Glory you will have, yes. But first you must face terrible danger. Betrayal, yes. Betrayal from those you trust. Betrayal." Her eyes fixed for a second on Mako, and the older man and Han exchanged exasperated glances. "So I'm going to be betrayed," Han said impatiently. "Will I get rich? That's all I care about." "Ah," she cackled shrilly. "My young captain, yes, wealth will come to you, but only after you no longer care about it." Han burst out laughing. "That'll be the day. Grandma, getting rich is all I care about." "Yes, that is true. Much will you do for money, but more will you do for love." "Great," Han snarled, trying again to yank free. "That's it. I've had enough of this garbage," he growled. And with a hard flex of his wrist, he broke her grip. "Thanks for nothing. Nutty old witch. Don't ever bother me again." Turning unsteadily on his heel, Han stalked away, scowling, with Chewbacca and Mako in his wake. He could hear Mako snickering, and Chewbacca was still chuckling. Han scowled. The crazy old thing had made a fool of him. The permacrete beneath his feet seemed to lurch slightly, and all Han could think about was how good it was going to feel to stretch out on Mako's couch, or floor, or grab some sleep. Behind him, he could hear the old woman cackling softly, crooning nonsense to herself. Han hardly remembered climbing the rampway to Mako's flat, and he didn't remember falling onto the couch at all. He was instantly asleep, and this time he didn't dream. When he'd awakened the next morning, he'd forgotten all about the old woman and her foretelling. Aruk the Hutt was doing what he loved most in all the universe, totaling his profits. The powerful Hutt Lord, head of the Pasadi clan in his Kajak, bent over his datapad, his stubby fingers busy as he instructed the machine to calculate a percentage of profits based on a 20% yearly growth in product projected 3 years into the future. The resulting graph and accompanying figures made him laugh softly, a booming heh heh heh, in the solitude of his huge office. No other living thing was present, only Aruk's favorite scribe, who stood poised in the corner, metallically gleaming, waiting until its master summoned it from its artificial repose. Aruk read the old graph again, and blinked his bulbous eyes. He was an old Hutt, approaching his 9th century, and he'd reached the corpulent stage that most Hutts achieve past middle age. It was now such an effort for him to get around under his own power that he seldom bothered any more. Even the warnings of his personal physician about impending circulatory problems failed to make him exercise these days. Instead, he relied on his anti-gravity repulsor sled. With it, he could go anywhere. Uruk's sled was top quality, the best money could buy. After all, why should the head of Basadi Kajik deny himself anything? But Uruk was not one of those sybaritic Hutts who relished the pleasures of the flesh. True, he was a gourmet, and often a gourmand, but he didn't maintain entire palaces filled with slaves to cater to his slightest, or most perverse, whim the way some Hutts did. Uruk had heard that Gilead's nephew Jabba kept several female dancing humanoids of all things, on leashes near him at all times. Uruk considered such indulgences distasteful and extravagant. The Dushilik clan had always had a weakness for fleshy pleasures. Gilead's taste was better than Jabba's, but he enjoyed hedonistic excess just as much as his nephew. And that is why we will prevail, Uruk thought. The Basadi clan is willing to endure a bit of privation, if necessary, to gain our ends. Uruk knew it wouldn't be easy, though. Gilead and Jabba were clever and ruthless, and their clan was as wealthy as his own. For years, the two richest and most powerful Hutt clans had contended with each other for the most lucrative ventures. Neither clan had eschewed methods such as assassination, kidnapping, and terrorism to gain their ends. Uruk knew that Jabba and Gilead would do almost anything to bring Basadi down. But the path to ultimate power was money, and Uruk was pleased with how many credits the Yelesian project was bringing Basadi every year. Soon, Uruk thought, we will have so many credits that we'll be able to wipe them off the face of the Hutta, eliminate them as we would any blight on crops or pestilence in our people. Soon, the Basadi will rule Hutta unopposed. Uruk and his dead siblings Zaval had been the ones who thought of setting up colonies on Yelesia and using religious pilgrims as slave labor to turn raw spice into the finished product. The only thing they'd feared was a slave uprising, and it had been Uruk who'd come up with the idea of the one, the all, and the exaltation to tie it all together. Most Hutts knew of the Talandatil ability to project warm, pleasurable emotions and sensations into the minds of most humanoid species. But it had taken Uruk's quick thinking, his cleverness, to come up with the idea of the exaltation as a mind-numbing reward for a day's hard labor in the spice factories. Once he'd realized how the Talandatil ability could be utilized, it had been a simple matter for Uruk to make up some doctrine, compose a few hymns, and write several chants and litanies. And that was all it took to produce a religion that credulous fools belonging to inferior species could embrace. Production in the factories was excellent, had been excellent all along. Only once, 5 years ago, had the Yelesian enterprise not turned a tidy profit. That was the year that wretched Corellian Han Solo had destroyed the Glitterstem factory, and destroyed Zaval too, though the financial loss was the one Uruk regretted the most. He did not think himself unduly harsh or unsympathetic for caring so little that his sibling had died. No, he was reacting as any true Hutt would. Uruk studied one item on the Yelesian colony's project budget. The sum of 7,500 credits to be handed over to the person or persons responsible for Han's live capture. No disintegrations was the primary guideline. Live capture and delivery. 7,500 credits. A 2,500 credit raise since the bounty was first posted. Apparently Solo was proving difficult. Well, this new bounty was certainly large enough to tempt many hunters, though Uruk had seen larger ones. Still, for a man so young, it was a large bounty. Was it really necessary to pay extra for the live capture option? Uruk had supervised many torture sessions, coolly and efficiently, but unlike many of his people, he took no pleasure in tormenting sentients to gain his own ends. If the Corellian Solo were to be brought before him, Uruk would not bother to torture him before ordering his death. But Terenza was a different story. The Talandatil were vengeful people, and it was obvious to Uruk that the high priest of Yelesia would not rest until he could personally supervise the long and exceedingly painful death of Han Solo. Moment by moment, scream by scream, groan by groan, Solo would die in the most exquisite agony, while Terenza savored every second of it. But did Uruk want to pay extra, just so Terenza could be satisfied? Uruk considered. Lines of concentration formed above his bulbous, slit-pupiled eyes. After a moment, he released his breath in a large, decisive "hoof." Very well, he would authorize the payment of the bounty. Let Terenza look forward to his fun. The anticipation made the high priest happy, and happy underlings were productive underlings. Aruk was a bit concerned about Terenza actually. The Till was definitely running the Yalessian operation, no matter how much he and that idiot Kibik tried to disguise that fact. Aruk frowned. Yalessia was a Hutt operation. It wasn't proper for anyone other than a Hutt to give the orders there, and yet Kibik was the only high-ranking Hutt in the Basadi clan who was available at the moment to take the Yalessia posting, and Kibik, there was no denying it, was a fool. If only I dared send Durga, Aruk thought. He has the will and the intelligence to rule Yalessia properly, to remind Terenza of just who his masters are. Durga was Aruk's only offspring. He was still a very young Hutt, barely past the age of legal responsibility and true self-awareness, only 100 standard years old, but he was smart, 10 times more intelligent and clever than Kibik. When Durga was born, all the other Hutts urged Aruk to roll over on the helpless newborn, smothering him, because of the dark birthmark that spread like a foul liquid from his forehead down over one eye and cheek. They said that such a marred countenance would make the youngster socially unacceptable, and speculated that he would be feeble-minded all his life. Ancient tales mentioned that such birthmarks were supposed to be omens of disaster, and the elder Hutts predicted all sorts of terrible things should Durga be allowed to survive. But Aruk had looked down at his tiny, squirming offspring, and sensed that his child would grow up to be a worthy Hutt, intelligent, cunning, and when necessary, ruthless. So he had taken young Durga up into his arms and solemnly pronounced that there was his offspring and heir, and warned the naysayers to be silent. Aruk had seen to it that Durga was well educated and had everything a growing Hutt could want. The young Hutt responded to his parents' interest, and the bond between the two had become very close. Staring down at the graphs showing the Yalessian finances, Aruk made a mental note to share his findings with Durga later that day. He was grooming his offspring to take on the leadership of the clan after his own passing. These figures are so encouraging, Aruk thought, that we should put some of this profit into founding yet another colony on Yalessia. 7 colonies can produce much more processed spice than 6, and we can increase our missionary force by recruiting more Till males and sending them out to lure in more pilgrims. Uruk's greatest dream was to someday expand their spice processing and slaving operation to a second world in the Yalessian system. He knew he probably wouldn't live to see 2 worlds producing at full capacity, but Durga definitely would. There was only one problem, and that was Deshelik. Uruk knew that Jiliak and Jabba watched every move he and his high-ranking clan members made, and they were ready to pounce at the slightest sign of weakness. They were ruthless, the Deshelik, and they were jealous of the Basadi clan and their success in Yalessia. Uruk knew only too well how much Jabba and Jiliak would love to destroy them all and take over the Yalessian operation. Still, it was but a sign of the Basadi clan's extraordinary success and accomplishment that they be so envied. Hutt life was full of move and counter-move. That was the way of it, and frankly, Uruk thrived on the intrigue, the danger. He wouldn't have changed things if he could have. With a sigh of contentment, Uruk the Hutt turned off his datapad and stretched, rubbing his bulbous eyes. A good afternoon's work. Time for dinner and a chance to spend time with his offspring. How pleasant that he had such good news to impart. Guiding his repulsor sled with minuscule touches from his thick fingers, Uruk glided from the room in search of food and companionship. Chapter 4. Upping the Ante. 5 months and 6 bounty hunters later, Han and Chewbacca had settled down into life on Nar Shaddaa. Han found them a little apartment in the Corellian sector, a megablock or so from Mako's place, and only 1 level below it. The little flat was set up like a small suite, with 2 tiny bedrooms with fold-out beds, a minuscule kitchen/living area, and refresher unit. But they didn't spend much time at home. As soon as Mako had introduced Han to his associates, the young Corellian found steady work. Good pilots were always valued on Nar Shaddaa. During his first month, Han filled in as a shift pilot on the Nar Shaddaa to Nal Hutta shuttle, ferrying Hutts and their underlings back and forth from the smuggler's moon to the Hutt homeworld. Han had hoped to meet either Jabba or Jiliak that way, but the 2 top Hutts of the Jiliak clan had their own private shuttles and didn't need to take public ones. Han hung on to the referral Tagta had given him, but decided he'd better learn his way around before he applied for jobs piloting for the Hutts. They were tough masters to please. Just about the time Han's temporary job ended, the young Corellian went out with Mako on several runs, hauling loads of spice from the Twi'lek homeworld Ryloth to a staging area on Rune. There Han met up with an old acquaintance of Mako's, a craggy-faced, aging smuggler named Zine Afit. Zine was heading off to Smuggler's Run with a shipment of food, and when he'd mentioned he'd like company, Han and Chewbacca offered to ride along. Smuggler's Run was a hideout for sentients on the Lam who were even hotter than the denizens of Nar Shaddaa. Smuggler's Run was a series of hideouts, actually artificial environments whittled out of several large asteroids located in the middle of a huge asteroid field. The main one was a smelly hole bored into a large asteroid that was known as Skip 1. Xenofit showed Han the way into the run, through the treacherous, constantly changing asteroid field, though he wouldn't let him pilot his clunky old freighter, the Corona. Next time, kid, he promised in his breathless, wheezy voice, as his fingers flew over the controls. I promise you. This time, just watch old Uncle Zine and enjoy the ride. Han gulped as Corona narrowly missed colliding with a jagged, hurtling rock that would have reduced them and their ship to molecules. If I'm still alive when the next time comes, he pointed out, involuntarily ducking as another asteroid nearly grazed their view screen. Blast it, Zine, slow down, are you crazy? Only way to fly an asteroid field is fast and by the seat of your pants, kid, Xenofit said, never taking his eyes from his instruments. If you try and tiptoe in, chances are you'll get smashed before you can wipe your nose. I'm always just fly right in, keeping my eyes open, and I'm still here. When they reached the fabled Smuggler's Run, Han and Chewbacca wearily followed Xenofit into Skip 1 to meet the gang, as he called his friends. Han was introduced to a sallow, thin man with scars on his face named Jarl, and another older man with a receding hairline who incongruously went by the name Kid Zazulin. Skip 1 was a regular warren of rooms, dining halls, gambling dens, bars, and drug hideaways. Han was frankly nervous, as he realized that here, even more than on Nar Shaddaa, there was no law. None. He could die here, and no one but Chewie, presuming the Wookiee was still alive himself, an unlikely assumption, would ever know or care. Han was careful not to let any of his nervousness show. He had grown up with lawless people, had seen plenty of degenerate spirits by the time he was 10. He just never encountered quite so many bloodthirsty, desperate lost beings in one place before. As he and Zine headed for the bar, Han noticed the runnel of greenish-yellow, gooey liquid oozing along a channel cut into the middle of the stone floor. Chewbacca snuffled, then growled in protest. Yeah, that really stinks, Han said, his nostrils twitching. What the heck is that stuff, Zine? It's on the walls, too. Oh, it's just the ooze we gotta put up with, kid, the smuggler told him. Stinks, don't it? Every so often we get to thinking we ought to come out and find where it comes from and dam it up. Some kind of proto-organic compound, they say, mixed with sulfur. Han's nose wrinkled. The ooze smelled like rancid meat mixed with rotting vegetation, laden with a liberal dose of sulfur. He'd smelled worse, but not recently. As they stepped over the ooze channel and headed to the bar, Han's attention was caught and held by a beautiful woman with long black hair who definitely stood out in the mix of unsavory smuggler types. She wore a short skirt that showed off magnificent legs, and a top that was a little more than a cropped shirt tied tightly to show off her bosom and midriff. Han stared at her, thinking that she was one of the most striking women he'd ever seen. Suddenly, he realized she was looking back at him. Han quickly essayed his most charming smile. She walked toward them. Han's pulse skipped a beat, but then he realized she was regarding him with a marked lack of enthusiasm, as though he was a side of Trollodon meat that had gone green around the edges. Han's smile stiffened on his lips. Guess the attraction isn't mutual. Han, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Zine said, indicating the woman. Sinewy Anna Blue, one of the top smugglers around. She also runs a wicked sabacc table. Blue, meet Han Solo, a new kid I brought along for the ride. And this is his pal Chewie. Han nodded cordially. Pleasure to meet you. Noting his hesitation over what to call her, she smiled, revealing a shiny blue crystal tooth in the front of her mouth. Call me Blue, she said in a voice that couldn't help being sultry. Han Solo, you said? And... She turned to Han's companion. Chewie? Chewbacca, Han supplied. Pleased to meet you, Chewbacca, she said. Have you met Winnie yet? Chewie cocked his head and whined a soft question. Sinewy Anna Blue smiled at him. You'll know her when you meet her, she promised cryptically. So, Han said, may I buy you a drink, Blue? She glanced at him, seemed to consider, then smiled faintly. No, I don't think so, she said. You're cute, but not my type, Solo. I like them a bit more seasoned. Zine snickered. She's particular, our Blue, he said, noting Han's chagrin at the open rebuff. You young single types don't offer enough sport. She likes the lure of the chase, especially when it's part of the thrill that comes from stealing what don't belong to you. Sinewy Anna Blue gave Zine a long up and down stare. You like to live dangerously these days, don't you? She drawled. Then she turned back to Han. Do you play sabacc, Han Solo? Han nodded. I've tried it, he said cautiously. She gave him a slow, alluring smile. Come around then. I'd love to have some fresh blood in my game. With a final nod to Chewbacca, she turned and walked away. Han watched her go with an admiring headshake. Minions of Zendor, that is one fine-looking woman, he muttered. Pure sabacc, Zine agreed. Prime grade ore. And she only goes after married guys? Let's just say she prefers the thrill of a hunt, Zine said. Anyone that's too available, too eager to get caught, isn't challenging enough prey. You make her sound like a Deveronian fur spider, Han said, watching sinewy Anna Blue's eminently watchable backside vanish amid the crowd of talking, laughing, drinking smugglers. Not too far off, kid, Zine said with a chuckle and a wink. Our Blue is one of a kind. She... He broke off and whirled as a loud roar reverberated through the bar. Han spun on his heel to find a Wookiee standing in the doorway. She was big for a Wookiee female, as tall and muscular as Chewie. Her blue eyes were fixed unblinkingly upon Han's companion, who was busily looking anywhere but at the newcomer. Who's that? Han asked Zine. Winnie, the senior smuggler replied with a wink and a leer. Han and Chewbacca watched as the Wookiee came over to them. She growled a throaty greeting at Chewie, totally ignoring his human companion. Then she reached out one hairy paw and ran it admiringly down Chewbacca's long arm. Han turned to Zine. I think she likes him, he said dryly and basic. Looks like, Zine agreed. I think your buddy there's being offered what you weren't, pal, except he don't look any too happy about it. The craggy-faced smuggler was correct. Chewbacca looked around wildly as the female Wookiee pressed up close to him, growling suggestively. Catching Han's eye, Chewie shook his head in a slight but emphatic movement. Han took pity on his friend. Hey, Chewie, he said loudly, we gotta go. Winnie turned around and snarled at him. Clearly, she didn't like having her seduction attempt interfered with. Han looked at her and shrugged. Sorry, he said. We've got somewhere we have to be. Previous engagement. Winnie plainly didn't believe him. She growled low in her throat. Han realized they were drawing a crowd. Kid Zazilin, Zine's balding friend, stepped forward. It ain't polite to accuse people of lying, Winnie, he told the Wookiee. Han here's telling the truth. I just signed him and his Wookiee pal on to ride as co-pilot and gunner to Kessel aboard the Starfire. Matter of fact, my droid should be finished loading our cargo by now. Solo, let's go. Han smiled sweetly at Winnie and shrugged, with a what can you do expression. Chewbacca didn't bother trying to hide how glad he was to get away from the predatory female. As they headed up the corridor toward Skip One's landing bay, Han gave Kid a grateful smile. Thanks, he said. For a while, it looked like I was going to be able to get Chewie out of there without making her mad. Kid Jazilin grinned. Yeah, and upsetting a love-struck Wookiee ain't exactly a smart thing to do. So what do you want to do now? You actually up for going on to Kessel with me? Sure, Han said. I've always wanted to go to Kessel. Are you going on the run after you offload your cargo there? I don't know, Kid replied. Maybe, if there's a cargo waiting for me to pick up. But there's bound to be somebody you can catch up with who will take you on the run. Han had heard of the Kessel Run, the ultimate test of a smuggler pilot's expertise. Traveling the Kessel Run allowed a pilot to shortcut across a large, uninhabited area of space that would otherwise have taken a vessel 2 days or more to skirt. But the direct route from Kessel back to the standard trade routes lay perilously close to the Maw, a massive collection of black holes that distorted both space and time. Many a ship had been lost to the Maw, lost with all hands. Once they were safely aboard the Starfire, Kid waved a hand at the controls. I hear you're pretty good, Solo. Want to try taking her through the field? Han nodded, his mouth suddenly dry. Remembering Zine's advice, he forced himself to head confidently into the field instead of holding back. He remembered stories told by the pilots who'd been aboard Trader's Luck that indicated Zine had been right. Most asteroid fields could be navigated by someone with steely nerves and quick reflexes. Holding his breath, Hans set the beat-up little freighter skittering from side to side, not slacking off on their speed. Kid sat back in the pilot's seat and just watched. Only once did he interfere, and that was to increase the ship's acceleration a notch, to avoid a smaller asteroid that was orbiting a larger one. The bigger asteroid had hidden its smaller companion. The Starfire zipped by so close that the deflector shields activated and the ship shuddered in protest, but they avoided the impact. Han bit his lip when the chunk of rock, half the size of the ship, tumbled away behind him. Sorry, kid. I should have seen it. No way you could have seen it, Solo, the older man said. I've just been flying into and out of the run for so many years I practically got all these rocks memorized. I knew that one had a baby tagging behind, 'cause I've seen it before. When they finally emerged into clear space, Han felt as though he'd been piloting for a day instead of half an hour. He wanted to slump back into his seat, but a glance at Kid Zolin showed Kid, head tilted back, eyes closed, apparently asleep. Han looked at Chewie, shrugged, and said, "Take over a second while I pilot us a course to Kessel, pal." Minutes later, Han retrieved the final coordinates from the nav computer and then finalized his course. He looked over at Kid Zolin, one watery blue eye open. "Punch it, Solo," the raspy voice told him. Han grinned. "Sure." Moments later, the bright pinpoints of real space elongated before them, and the Starfire shot down a seemingly endless tunnel of star lines. Han realized he was grinning like a kid. It had been a long time since he'd done any real piloting that wasn't just drills. When he'd been in the Navy, he'd served shifts as a helmsman on the big Imperial ships, but his favorite duty had been flying TIE fighters. Small, nimble, and deadly, they required pinpoint control to maneuver and fire, but they had no shielding at all, which made them very vulnerable. Few TIE pilots lived to grow old. When the Starfire emerged into real space, Han took one look at the maw and drew a quick breath. Kid Jazolin, who had finally awakened from his nap, stretched and grinned. "Impressive, ain't it, Solo?" "I'll say," Han muttered. The maw stretched before them, a collection of black holes that were sucking the life from the nearby stars. Long streamers of gas threaded their way into the monstrous whirlpools of gas and dust that marked the location of the black holes. The holes themselves were invisible, of course. The reason they were called black holes was that their gravity was so strong that nothing, not even light, could escape their pull. But the gas and dust marked their location. There were quite a few of them, so far as Han knew. The maw was unique in the galaxy. "Kessel's right on the edge, Solo," Kid said. "Here, I'll show you the coordinates on the screen." Han studied readouts on the lumpy, misshapen little planet that orbited a small, fierce, blue-white star. Kessel was orbited by its small, solitary moon. "The planet isn't even spherical," he muttered. "It doesn't mass enough to hold onto an atmosphere." "Yeah, I know. You gotta wear a breath mask there, but they keep a couple of atmosphere-generating plants running, so we won't have to put on vacuum gear," Kid told him. Han frowned down at the readouts. "I didn't know Kessel had a moon." "Yeah, there's rumors that the imps have been scouting it, that they might actually build something there. Crazy if you ask me. There are Imperial ships around here?" Kid's revelation worried Han. Chewie was still an escaped slave, after all. They just loved to recapture him. "Yeah, I ran into a guy who works for Imp Security as a snitch, and he told me the Imps are considering putting some kind of big hush-hush installation right smack in the middle of the maw," Kid said thoughtfully. Han stared at the whirling vortices of dust and gas that marked the black holes and shook his head. "A base? In there? They're crazy, all right." Kid shrugged. "There's more space than you'd guess between those black holes. Some smugglers say you can actually shorten your Kessel run by skimming close to the maw." Han frowned as he studied his readouts. "You mean make the run in less time?" Kid chuckled, a creaky sound. "Well, that too. But they say that both time and space get warped, distorted so close to the maw, so you can not only make your run faster, but actually shave off part of the distance." "What's the record?" Han asked curiously. "Dunno," Kid Zolin said. "I think it's down below 10 hours these days, but I've never been crazy enough to try for it. Take my advice, and don't play games with the maw, Solo." Han tended to think Kid's advice was good. Skimming the maw seemed like the act of an idiot. A suicidal idiot. Han set the Starfire down on Kessel, and the three smugglers donned breath masks and got out. There was a small cantina that served as a recreation area where pilots and crews could get something to eat and drink while waiting for the loading droids to fill their cargo bays. Kid Djolin stayed behind to oversee the loading, leaving Han and Chewie to grab a quick bite. 10 minutes later, Han was halfway through a hasty meal and a glass of Polanus ale. Privately, he wondered what to do now. Kid Djolin had made it clear he was bound for parts he preferred to remain unknown, at least to Han, when the Starfire was finished loading. The older man had commented he was sure Han could catch a ride back to Smuggler's Run, or back to Nar Shaddaa, probably via the Kessel Run from here. Kessel boasted no facilities for overnight guests. Han glanced around when the cantina door opened, and then his eyes widened as he beheld a familiar face. "Roa!" he exclaimed, waving at the older man who just entered and was removing his breathing masks. "Hey, Roa, come on over and I'll buy you a drink." Roa, if he had another name, Han had never heard it, was a big, stocky man with graying hair and a charming smile. He had a roguish twinkle in his blue eyes and a sense of humor that made him friends easily. It seemed that everyone on Nar Shaddaa knew Roa, and he knew them. Roa and Mako were old friends, and Roa had been one of the first pals Mako had introduced Han to when he'd arrived on Nar Shaddaa. Roa had been in the smuggling business for more than 20 years, which made him the grand old man of the trade. He enjoyed playing the role of shepherd to some of the younger smugglers, and was generous about sharing what he'd learned during his career. Unlike many of the smugglers who were little better than pirates, Roa had his own private code that he taught the young smugglers who rode shotgun with him on his old but meticulously maintained speedy freighter, the Wayfarer. Roa had taught Han, as he taught so many others, never ignore a call for help, never take from those who are poorer than yourself, never play sabacc unless you're prepared to lose, always be prepared to make a quick getaway, never pilot a ship under the influence. Roa's rules, the smugglers called them. Now seeing his young friend, Roa's friendly open face broke into a wide grin. "Han, what are you doing here?" Han gestured to the seat beside him. "It's a long story, Roa. Mostly we wound up here because a female Wookiee took too much of a liking to Chewie here." Roa chuckled as he threw a leg across the bar stool. "Chewbacca, don't tell me you got to meet Winnie." Chewie moaned aloud, rolling his blue eyes expressively. Roa guffawed. "Oh, come on, Chewie. How bad could it be, entertaining an amorous lady Wookiee?" Chewbacca snorted, then launched into a vivid explanation of how strenuous, and at times hazardous, Wookiee romance could be. Han could understand him, of course, but it was obvious that Roa was barely getting the gist of it. The older smuggler's eyebrows went up, then he shook his head when Chewie finished. "All right, sounds like you did the right thing by beating a hasty retreat, Chewbacca. Remind me never to attract Winnie's attention." Han grinned. "Me neither," he said, then sobered. "Problem is, we're stranded here now. Kid Djolin brought us, but he's heading out of here on some private business, and he doesn't need a crew. So I'm looking for a ride back to Nar Shaddaa. Any chance we can catch one with you, Roa?" The older man smiled. "Sure, Han. Only trouble is, we're not going directly back. I've got a load of spice to take on to Merkur. How does Nar Shaddaa by way of the Kessel Run strike you?" Han's eyes lit up. "That'd be great. I can't really get the top piloting assignments until I've got a run or two under my belt. Roa, any chance you'd let me pilot and coach me through it?" The older man grinned. "Depends, Solo. On what? How many drinks you buy me?" Han chuckled and waved to the bar droid for fresh ammunition. "Tell me about the run," he said. "I think I'm ready." As Roa explained it, the Kessel Run took ships traveling in real space from the Kessel sector past and around the Maw, then through a rough, uninhabited sector of space known as the Pit. The Pit wasn't as hard to navigate as the Maw, but more ships had actually been lost there than near the Maw, because after successfully making it past the black hole cluster, pilots tended to be tired, the reflexes slowed, and just when they needed to rest, the Pit was waiting for them. The Pit contained a scattered asteroid field that wasn't nearly as concentrated as the one surrounding Smuggler's Run, but it was encased inside a wispy arm of a nebula. The gas and dust from the nebula tended to make most ships' sensors imprecise, and the pilot's line of sight was seriously compromised. Zigging in and out of the gauzy tendrils of the nebula was a confusing, chancy business, and there was always the chance that when a pilot zigged to avoid one asteroid, he'd zag right into another. Roa explained all of this to Han, then took him back to the Wayfarer and showed him a complete schematic of their course from the nav computer. Han studied it all intently, then nodded. "Okay, I think I can handle it, Roa." The Wayfarer's captain gave him a long, measuring glance and nodded. Okay, son, go ahead. Take us out. Han nodded, then his world narrowed into the view screen, his coordinates, his controls, and his hands and his eyes. He felt almost like a bio-droid, someone who would link his nervous system into the ship. It was as though Han had become the ship, as though they were one entity. Flying past the center of the mall, Han was acutely conscious that the slightest mistake on his part could result in disaster for the Wayfarer. He felt sweat break out on his forehead as he manipulated the controls, avoiding gravitational eddies and anomalies. Beside him, in the co-pilot's seat, he could sense Roa's tension, though the stocky older man made no sound. Behind him, Chewbacca whined softly, a thin thread of sound in the otherwise silent control cabin. The maw was all around them now as they skirted the dangerous black hole clusters. Han knew it would be possible to make the run by looping wide around this entire perilous sector, but the cost, in fuel, in time, and in the extra distance that had to be traveled, made negotiating the obstacle course of the maw worthwhile. Barely. So far, Roa had not spoken as Han took the Wayfarer along the twisting, tricky course that was the shortest, safe way through the maw. Han figured that must mean he was doing all right. He tried to take a deep breath as they sped past a whirl of bluish gas and dust, but it was as though a Durasteel band was tightening around his chest. When Roa spoke softly in the silent cabin, the sound made Han jump. Past the halfway point. Good job, lad. Watch this one coming up. It's a bit tricky. Han nodded and felt a greasy drop of sweat slide past his eyebrow. He flipped Wayfarer up on her side as they hurtled past the whirlpool of cosmic dust that had once been a star. Nearly an hour later, when Han felt as though he hadn't drawn a deep breath for the whole trip, they were out of the maw and entering the pit. An asteroid whizzed by. Han throttled back a bit as he tried to watch every direction at once, wishing for eyes in the back of his head like a Moleskine. Roa's voice was sharp, hard to port. Han caught barely a glimpse of the onrushing asteroid, the size of a mountain. His sweaty hand found the control to implement Roa's order, and slipped. Panic erupted in Han's chest as he clamped slick fingers onto the controls, overcompensating and causing them to nearly skid into the path of yet another asteroid. Chewbacca howled and Roa cursed. Han managed to miss the chunk of rock by the skin of his teeth. Sorry, he said tightly. Fingers slipped. Without another word, Roa reached into a storage bin and pulled something out. Here, my present for making it past the maw. I'll take over while you put 'em on. Han grabbed the pair of pilot's gloves with their non-slip finger pads and tugged them on, snapping them securely into place. He flexed his fingers. Thanks, Roa. Don't mention it, the older smuggler said. I always wear 'em, and I suggest you do too. Han nodded. I will. Several hours later, when Han had finished his first Kessel run and they were relaxing in the relative safety of hyperspace, Roa leaned back in the co-pilot's seat. So, he said, I have to say, I've never seen anyone fly the run any smoother on their first try, Han. You're a natural, son. Han grinned at his friend. You're a good coach. Chewbacca commented sourly that he wouldn't have objected to a bit more coaching from Roa. Han had frightened him so badly it was a wonder his hair hadn't fallen out. Han turned around and glared at his furry friend. Hey, just keep it up and I'll give Winnie our home address the next time I see her. Chewie subsided into glaring silence. So, what are you going to do now, Han? Roa asked. Not every smuggler can brag he's full in the Kessel Run, and you made it in excellent time. What's your next move? Han had been thinking about that. I want a ship of our own for me and Chewie, he told Roa. First, I'll have to lease one, of course, but then maybe someday I'll find one I can buy. But I'll need a pile of credits, Roa, so when I get back to Nar Shaddaa, I'm going where the credits are. Roa's eyebrows went up. The Hutts, he said. Han checked his stabilizers. Yeah, the Hutts. Roa shook his head, frowning. Working for the Hutts has its dangers, Han. Hutts make risky employers. Displease them, and you can end up swimming through vacuum without a suit. Han nodded. Yeah, he agreed bleakly. I've worked for them before. But to make the big money, you've got to be willing to take those risks. 2 weeks and yet another bounty hunter later, Han and Chewbacca walked up to the largest building in the Hutt section in Nar Shaddaa. Once a luxury hotel, the Jewel was now headquarters to the Jazilic Kajik. When the Jewel had been a hotel, the management had boasted it could provide quarters for over half the known sentient races in the galaxy. Aquatic beings, methane breathers, and beings who could only be comfortable in low gravity. The Jewel had accommodated them all, and more. As he approached the old building, Han could see it had been vastly remodeled to suit its new tenants. The giant lobby area was now festooned with glide ramps leading to higher levels. The carpeting had been pulled up, and the stone floors were polished to a brilliant shine to ease a Hutt's passage when gliding along. Han checked for the fourth time that he had tagged his message cube safely in his pocket. He glanced over at Chewbacca. "You don't have to come in, pal. I can probably handle this interview myself." Chewie's only response was a firm shake of his head. Han shrugged. "Okay then, but let me do the talking." Gileac's major domo on Nar Shaddaa proved to be a human woman, a striking redhead who was approaching middle years. She wore a simple green gown, modest in cut. Han was impressed by her dignity and presence as she introduced herself. "I am Dilo, Lord Gileac's assistant. You said you had a letter of recommendation, sir?" Han nodded, feeling rather shabby by comparison, even though he'd worn his best pants, shirt, and jacket. Inside, he felt defensive, but he'd learned long ago never to show discomfort or nerves. So his insouciant smile never wavered, and not the slightest crack showed in his air of casual bravado. "Yes, I do." "May I see it?" "Sure, long as you don't leave with it." Han produced a small holocube, handed it to her. She glanced quickly at the greenish smear on the side, scanned the message, then nodded. "Very well," she said, handing the holocube back. "Please wait here. I will call you in presently." 45 minutes later, she reappeared and ushered Han into Lord Gileac's audience chamber. Han was a little nervous, wondering whether Gileac the Hutt would recognize him as one of the messengers who, 5 years ago, had delivered a message to him in his palace on Nal Hutta. The message had come from Gileac's arch-rival, Zaval. The Yalesian overlord had challenged Gileac and threatened him with dire consequences. When he'd heard it, Gileac had flown into a rage and wrecked a large portion of his audience hall. Han hoped the Hutt Lord wouldn't recognize him. He'd never told Gileac his name, after all. Besides, he was no longer 19. He looked different. His face was thinner, older, and he'd put on weight and muscle from his time in the academy. Not to mention that in all probability, most humans look pretty much alike. To a Hutt. Still, Han's mouth was dry as he stepped through the door into the innermost chamber. Han was surprised to see 2 Hutts in the room. One was nearly twice the size of the other, which Han knew meant it was older. Hutts grew throughout their lifespans, and some of them reached impressive proportions indeed. The average Hutt underwent several growth spurts after reaching adulthood. Han had heard that some of them could more than double in size in a matter of a few years. Han squinted at the Hutts. He was pretty sure that Gileac was the larger of the two. The room was huge and ornate. This audience chamber had evidently been the hotel's main ballroom. Mirrors lined the walls, and Han caught sight of himself on both sides. When Han finally stood before the 2 Hutts, he bowed deeply. Dilo waved a hand at him and spoke in passable Huttese. "Lord Gileac, this is the Corellian pilot your cousin Lord Tagta recommended to you. His name is Han Solo. The Wookiee is named Chewbacca." Han bowed again. "Lord Gileac," he said in Basic, "it's a privilege to meet you, Your Excellency. Your cousin, Lord Tagda, says you are always in need of good pilots." "Pilot Solo." Gileac turned bulbous eyes, layered and fat, upon Han, and peered down him with faint curiosity. "Do you speak and understand Huttese?" "I understand it, Your Excellency. I do not speak it well enough to convey the beauty of the language. Therefore it's not proper for me to attempt to utter it," Han said earnestly. Fortunately, Hutts were easy to flatter, and this one bought it. "Ah, a human that understands the beauty of our language," Gileac said, turning to the smaller Hutt. "Truly an insightful and sensitive member of his species." "That isn't saying much," the other Hutt replied with a deep chuckle. "I wonder if Captain Solo can pilot as well as he disassembles." Han glanced over at the younger, smaller Hutt. Sharp intelligence shone in his narrow-pupiled eyes. He was about Han's height, and only about 4 or 5 meters long. Gileac noticed Han looking at his companion. "Captain Solo, this is my nephew Jabba. He's become indispensable to me in running the Gileac Kajadik." Han bowed to the younger Hutt. "Greetings, Your Excellency." "Greetings, Captain Solo," Jabba replied with a gracious wave of his small hand. "Your reputation precedes you." Gileac held out his own hand. "Enough chit-chat. The holocube, Captain?" "Certainly, Your Excellency." Han produced it, handed it to Gileac. The Hutt Lord examined the hollow cube for several minutes, then passed a small scanning device over the green smear. Finally satisfied, he looked at Han. You come highly recommended, Captain. We can always use expert pilots. Han nodded. I'd like to work for you and your nephew, Your Excellency. Very well, then you are hired, Captain. But what about your companion here? Jiliak indicated Chewbacca. We're a team, Your Excellency. Chewie's my co-pilot. Indeed, said Jabba. He looks more like a bodyguard to me. Han could feel Chewie stiffen next to him, and he felt, more than heard, the soft rumble of anger emanating from his furred chest. Chewie's a good pilot, Han insisted. These are perilous times for honest business persons, Jiliak pointed out. Is one of you trained in weapons systems? I'm the gunner, Your Excellency, Han said. Chewie's a fair shot, I admit, but I'm better. Ah, Jabba sounded delighted. Finally, a human who does not deluge us with silly notions of modesty. Glad you approve, Han said dryly. Kessel, Jiliak said thoughtfully. Our sources say you have been to Kessel. Han nodded. Yes, Your Excellency, and I did the run in nearly record time, my first time through. Excellent, boomed Jabba, who had a voice nearly as deep as his far larger uncle. He chuckled a low ho sound. Then you're willing to tackle the Kessel run while hauling cargo for us? Depends on the cargo, Your Excellency, Han said. We have no way to determine at this time what the cargo will be, Jiliak said. Obviously, you will leave Kessel carrying a cargo of spice, probably glitterstim, for Kessel is where the spice is mined. But as to what you will be carrying when you land on Kessel, that's bound to vary a great deal. Food, luxuries, a shipment of slaves, or... No slaves, Han interrupted curtly. He had to make this clear. If they dumped him over it, he'd keep on looking for work. I'll haul most anything for you, Your Excellency, but not slaves. Both Hutts stared at Han, obviously taken aback by his temerity. Finally Jabba spoke. Why not, Captain Solo? Personal reasons, Your Excellency, Han said. I've seen slavery up close, and I didn't like it. Ho ho, Jabba chuckled again. Our brave captain has scruples. Morals even, perhaps. Han refused to be baited. He just stood his ground. Jiliak made a curt gesture to Han to stay where he was. Then he and the younger Hutt wriggled toward each other. Watching them move, Han couldn't decide whether they reminded him more of a snake or a slug. They undulated along, using muscular contractions to move. The two Hutts put their heads together and conferred. After a couple of minutes, they broke apart and turned back to Han and Chewie. Very well, Captain Solo, Jiliak boomed. We will not assign you to transport slaves. Thank you, Your Excellency, Han said, feeling a wash of relief. Slaving's not a large part of our business, Jabba said, with a touch of scorn in his voice. We leave most of that trade to the Basadi Kajik that operates out of Yalesia. Have you ever heard of Yalesia, Captain Solo? Jiliak asked. Han tensed, but kept it from showing. Yes, I've heard of it, Your Excellency. Our main shipment these days is Ryle, Captain, Jabba said. We've just discovered a new source to trade with on Ryloth, the Twi'lek world. Have you been there? Yes, Your Excellency, I have. I know the space lanes in that area. Good, Jabba said. He studied Han closely with his huge, rarely blinking eyes. Tell me, Captain, have you ever piloted a space yacht? Han had to stifle an ironic grin. The reason all these bounty hunters were after him was in addition to swiping the cream of Terenza's treasure. He'd stolen Zaval and Terenza's personal space yacht. Yes, Your Excellency, Han said, I have. Jabba regarded Han thoughtfully. I shall keep that in mind. Jiliak made a dismissive gesture. We shall be in touch, Captain. At the moment, you have our leave to depart. Han bowed to the Hutts, and as he did so, he surreptitiously gave his Wookiee friend a poke. Chewbacca growled softly, but he, too, bobbed his upper body forward. Han left the audience, feeling sweat trickling down between his shoulder blades. Slowly, carefully, he let out a deep sigh of relief. This had better be worth it. During the next 3 months, Han worked for Roa on and off, but he also flew many missions for the Hutts. He developed a reputation for being able to coax top speeds out of even inferior vessels, and for being willing to do whatever it took to get his smuggled cargo through to its destination. He flew the Kessel Run so many times he lost count. There were times when the Hutts didn't need him for days or weeks at a time, and he took assignments from Mako, Roa, or other employers. But Jiliak and Jabba provided him with fairly steady work and most of his income. Both Jiliak and Jabba had personal space yachts. Han discovered that each of them had sizable holdings on other worlds other than Nalhutta. Matter of fact, Jiliak was the de facto ruler of Dilbana, and Jabba was the top crime lord on a backwater world called Tatooine. One day, Han and Chewie were called upon to pilot Jabba's personal yacht, the Star Jewel, to Tatooine. Han would have rather hauled spice, frankly. Jabba was temperamental and used to getting his own way, and made a demanding, inescapable passenger. Han was glad that the Hutt had brought several of his personal servants along to tend to him, so that all he, Han, had to do was pilot the ship. Foremost among Jabba's entourage was a Twi'lek valet named Lob Garrido. Jabba treated Garrido terribly, ordering him around, snapping at him, and insulting him. Han was just glad he didn't have to put up with that sort of thing. Jabba's entourage also included several humanoid dancing girls, a Narlagron player nicknamed Whizbang, and Jabba and Jiliak's chef from their residence on Nar Shaddaa, an Ishi-Tib named Totalplot. The purpose of Jabba's voyage was to transport a pet he'd recently acquired to his palace on Tatooine. The thing was a nightmare, slashing claws, a huge sucker-like mouth, and an insatiable appetite. Han discovered it was called an Oscan blood eater. Han's stomach turned over the one time he watched its keeper feed it. The entire hold area stank from the creature's occupation. It was a messy eater, and its effluvia was enough to gag at a Corellian corpse grub. The yacht was a big ship, a Ubrikian cruiser. It was fast, powered by a pair of Ubrikian N2 ion engines with auxiliary power provided by three smaller Kuat TC-40 ion engines. It was also well shielded and heavily armed with 6 turbo lasers. In its docking bay was space for 6 Z-95 Headhunter fighters, as well as 2 small landing shuttles. This trip, as happened frequently, Star Jewel was down to 2 Headhunters with 2 pilots to crew them. The little fighters were tough, but they had no hyperdrive, and Jabba was known to order them deployed as a rear guard while he took off into hyperspace. Jabba was tough on Headhunters and their pilots. Tatooine was a remote world back beyond, and Han had to make several hyperspace jumps to reach it. His next to last jump put him into a little traveled space lane, but it was the most direct route to Tatooine. That's where the pirate ships were waiting for them. 4 Drell teardrop-shaped vessels, sleek and shining, small but deadly. Han had faced their like before, when he'd been piloting for the Ulesians. The moment he saw them, his mental alarm bells went off. Pirates! They could be. Better to be safe than sorry. Chewie, shields on maximum, Han snapped, sending the yacht into an evasive maneuvering pattern while his co-pilot adjusted their deflectors to maximum strength. Han flipped on the comm unit. Attention, gunnery crew, stand ready. We may be seeing some action. He switched frequencies. Headhunter pilots, report to your snubs. This is not a drill. Even as the words left his mouth, the closest ship spat a salvo of quad laser fire at them. I was right. Han mentally congratulated himself. Thanks to his caution, the Drell ship's fire went wide. The ships were only a third the size of Jabba's massive space yacht, but their quad laser cannons spat deadly bursts at the bigger ship as they rushed in at top speed. They were so small they were going to be difficult to hit. Han banked the Star Jewel around and yelled, "Gunnery crew, fire at will!" Even as the crews manning the yacht's heavy 6 turbo lasers began return fire, Han switched to another comm frequency. Attention passengers and crew, we are under attack. Prepare for evasive maneuvers. Activate your restraint systems. Beside him, Chewie was performing his job ably, leaving the piloting mostly to Han, but busy balancing and distributing power to their shields, monitoring the ship's status, checking on how much power they could channel to the weapons. The Hutt yacht's turbo lasers, mounted discreetly beneath the ridge of the yacht's superstructure, actually tapped directly into the ship's power core, thus giving them far more destructive capability than any opponent would expect. Han dodged an incoming Drell ship, saw the turbo lasers fire a vicious burst at the oncoming vessel, but at the last moment it dodged the fire. Blasted little ships are too fast. His comm unit crackled. Headhunters here, ready for launch. Chewie opened the cargo bay doors and dropped one shield amidship so the 2 fighters could launch. Han activated the comm. Pilots, launch on my order. 3, 2, 1, now! Jabba was hollering over the comm, demanding an explanation. Han could hear wails and curses from the Twi'lek and the dancing girls. Totalplot, the cook, was fussing that Jabba's dinners was ruined, just ruined. With a muttered curse, Han spared half a second to close the comm channel from the passenger section. When he looked back up, he paled. Incoming amidships, Chewie, he yelled, knowing this time he couldn't evade fast enough. The Star Jewel shuddered violently, then shuddered again. Han realized the first ship had swung around and was now firing on their stern. He cursed when he saw that his rear reflectors were nearly gone. Chewie, I'm coming about. Compensate for that shield. Activating the comm, Han shouted, I'm coming about. Hard to port. You guys get that blasted pirate off my rear. The Wookiee snarled as he worked frantically on the shields. Han set the Star Jewel into a hard port turn, then a second later he felt the faint jolts as the gunners fired. Another miss. Han cursed and activated the comm. Listen up, you guys. I want portside gunner 1 to target the following coordinates and fire on my order. Glancing at his sensors, Han located the position of the first Drell ship, saw that it had swung far out, then turned and was coming back for another run. Han checked his XY coordinate grids and made a rapid calculation. He spat out a string of coordinates. Coordinates acknowledged, sir, the portside gunnery chief said. Gunner 2, target the following coordinates and fire your burst 5 seconds after Gunner 1. Got that? Han reeled off another string of coordinates. We copy, Captain. Gunner 3, target the following coordinates and fire your weapon 5 seconds after Gunner 1. Again, Han gave the prescribed coordinates. Yes, Captain. Ready. Okay. Gunner 1, prepare to fire. What Han was attempting was a military technique called a limited barrage pattern. It was designed to make a ship dodge a burst of fire, only to run right into another blast. Tricky, but if they could get the timing right. Han counted seconds in his head as he angled his stern slightly toward the Drell, offering the most tempting target he could. 3, 2, 1. Portside gunner 1, fire! The deadly beam shot out, but as Han had figured, the agile Drell vessel evaded the blast. 4, 3, 2, 1. Han counted, watching the portside view screen. Yes! He shouted as the evading ship ran straight into the blast from portside gun 2. Incandescent white fire blossomed against the blackness. You got him! Cheers erupted from the comm unit. The headhunters were zeroing in on another of the Drell ships. Stuttering bursts from their lasers shone red against the star-speckled blackness. Han could only spare a glance for the snub fighters in their battle. He sent the Star Jewel hurtling toward the 2 remaining Drell ships, then spoke into the comm. Starboard gunners, prepare to fire continuous bursts on my order. Coordinates are... Glancing at his board, he gave them a string of numbers. He watched as the 2 Drell ships came about for another attack run, then began hurtling toward the yacht at full speed. Starboard gunners, fire at maximum. Now! The 3 powerful turbo lasers blasted away into empty space. Those captains are going to think I've lost my mind, Han thought as he counted the bursts from his starboard battery, mentally timing their pounding rhythm. What he was planning required pinpoint timing. As the Drells reached firing range, Han wrenched his controls, rolling the big ship to port, turning it up on its side. Seeing that Han hadn't lost his mind after all, the Drell pirates scattered wildly, trying to evade the bursts from the turbo lasers that were now aiming directly at them. One Drell pirate managed to evade, but the other one was trapped in the middle of the full barrage pattern. The blast from starboard gun 2 caught it dead center. This time, the Star Jewel was close enough to the explosion to lose a starboard deflector when it was repeatedly pummeled by wreckage. Han watched the indicators on his instruments leap as the Hutt yacht sheared through the zone of destruction, then out the other side. He glanced at the port view screen. The other Drell ship was slowly spinning, a huge hole blown in its side. Only one of the headhunters was visible. The 4th Drell ship, the one that escaped the barrage pattern, was hightailing it. Han considered giving chase, but he knew the pirate had too much of a head start. Instead, he turned the yacht and headed back to pick up the remaining headhunter. By the time he remembered to flick the comm unit back on, Jabba's threats and imprecations had died away. Han cleared his throat. We're okay, Your Excellency. Hope I didn't jounce you around too much back there. My precious cargo's upset, Jabba grumbled. I may have to sacrifice one of my dancers to appease his appetite. Blood-eaters are sensitive creatures, Solo. Yes, sir. Sorry about that, sir, but I had to fight. Otherwise we'd have been blown out of space. Those pirates weren't just looking for loot and salvage, Your Excellency. They knew we were coming. They were waiting at exactly the right spot to intercept a ship making the last leg of a trip to Tatooine. Really? Jabba's petulant tone suddenly hardened. Now the crime lord was all business. What do you think they were attempting to do, Captain? Disable or destroy us, Your Excellency, Han said, opening the landing bay doors so the one remaining headhunter could limp in. I believe they were after you, sir. Another assassination attempt. Jabba sounded very thoughtful. Han knew that devious mind was working at light speed. I think so, sir. Interesting, Jabba grunted. Captain, may I ask where you learned those unorthodox maneuvers? At the Imperial Academy, Your Excellency. I see. They proved most useful, I must admit. You are to be doubly commended for foiling this cowardly attempt to murder me, Captain Solo. Remind me of that when we return to Nar Shaddaa. You bet, Han promised. Solo knows something, Jabba the Hutt said to his uncle Gilliac 2 weeks later, as they shared a light repast in the small lounge that adjoined Gilliac's audience chamber on Nar Shaddaa. Gilliac reached into his elegant combination snackquarium and water pipe, a gift from the long-dead Zaval, and extracted a wriggly morsel. Holding the frantic creature in midair, he regarded it absently. Really? He said after a moment's silent consideration. Knows what? Jabba wriggled closer to the snackquarium and, away from his clan lord, reached in for a choice little snack. Green slime gathered at the corners of his mouth as he anticipated the delicious, rubbery warmth of the little amphibian sliding down his gullet. Even with this distraction, he was still able to focus on Gilliac's question. Jabba was nothing if not practical. I don't know, he said. I suspect the only way to find out is to ask him. Ask him what? Demanded Gilliac as Jabba popped the treat into his mouth. Glunk. Jabba swallowed noisily before answering. Ask him how he knew to react so quickly with those Drell ships. Ship's logs showed he was tracking with his weapon systems and taking evasive maneuvers even before they fired on us. How did Solo know those Drell ships meant trouble? We've hired Drell pirates ourselves in the past, Gilliac reminded him. The question we must ask is, was this attack one from within our clan or from outside? He folded his small hands together on the swell of his belly folds. Make no mistake, nephew. There are those within Gilliac who would wrest the leadership of the Khajiit from me. True, Jabba agreed, but I do not think this was an attack from within the Khajiit. My informants assure me that the entire clan was pleased with our profit ratio last quarter. Then who do you think was behind the attack? Gilliac asked. Basadi, Jabba replied flatly. Gilliac cursed. Naturally. They're the only ones who have sufficient funds to hire the Drell pirates. Blast them. The Hutt Lord's massive tail whipped back and forth on the polished floor. Nephew, Aruk rose above himself. Yalessian trade is making Basadi so wealthy they're becoming a personal danger, not simply an economic threat. We must act, and soon. This threat to Jijilic must not go unpunished. Agreed, Uncle, Jabba said after swallowing another Serindian wriggler. So what should we do? We need more information, Gilliac decided. Then we can plan our retaliation. Flicking on the comm unit, he said, Be low. Immediately the response came back. I'm here, Your Magnificence. What do you wish? Summon Solo to us, Gilliac ordered. We wish to speak with him. Immediately, Lord Gilliac, Dilo replied. It was several hours before Solo appeared, and Jabba and Gilliac were growing increasingly annoyed at having to wait by the time the Corellian entered the audience chamber. He was accompanied, as always, by his tall, hairy companion. Both Hutts looked him over in silence for several minutes. Solo shifted a little, and Jabba sensed he was uneasy, though for a human he hid anxiety well. Greetings, Solo, Gilliac finally intoned in his deepest, most intimidating voice. The Corellian captain bowed. Greetings, Your Excellency. What can I do for you? We want the truth, Jabba said, not waiting for Gilliac to mince around the subject. Jabba enjoyed being direct and putting other sentients on the spot. You can give us the truth. Jabba's eyesight was sharp, and Hutts could see farther into the infrared than humans could. He watched the blood ebb from Solo's face as he paled, though his expression did not change. The Wookiee shifted uneasily and whined softly. Your impressiveness. Solo wet his lips. I'm afraid I don't understand. The truth about what? Jabba didn't mince words. I've reviewed the Star Jewels log, Captain. How did you know the Drell pilots were waiting to attack us? Solo hesitated, then drew a deep breath. I've run into an ambush from pirates in Drell-built cruisers before, he said, and I know that you, Gilliac, and you, Jabba, have enemies that are wealthy enough to hire assassins. Gilliac was staring hard at the young Corellian. When did you encounter such an ambush, Captain? He asked slowly. 5 years ago, Your Excellency. Jabba leaned forward. And who were you working for when you encountered them, Solo? The Corellian smuggler hesitated, then said quietly, I was working for Zaval, sir, on Ulesia. Gilliac's eyes widened. Yes, my memory is stirring. Was it you that brought me my snackquarium? I remember the Sullustan, but humans look so much alike. Yes, sir, that was me, Han said. Jabba could tell it would cost him something to admit the truth. Why didn't you tell us this before? Gilliac asked, his voice as cold as a Hothan glacier. What are you hiding, Captain? Nothing, Solo protested, shaking his head. Listen, this is the truth, Your Excellency. I wanted to work for you, but I thought you wouldn't like it if you knew I'd worked for Basadi clan, even just piloting spice freighters, so I didn't mention it, that's all. His brown eyes blazed, and he waved his arms to emphasize his point. Truth is, I actually worked for Terenza. I barely knew Zaval. I'm sorry if you thought any different, Your Excellency. Gilliac gazed down at the Corellian from his dais. You are correct, Solo. I would not have hired you had I known this. Silence. Solo had no answer save a shrug. Gilliac considered for a moment. Are you still working for them? No, Your Excellency, Solo said. I'm willing to testify to that under truth drug. Or you can take Glitterstim and scan me. I left Ulesia 5 years ago, and I never want to go back. Jabba turned to his uncle. Uncle, it occurs to me that Solo's probably telling the truth. If he were still working for Basadi at present, he hardly would have fought so valiantly to save the Star Jewel and me, would he? Instead, our brave captain would have heaved my ship to and allowed it to be boarded, and me killed. The smaller Hutt gazed at the Corellian solemnly. Therefore, unless Basadi's far more subtle and clever than I believe them to be, our captain is telling the truth. Solo nodded. I am, Your Excellency. Matter of fact, I got no use for Ulesia and those who run it. You know what I think of slavers and the slave trade, and Basadi's the biggest exporter of slaves in the galaxy. True, Jabba said. Captain Solo, now that my uncle has identified you as one of the messengers from Zaval, my own memory has been refreshed. Very soon after that threat from Zaval, we received reports that there had been an uprising on Ulesia. The Glitterstim factory was destroyed, Zaval was killed in an armed attack, and several slaves were rescued. 2 ships were stolen. Jabba watched Solo's face intently for his reaction, but the Corellian smuggler revealed nothing. Captain, Gilliac said, we were told that a human, one Vic Drago, was single-handedly responsible for the conflict on Ulesia. We were also told that Vic Drago was reportedly killed by bounty hunters soon afterward. What do you know of all this? Solo shifted, and now Jabba could tell he was struggling to make a decision. Finally he nodded. I know a lot about it, he admitted. I'm Vic Drago. Jabba and Gilliac exchanged a long look. Did you kill Zaval? Jabba said in his deepest, most intimidating voice. Not really. Solo wet his lips. It was an accident, sort of. Hey, it wasn't my fault. Both Hutts looked at each other again, then burst out into booming roars of laughter. Ho ho ho! Jabba shouted. Solo, for a human, you are a rare sentience. The Corellian seemed taken aback. You're not mad because I caused a Hutt to die? Zaval threatened me, Gilliac reminded the Corellian. He and his clan caused Jajilek many problems, and cost us some lives. Hutts prefer to ruin enemies by stripping them of their wealth, Captain, but we are not above assassination as a means to rid ourselves of a problem. Jabba watched as Solo visibly relaxed. Oh, well humans do that too sometimes. Really? Gilliac seemed surprised. Then perhaps there's more for your species after all, Captain Solo. The Corellian smiled wryly. Jabba recognized the expression because he was so used to having humans attend him. However, Jabba said, waving a cautionary finger, it would not do for it to become generally known that a human killed a Hutt and remained unmolested, Captain. If you ever divulge the truth to anyone else, we'll have to see you are silenced. Permanently. Do we understand each other? Solo nodded silently, obviously impressed by Jabba's threat. So, Gilliac was all business once more. You worked for Basadi, Captain Solo. What can you tell us about them? Well, I was there about 5 years ago, Solo cautioned, but living on Ylesia is something I could hardly forget. Who gave you your orders, Solo? Jabba asked. Terenza, the human replied. He really runs the place, being the high priest and all. Terenza? Tell us about him, Jabba instructed. Well, he's a Talanda Till, the Corellian said. You know what they are, right? Both Hutts indicated that they did. Well, Terenza reports to his Hutt overlord the way he did to Zaval when I was there, Solo said. But he's the one who makes the decisions, and who oversees the day-to-day administration of the Ylesian colonies. Terenza's pretty smart, and he's an efficient administrator. I gather profits were pretty good, though I'm sure they had a bad year after I destroyed the Glitterstim factory. At the thought of the destruction of so much valuable property and spice, both Hutts winced. Solo shrugged again. Yeah, it bothered me too, but I needed a diversion. How did Zaval really die? The ceiling collapsed on him, Solo said. While we were raiding Terenza's treasure room, we got caught, and... Jabba's eyes narrowed. Treasure room? What treasure? That's what we called it, Solo explained. Terenza's a really single-minded collector of rare things. Art, antiquities, weapons, musical instruments, furniture, jewelry. You name it, and he's got some. He's built a big room to house his collection down in the bowels of the administration building on Ylesia. He lives for his collection, 'cause there's not much to do on Ylesia. It's mostly jungle. I see, Juliak said thoughtfully, with a sideways glance at Jabba. The younger Hutt could tell that his uncle's mind was busily churning out a plot based on the information Solo had just given them. Jiliak continued to question Solo about the spice factories on Ylesia, how the operation was set up, how many guards there were, etc. Jabba listened with interest. His uncle was an experienced and devious leader of the Khajiitic. What did he have in mind now? Finally, Jiliak dismissed the Corellian, and Solo and the Wookiee turned and left the audience chamber. So, Uncle, Jabba said, what are you thinking? Jiliak slowly took his hookah out of the bottom of the snaquarium and began puffing on it. Jabba smelled the sweetish odor of Markan herbs, a mild euphoric drug. There were several minutes before the Khajiitic leader spoke. Jabba, my nephew, I am thinking that all this enmity between Basadi and Jajilic must cease. Sooner or later, one of their attempts against us will succeed, and that would be a tragedy. I agree, Jabba said, feeling his hide prickle as he imagined what an assassin's vibroblade would do to him. Or perhaps they'd just dump him into the vacuum without a suit. He shuddered at the thought. But what can we do? I believe we should call for an interclan meeting to be held on neutral ground, Jiliak said slowly between puffs, and that we should offer a non-violence pact to Basadi. Will they accept it? Jabba couldn't see why they should. Aruk is no fool. He will at least appear to accept it, nephew. Jabba knew there had to be more to it than that. What is behind this request? He asked slowly. Jabba knew he himself was a clever Hutt, but sometimes Jiliak could be downright devious. My agenda for this meeting will include a request for up-to-date profit disclosure on both sides, Jiliak said, and a request for income equalization. Basadi will never agree to that. I know, but it's a valid reason for requesting profit disclosure, and Basadi will recognize that. And you think Basadi will share their information with us? I believe they will, nephew. Aruk will enjoy the chance to flaunt their profit margins before Jajilic. Jabba nodded. He will. You are correct. I believe he will take this chance to bring in the leadership of Ylesia in order to validate their figures, so Aruk can boast about their profits. Who is the current overseer? Kibik is in charge of the Ylesian operation. But Kibik's an idiot, Jabba pointed out. He'd met the younger Hutt before at an inter-Khajiitic conference. True, Jiliak said. My guess is that the true leader of Ylesia will also be summoned to report. Jabba's eyes widened, then narrowed at the thought. He chuckled aloud. I begin to see your drift, Uncle. Jiliak puffed serenely on his hookah. The corners of his wide, lipless mouth turned up. Terenza was relaxing in his sling when the most famous bounty hunter in the Empire arrived to see him. Gunnar Tos came hurrying into the Talanda Till's inner sanctum, twisting his warty green hands anxiously. Sir, your excellency, Boba Fett's here, and says you're paying him to come for a personal interview. Is that true, sir? Yes, the High Priest of Ylesia said. his breath puffing out in a long hiss as he struggled up out of his sling to stand upon all four pillar-like feet. Anticipation pounded like a drum roll in his 2 hearts and 3 stomachs. The sentient who entered the room wore battered, greenish Mandalorian battle armor. 2 braided Wookiee sculpts, one black and one white, hung from his right shoulder. His features were completely masked by his helmet. Behind the eye slit, Terenza thought he could make out the glint of his eyes. "Greetings, Master Fett," Terenza broomed, wondering whether to offer his hand. He had a feeling that if he did, Fett would ignore it, so he didn't. "I would like to thank you for coming so promptly. I trust you had no problems with our treacherous Yalesian air currents and storms on our way through our atmosphere." "Let's not waste time," Fett said, his voice flat and inhuman as it came through the helmet's speaker. "You mentioned Mandalorian wrist darts in your collection as my fee for coming here for a personal interview. Take me to see them. Now." "Oh, certainly, certainly, Master Fett, sir," Terenza cried. He had a sudden, cold certainty that if Fett were to decide for some reason to kill him, there'd be little he could do to prevent it. Despite Terenza's massive bulk, easily 5 times that of the human, he felt naked and vulnerable in the presence of the notorious bounty hunter. Quickly he ushered Fett through the door in his private apartment that led into his treasure room. "They're right here," he said, having to forcibly stop himself from talking too quickly, almost babbling. Fett moved beside him, his progress as silent and deadly as a poisoned dart. Opening a case, the Yalesian high priest seized the wristlets. Each contained a spring mechanism that would shoot a profusion of tiny, deadly darts when the wearer moved his fingers in a certain way. "A matched set," Terenza gabbled. "I was assured they're in perfect working order." "I'll determine that for myself," Fett said, his voice, as always, flat and emotionless. Sealing the wristlets on, he turned in one smooth, lithe motion and fired both of them into a thick tapestry that adorned the wall. Terenza squeaked in protest, but dared not say more. Only after Fett had collected the darts from the tapestry did he turn to face the high priest. "Very well. I'm paid for my time, priest. What is it you wish?" Terenza pulled himself together. Fett was about to become his employee, after all, in a manner of speaking. He summoned as much dignity as he could, despite the racing of his pulses. "There's a smuggler, Han Solo by name. You may have seen wanted posters for him?" Fett nodded once. "Solo travels with a Wookiee, they say, these days. He's been reported seen on Nar Shaddaa. They say that 9 or 10 bounty hunters have tried for him, but he's been too quick for all of them." Fett nodded again. Terenza found his silence unnerving, but he continued doggedly. "I want him. Alive and relatively unharmed. No disintegrations." "That makes it harder," Fett said. "For 7,500 credits, it's not worth my time." Terenza had been afraid of this. Inwardly he quailed at the thought of what Aruk would have to say about this. Aruk liked to call himself frugal. Terenza thought of him as a cheap old miser. But he had to have Solo. Should he try raising the bounty credits himself? He didn't want to sell part of his collection. "Yalesia will increase the bounty on Solo to 20,000 credits," Terenza said firmly. He resolved to talk Tibbet and Aruk into proving the increase. He'd manage. Somehow. After all, it was Aruk's responsibility as head of Basadi. Fett remained motionless, then finally, just when Terenza thought he'd say no, he nodded again. "All right." The high priest had to resist the urge to babble thanks at the bounty hunter. "When do you think you can have him?" Terenza asked eagerly. "That's not enough of a bounty to make me put aside my other commitments," Fett said. "You'll have him when I get to him, priest." Terenza fought his disappointment, but "Make it 100,000 and I'll put Solo as my first priority," Fett offered. 100,000 credits. Terenza's mind reeled. His entire collection wasn't worth much more than that. Aruk would have him drowned in Yalesia's oceans if he promised such a bounty. He shook his head. "No, just put him on your list. We'll wait." "And you'll have Solo," Fett promised. As Terenza stood watching, Boba Fett turned and walked away. Terenza strained his excellent hearing, but he could hear nothing. Soundlessly, Fett vanished through the door. The high priest knew he wouldn't see him again until the day he brought Han Solo back to Yalesia to face a terrible fate. "Just wait, Solo," he thought. "You are a dead man. You just don't know it. Yet." Chapter 5 The 13th Bounty Hunter. 2 months and 3 bounty hunters later, Han and Chewbacca were well on their way to saving the credits they'd need to lease a ship of their own. Jabba and Jiliak were sticklers when it came to keeping schedules, but they paid well if their orders were followed to the letter. There were no further attacks on the Hutt yachts, but it was obvious to Han that a confrontation was brewing between Jishelik and Basadi. He knew that Jiliak's messengers had made some kind of a proposal to Aruk the Hutt's representatives. Aruk had come back with a request for a face-to-face conference. Han gathered that such conferences were highly unusual in Hutt society. He kept his eyes and ears open, wondering if he'd be ordered to fly Jabba and Jiliak to attend the meeting. Han and Chewie worked long hours, but sometimes days went by without missions. During their off hours, they hung out with the other smugglers in the Corellian sector, playing sabacc and other games of chance. Always ready for entertainment and intrigued by novelty, Han was attracted one day by a huge hollow sign in one of the ancient, though still maintained, hotel casinos. Headlining at the Chance Castle was a stage magician who was, by all reports, one of the best illusionists in the galaxy. Her name was Zaviri. Han checked out the admission price, and when he discovered they could afford it, he suggested to Chewbacca that they attend a magic show that night. Han didn't believe in magic any more than he believed in religion, but he'd had some experience with sleight of hand and learning pickpocketing and card tricks, and he enjoyed trying to figure out how each trick was done. Chewbacca proved strangely reluctant to go. He whined and shook his head, telling Han they should go out with Mako that night, or over to see Roa, who had bought a small one-man snub fighter that pirates had salvaged and was working on it. Several times Han and Chewie had given him a hand fixing it up. Han pointed out they could help Roa any night, but that Zaviri was only scheduled to appear for a week's run. Chewie shook his head, silent, but obviously unhappy. Han stared at the Wookiee, wondering just what in the name of blazes was wrong with him. "Hey, pal, what's the matter? This would be fun." Chewie just grunted and shook his head, not answering. Han regarded him, puzzled, when suddenly he had a flash of insight. Wookiees were still a primal people. They'd incorporated and adapted advanced technology so it fit into their society, but they weren't naturally technological. Wookiees were a very intelligent species who had learned to pilot spaceships through hyperspace, but they'd never built any of their own. Wookiees who left Kashyyyk, though that was rare now that the Empire declared Kashyyyk a slave labor world, did so on ships built by other sentients than themselves. Wookiee society still contained rites and customs that many citizens of the Empire would consider primitive. Chewie had his own beliefs, and they included a certain amount of what Han regarded as superstition. Wookiee legends contain frightening tales of supernatural beings that prowled, hungered, and thirsted by night, as well as stories of evil magicians and sorcerers who could work their will on others for nefarious purposes. Han stared at his hairy partner for a long moment. "Hey, Chewie," he said finally, "you know as well as I do that what they're calling magic and Zaviri's act ain't nothing but a bunch of simple tricks and nonsense, right?" Chewbacca heard, but he didn't sound too positive about it. Han reached up and ruffled the hair on the top of the Wookiee's head. Dulana had often caressed him in just that way. It was the Wookiee equivalent of a comforting pat on the shoulder. "Believe me, Chewie," he continued, "these stage magicians don't actually do real magic. Not the kind in Wookiee legends. What this Zaviri does is all sleight of hand, like what I can do with card chips. Either that or it's done with hollow projections or mirrors or something like that. No real magic. Nothing supernatural." Chewie whined, but he was beginning to look reassured. "I'll bet you that if you come with me tonight, I can spot how this Zaviri does all of her tricks," Han said. "How about it, pal? Is it a deal?" The Wookiee wanted to know what Han was willing to bet. The Corellian thought for a moment. "I'll fix breakfast and clean up for a month if I can't figure out how she does 'em," he promised. "And if I do manage to do it, you pay me back for your own ticket. How's that?" Chewbacca decided that was fair. The two smugglers got to the performance early enough to get seats close to the stage. They waited restlessly until there came a blare of fanfare, and the hollow curtain vanished to reveal the stage and its sole occupant. Zaviri proved to be a voluptuous, attractive woman several years older than Han. She had long, heavy black hair that she wore in an elaborate coiffure. Her eyes flashed silver from the iris enhancers she wore. The magician wore a costume of violet silk, slashed in strategic places to permit occasional tantalizing glimpses of the golden skin beneath it. She was an exciting, exotic-looking woman. Han wondered what planet she came from. He'd never seen anyone who looked like her before. After she was introduced, she went straight into her act. With a minimum of stage patter, she performed increasingly difficult tricks. Both Han and Chewbacca were captivated as they watched her illusions. Several times Han thought he might be able to guess how a trick had been engineered, but he was never able to spot any flaws in her routine. He knew he'd lost his bet with Chewie. Zaviri performed all the traditional illusions, and then improved on them. She lasered a volunteer from the audience in half, then lasered herself in two. She teleported, not only herself, but a small flock of Rhodian batwings from one glass iron cage to another one across the stage, all in one burst of smoke and flame. Her illusions were stylish and imaginative, and so well done it appeared she really possessed supernatural powers. When she seemingly released a flock of cave-in whistlers to attack the audience, even Han flinched. And Chewie had to be restrained from trying to attack the illusionary beasts, so real did they appear. For the grand finale of her act, Zaviri made the entire wall of the hotel ballroom disappear, replaced with a star-flecked blackness of space. As the audience oohed and ahed, suddenly the emptiness of space was filled with a terrifying vision of a rogue dwarf star rushing headlong at them. Even Han couldn't stop himself from crying out and ducking as the enormous illusion dominated the room. Chewie howled in terror and nearly crawled under his seat. It was all Han could do to drag him back upright when the illusion abruptly vanished, and there, replacing it, was a huge image of Zaviri, bowing and smiling. Han clapped until his hands were sore, yelling and whistling. What a show! After all the applause had died away, Han made sure he found his way backstage. He wanted to meet the lovely illusionist, wanted to tell her she was extraordinarily talented. Zaviri was the first woman he'd found himself really attracted to in a very long time. Since Bria had left, matter of fact. After a long wait amid the stage door crowd, Han saw Zaviri emerge from her dressing room. The silver iris enhancers were gone, and her eyes were now their natural dark brown. She wore a stylish street outfit instead of the silk costume. Smiling warmly, she scribed her signature and personalized messages to her fans, then thumbprinted them into tiny hollow cubes as a memento. She was gracious and pleasant to her admirers. Han deliberately hung back until everyone except her assistant, a surly Rhodian, was gone. Finally he stepped forward, smiling his best, most charming smile. "Hi," he said, looking her in the eye. Zaviri was nearly as tall as he was, and her high-heeled, elaborately decorated boots made them the same height. "Han Solo, Lady Zaviri, and my partner Chewbacca. I wanted to tell you that I thought that was the most original, exciting magic act I've ever seen." Zaviri looked him and Chewbacca up and down assessingly, then smiled. A very different sort of smile, cold and cynical. "Greetings, Solo. Let me guess," she said. "You're selling something?" Han shook his head. Very perceptive of her, but it's been a long time since I've been a con man. These days, I'm just a pilot. "Not at all, lady. I'm just a fan who admires stage magic. Also, I wanted to give Chewie a chance to see you and smell you, so he'll know you're as human as I am. I'm afraid you more than impressed him. When you filled the air with those cave-in whistlers, it was like something out of a Wookiee night flyer legend. He didn't know whether to dig a hole in the floor or fight for his life." She glanced up at Chewbacca, then slowly, her cynical smile faded, to be replaced by the real thing. "Pleased to meet you, Chewbacca. Sorry if I scared you," she said, holding out her hand. Chewie engulfed her hand in his two hairy paws and spouted Wookiee at her, which she seemed to understand perfectly. He told her that her show had amazed and terrified him, but that now it was over, he found he'd really enjoyed himself. "Why, thank you," she exclaimed. "That's the reaction a magician hopes to get." Han was almost jealous to see how she and the Wookiee seemed to hit it off. Zaviri responded to Chewie's open admiration with genuine warmth. Before the moment could be lost, Han stepped forward and invited the illusionist to go out with them for a post-performance snack. She eyed him, the caution back in her eyes. Han studied her and suddenly realized that this was a human who had suffered a terrible loss in the past. It made her cautious, protective. She'll say no, he thought, disappointed. But to his surprise, after a moment's consideration, Zaviri agreed to accompany them. Han took her to a little bistro in the Corellian sector where the food and drink were good and cheap, and a woman with a lute pipe alternatively strummed and sang softly. It took a while, but Zaviri slowly relaxed and even smiled at Han as well as Chewie. After they walked her back to her hotel, the magician took Han's hand in both of hers and gazed at him earnestly. Solo. Thank you. I've really enjoyed meeting you and Chewbacca. She looked over at the Wookiee, who gave her a pleased whine. I find I'm sorry to have to say goodbye, and it's been a long time since I could say that to anyone. Han smiled at her. Then don't say goodbye, Zaviri. Say, I'll be seeing you, because it's true. She took a deep breath. I don't know if that's a good idea, Solo. I do, Han said. Trust me. Han was back at the stage door the next night, and the next. He and Zaviri got to know each other, little by cautious little. She was uncommunicative about her past, even more reticent than Han himself. By listening and asking roundabout questions, Han managed to discover a few things about her. She hated the Empire and Imperial officials with single-minded, quiet ferocity that he found disturbing. She was proud of her skills as a magician and couldn't resist a challenge. And she was lonely. It was a hard life, traveling from planet to planet, playing to cheering crowds, but always winding up alone in some hotel room. Han got the impression that it had been a long time, perhaps years, since Zaviri had spent time with a man. She had many opportunities, but her natural reserve and suspicion made her resist involvements. For the first time in his life, Han found that he was the person who had to open up, to try to get past barriers that made his own considerable emotional defenses seem puny. It was hard to do. Several times he was tempted to quit, to give up his pursuit as hopeless. But Zaviri intrigued and excited him. He wanted to get to know her, and he wanted her to trust him, even a little. The third night he spent time with her, Zaviri gave him a quick kiss at the door to her room, before vanishing inside. Han went home smiling. When he got ready to go out late the next night, Chewbacca rose to accompany him. Han held up a warning hand to the Wookiee. Chewie, old buddy, you don't have to come with me tonight. Chewbacca made a derisive sound. Han would get into trouble without him. He just knew it. Han smiled a slow, irresistible smile. Yup, that's what I'm hoping, pal. I'm going alone tonight. See you later. Much later, I hope. Smiling and whistling the beginning notes from Zaviri's opening number, Han left his apartment and headed for the Chance Castle. When he waited outside the door this night, Zaviri emerged wearing a simple black and scarlet jumpsuit that set off her hair and skin. She looked pleased to see him, but glanced around, obviously searching for Chewbacca. Where's Chewie? Han took her arm. He stayed home tonight. Tonight it's just you and me, babe, if that's okay. She looked at him, trying to look stern, then suddenly she smiled at him knowingly. Solo, you're a rogue. You know that? He smiled back. I'm glad you noticed. That means I'm your kind of guy, right? She shook her head. You never know. They went to one of the Hutt-owned casinos, and thanks to Han's privileged status as Jabba and Jiliak's pilot, they were given special treatment, free drinks, admission to special high-stakes games, plus good seats at the shows. It was late before they left, and true night still reigned over this section of Nar Shaddaa. Han walked Zaviri back to her hotel. She asked him how he'd become partners with Chewie, and he found himself telling her about his time as an officer in the Imperial Navy. And so, after they threw me out, he finished, I found that I couldn't get honest work as a pilot. I was blacklisted. I didn't know where my next meal was coming from. But even though I got mad and ordered Chewie to go, he wouldn't. Said a life debt is the most serious obligation a Wookiee can have. Even takes precedence over family ties. He glanced at Zaviri. Does that bother you that I was an Imperial officer? I know you hate the Empire. She shook her head. No, it doesn't bother me. You didn't stay in long enough to get corrupted. For that, you should give thanks to whatever gods you believe in. Han shrugged. I'm afraid that's a real short list. Not even one entry, he said, keeping it light. What about you? She glanced at him, and her eyes were haunted. Revenge is my religion, Solo. Revenge against the Empire for what they did to me. And mine. Han reached over and took her hand, gripped it strongly. Tell me, if you can. She shook her head. I can't. I've never told anyone. I will never talk about it. If I did, I think it might kill me. I really do, Solo. The Empire, Han was guessing. They killed your family? She drew a long breath, nodded, lips tightly pressed together. Husband, children, she said flatly. Yes, they killed them. I'm sorry, Han said. I never knew my family. I'm not sure I had one. Sometimes, like now, I think that might not be such a bad thing. Zaviri shook her head. I don't know. You may be right, Solo. All I do know is that I never miss an opportunity to hurt them. My work takes me through the galaxy, and believe me, this is the first engagement I've had in a long time where I haven't spent every free moment figuring out a way to hurt the Empire. Han smiled wryly. That's because there are no Imperials here on Nar Shaddaa. Which wasn't quite true, but it might as well be. There was an Imperial custom office on the smuggler's moon. The office was staffed by an old man named Dedro Needlob, who basically worked for the Hutts. He bore the title of Imperial Customs Inspector, though. He transmitted data about ships and their cargoes to the local sector MOF, Sarn Shield, when he felt like it. No one ever verified whether the data he transmitted was accurate. Basically, the Hutts had their own arrangements with Sarn Shield. They made political contributions and personal gifts to Shield as a gratitude for being such a good Imperial rep. Shield, in turn, left the Hutts and their holdings pretty much alone. Each prospered from the arrangement, like a symbiotic organism, Han thought. Exactly, she said. There's no point in harming old Dedro Needlub. Hurting him would hurt the Hutts and Nar Shaddaa, and it might actually benefit the Empire. That's the last thing I want. So how do you hurt them? Han asked, wondering whether she was an assassin. She was an accomplished gymnast and contortionist, and some of her tricks involved weapons such as daggers, sabers, and vibroblades. But he had trouble imagining her in the role of an assassin. Zaviri was smart, very smart. Probably smarter, Han had to concede, than he was. She'd be more likely to use brains rather than weapons in her one-woman vendetta against the Empire. She gave him an enigmatic smile. That would be telling. Han shrugged. Hey, I got no love for the Empire myself. They're slavers these days, and I hate slavery. Maybe I could give you a hand sometime. I'm pretty good in a fight. Zaviri regarded him thoughtfully. I'll consider it. I've been thinking about replacing old Galart soon. He's not quick enough anymore to be a good assistant in the act, and he can't pilot. It's hard on me to do all the piloting myself. Well, lady, let me tell you, I'm a first-class pilot, Han said with a grin. Matter of fact, I'm good at a lot of things. She rolled her eyes. And modest, too. By now, they had reached the door to Zaviri's room. The illusionist looked at Han for a long, level second. It's pretty late, Solo. He didn't move. Yeah. She pressed the door lock with her forefinger and thumb, and it opened silently. Zaviri hesitated for a second, then walked into her room. Leaving the door open, Han smiled and followed her in. Han awoke after a few hours and decided to leave Zaviri, who was still deeply asleep, to finish her rest. Quietly, he dressed and let himself out of the room after leaving a message on her comlink that he'd see her later that day. It was just after sunrise on Nar Shaddaa, though the activity on the smuggler's moon had little to do with the unnaturally, to most sentients, long days and nights. Nar Shaddaa was always awake, always active. Han walked toward home through crowded streets, hearing the cries of the street vendors selling their myriad wares. Han whistled a few bars of an old Corellian folk song as he walked. He felt great. He hadn't realized how lonely he'd been for female companionship. It had been a long time since he'd met a woman he really cared for, and Zaviri obviously found him as attractive as he found her. The memory of her kisses still had the power to stir him. Han found himself counting the hours until he could see her again, and chuckled to himself, shaking his head. Get a hold of yourself, Solo. You're no moony-eyed kid anymore. You're... Without warning, something jabbed him in the right buttock. At first, Han thought he'd staggered and bumped his rear against a sharp piece of glass sign protruding from the half-ruined building beside him. Then a rush of strange, tingling warmth engulfed him. His steps faltered and his vision blurred, then cleared. What's happening? Steely fingers clamped onto his arm and dragged him into the alley. Han realized with horror that he couldn't fight back. His hands wouldn't obey the commands of his brain. Drugged? Oh no! A flat, inhuman voice spoke to him from just behind his right shoulder. Stand still, Solo. Han discovered he could do nothing else than stand perfectly still. Inwardly he was raging, his anger as hot and explosive as star plasma, but outwardly his body was completely obedient to that artificially amplified voice. Who's got me? What does he want? Han concentrated every muscle, every sinew, every neuron of his being into moving his hands, his arms, his legs. Sweat gathered on his forehead, trickled down into his eyes, but he couldn't so much as twitch a finger. The hand left his arm, went down to his thigh to unfasten the leather strap that held his blaster secure in its holster. Han could feel the weight against his thigh lighten as his attacker disarmed him. Raging, he tried again to move, but he might as well have tried to push a ship into hyperspace using his own muscle power. He tried to speak, tried to say, "Who are you?" but that proved beyond him too. All he could do was to breathe, in and out, blink his eyes, and obey. If Han had been a Wookiee, he'd have howled long and loud. After relieving Han of his blaster, his captor walked around him. Finally, Han got a look at him. Bounty hunter, his mind screamed. Beat up, greenish-gray Mandalorian armor, a helmet that completely hid his features and armed to the teeth. He even had black and white braided scalps of some kind hanging from his right shoulder. Han wondered what the man's name was. He must be one of the elite, a bounty hunter who went after only tough cases. The Corellian supposed he ought to be flattered, but it seemed a dubious honor at best. The bounty hunter went on to pat Han down, looking for more weaponry. He found Han's multi-tool in his pocket and confiscated that. The Corellian tried again to move, but he could do absolutely nothing but inhale and exhale. His breathing was loud and harsh in his own ears. The figure in the Mandalorian armor glanced up at him. "Don't waste your energy, Solo. I jabbed you with a dose of a handy little potion they've come up with on Ryloth. Expensive, but for the bounty they're paying, you're worth it. You won't be able to move, except at my command, for several hours. It varies from subject to subject. By the time you can move under your own power, we'll be aboard my ship and halfway to Ulesia." Han stared at the bounty hunter, suddenly realizing he'd seen that figure in Mandalorian armor before, a long time ago. Where? He concentrated, but the memory wouldn't surface. Having finished his search, the bounty hunter straightened. "All right, turn around." Han found himself turning. "Now walk. Turn right at the mouth of the alley." The Corellian raged helplessly as his body obeyed every command. Right, left, right, left. He was walking, and the bounty hunter was right behind him. Han could catch occasional glimpses of him with his peripheral vision. They walked down the street of Nar Shaddaa, and for a moment Han hoped they might encounter one of his friends, even possibly Chewie. Surely someone would notice what was happening to him. But although many of the denizens of Nar Shaddaa watched bounty hunter and prize walk past, nobody even spoke to them. Han didn't really blame them. This bounty hunter, whoever he was a different sort than the ones he'd dealt with before. This guy was skilled, clever, and extremely dangerous. Anyone who interfered with him would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Right, left, right, left, right, left. The bounty hunter turned right at the intersection leading to the nearest transport tube. Han knew where they must be heading, the closest public landing platform. The bounty hunter must have a ship waiting there. Obediently, Han stepped into the transport tube. He tried again to move. Just let him wiggle even a finger or a toe. But it was hopeless. The public transport system consisted of small capsules that would hold 4 or 5 individuals, all strung together in a line like beads on a string. Han's captor did not sit down, but he ordered Han to do so. The Corellian sat there, fuming, imagining all the things he would do to this bounty hunter if only he could move. The man did not speak. Han could not. It was a short, silent ride. When they debarked from the tube capsule, Han found himself, as he'd suspected, at one of the public rooftop landing fields. The field was huge, broken only by several air shafts that gave light to the buildings beneath the platform. The air shafts yawned, with no railings to protect a careless walker from plunging to his, her, or its death hundreds or thousands of stories below. Han had a sudden vivid memory of the night Garrus Shrike had chased him across the topmost platforms on Coruscant. He'd barely escaped with his life then. The Corellian had a bad feeling that this time he wasn't going to be so lucky. Han found himself wondering what fate held in store for him back on Ulesia. Terenza didn't have a molecule of kindness or mercy in his entire enormous body. He'd see that his prisoner met a slow and agonizing end. For a moment, Han wished he could get control of his body just long enough to make a running dive down one of those air shafts. But no matter how he struggled to move, he could do nothing except obey orders. Han and his captors strode between the grounded ships, heading Han knew not where. Right, left, right, left, right, left. The bounty hunter pointed, his arm coming into Han's view. Head for that ship, the modified fire spray class. Han could see it now. The bounty hunter wasn't kidding when he'd said modified. The patrol and attack ship was very unusual, obviously heavily modified. Unlike other vessels, it landed with its Hutt engineering systems, F-31 drive engines down against the permacrete. Roughly egg-shaped, when those powerful engines were engaged, the ship would stand up on end to fly. Han had never seen anything quite like it, but the vessel reminded him of its owner, powerful and deadly. For a moment, forgetting his predicament and his interest in the ship, Han found himself wishing he could get a look at the interior, only to catch himself in disgust. He was going to get a look at the interior, all right. He'd spent several days aboard that modified fire spray as it took him to certain torture and inevitable death. They were walking down the ragged aisle between two huge Derosian-built freighters now. In just a few steps, they'd be at the bounty hunter ship, and that would be it. Han knew better than to imagine he'd be able to somehow overpower this guy, seize control of the fire spray, and save himself. He wished he could swallow. His throat was so dry it ached. Right, left, right, left, right, left. This is it, Han thought. This is really it. Chapter 6. Love at First Flight. As Han marched woodenly forward, he caught a blur of motion out of the corner of his eye. A figure stepped out from behind the freighter's massive stabilizer fin. A voice he'd never heard before, low, pleasant, but holding plenty of authority, said, "Freeze, bounty hunter. Move and you've had it." The hand that had been resting lightly on Han's arm fell away. The Corellian, of course, was unable to stop walking. He marched forward into the sunlit expanse between himself and the modified fire spray, leaving his captor and his unknown benefactor behind him in the shadow of the ship. Relief washed over him. I'm saved! Only to be replaced with terror. Now that his eyes had adjusted to the sudden change from shadow to sunlight, he could see there was an air shaft between him and the fire spray. Unable to stop himself, he was going to walk right off the edge. Then the voice called after him, "Hey you, Solo, stop!" Han felt himself halting and was again flooded with relief. Fortunately, his body would obey orders from anyone, not just the unknown bounty hunter. "Turn around and come back here," the voice added. Joyfully, Han obeyed. As he walked toward his former captor and his rescuer, he stared into the shadows, but could make out little except that someone stood half behind the bounty hunter, holding the muzzle of a blaster shoved up under the edge of the Mandalorian helmet so it dug into the man's neck. As he walked back into the shadow of the freighter's stabilizer fin and his eyes adjusted from full sunlight, Han finally got a good look at his rescuer. He was a male, human, approximately Han's age, maybe a couple of years older. Slightly shorter than Han himself, he was slender and fit. He was clean-shaven with curling black hair, dark eyes, and skin the color of vine caffeine lightened with tragledon milk. The man was dressed in the height of fashion, a pale gold shirt that laced up the front, accented with black embroidery on the wide collar and cuffs. His narrow black trousers were impeccably pressed. A wide, cummerbund-like embroidered belt accented his narrow waist and flat stomach. He wore black soft boots, which explained why he'd been able to ambush the bounty hunter so soundlessly. A short black cape hung from his shoulders. As Han approached him, he smiled, an exceptionally charming smile that revealed excellent white teeth. "You may stop now, Solo," he said, halting Han well out of range of his erstwhile captor. Han stopped and stood watching as his rescuer's thumb moved on the firing control of the blaster as he pulled his hand back slightly. Feeling the newcomer's grip slacken, the bounty hunter started to swing around, raising his wrists. The bounty hunter wore Mandalorian wristlets that were undoubtedly loaded with deadly little darts. Han tried without success to scream a warning, but it was unnecessary. The newcomer was already firing. The stun blast hit the bounty hunter, and at such close range, even his Mandalorian armor couldn't deflect its effects. The bounty hunter went down bonelessly. The edges of his armor clattered on the permacrete as he landed. Han's rescuer replaced his small but deadly holdout blaster in a concealed holster attached to the ornamental belt. He gestured to Han. "Help me pick him up." Naturally, Han did as he was told. Together, he and the newcomer carried the unconscious hunter toward his ship. Han wondered what they were going to do with him. It wouldn't be long before he regained consciousness. "I wonder how long that stuff will affect you," the rescuer said thoughtfully. "Can you talk, Solo?" Han felt his lips moving. Yes, he said. He tried to say more than simple assent, but he couldn't. Han glanced over at him. I get it. You can respond to orders, but no more, right? I guess so, Han found himself replying. Nasty stuff he shot you with, the man said. I've heard of it, but never seen it in action. I'll have to investigate getting some of it. Could come in handy in a pinch. When they reached the ramp leading to the airlock of the fire spray, they laid the bounty hunter on the permacrete. The newcomer then proceeded to search his pockets and all the concealed places in his armor. Hello, what have we here? He exclaimed as his deft fingers encountered several vials in the bounty hunter's belt pocket. After holding each vial up to the light so he could read the label, Han's rescuer flashed him a roguish grin. You're in luck, Solo, he said. This is the stuff he shot into you. He held up a blue vial, and here's the antidote. He held up a green vial. Han waited impatiently as the newcomer loaded the injector with the substance. I'm having to guess at the dosage, he said. I'll give you the minimum, and if that doesn't help, I'll try a bit more. He placed the injector against Han's torso and then triggered it. As soon as his rescuer depressed the trigger and the substance flooded his body, Han felt himself tingle all over. Moments later, he could move and speak. Pal, I owe you one, he said, extending his hand to the other. If it hadn't been for you. He shook his head. So who are you, and why'd you rescue me? I've never seen you before in my life. The other grinned. Lando Calrissian, he replied, and as to why I saved you, it's a bit of a story. Let's deal with Boba Fett here, and then we'll talk. His gaze sharpened. Hey, Solo, you okay? Han felt dizzy. He dropped to one knee beside the prone figure of the bounty hunter and shook his head. Boba Fett? This is Boba Fett? The most famous bounty hunter in the galaxy had been hired to bring him in? Han felt himself tremble in reaction to the news. Oh man, Lando, he said. I didn't know. Well, you're safe now, Calrissian said cheerfully. You can get the shakes later, Solo. Right now we have to figure out what we're going to do with Master Fett here. He thought for a moment, then a slow, unpleasant smile stole across his face. He snapped his fingers. Got it. What? Calrissian was already loading the injector again, this time with the other vial, the blue one. He shook the bounty hunter, who groaned and stirred. He's coming around, so here goes nothing, he grunted. Han, who had reappropriated his blaster, kept the bounty hunter covered while Calrissian lifted the front of Fett's helmet, exposing his throat. The bounty hunter suddenly struggled violently. Freeze, Han ordered, holding the blaster against his helmet. This isn't set on stun, Fett, he snarled. After what you almost did to me, I'd cheerfully disintegrate you. Boba Fett lay quiet as Calrissian shoved the injector against his neck and triggered it. Moments later, Fett shivered. Lie still, Calrissian ordered. The bounty hunter obeyed. Han and Lando grinned at each other. Slow, nasty grins. All right, sit up, Calrissian said. Boba Fett did as he was told. You know what we ought to do, Calrissian said thoughtfully. If we had any idea of how long this stuff stays in the system, I'd say take him down to one of the local bars for a couple of hours and collect fees from folks who'd pay well to humiliate this guy. He's taken a lot of bounties. He's got to have lots of enemies. He said it would last several hours. There's no way to tell exactly, Han pointed out. Personally, he wanted nothing more than to get as far away from Fett and Slave One as he could. For a moment, he considered ordering Fett to march himself across the permacrete and down an air shaft, but a moment's reflection convinced them that even though it might be the smart thing to do, he just couldn't do it. Killing someone in a blaster fight was one thing, but callously ordering a sentient to kill himself, even when that sentient was a scummy bounty hunter, was quite another. True, Calrissian stood up. Well, I think maybe my first idea is the best one. Stand up, Boba Fett, he commanded. The bounty hunter stood up. Disarm yourself. Now. Minutes later, Han and Lando regarded a largish pile of assorted weaponry of all different kinds that lay before them on the sunlit permacrete. Minions of Zendor, Han said, shaking his head. This guy could have set up shop with just what he had on him. Look at those Mandalorian wristlets. Bet the darts are poisoned, too. One way to find out, said Lando. Boba Fett, answer me. Are these darts poisoned? Some of them, the bounty hunter replied. Which ones? Left wristlet. What's on the right wristlet darts? Soporific. Nice, Han said, fingering the wristlets carefully. These ought to be worth quite a bit to a collector. So now, what do we do with him? I think we set his autopilot to blast out of here and set a course for some far system. Then we order him not to interfere with the course we've set. If this stuff takes hours to wear off, by the time it does, he could be sectors away. Calrissian paused. He's killed so many people, I'm almost tempted to just shoot him. But I've never killed anyone in cold blood like that. He frowned, almost seeming embarrassed. Not eager to start now, I have to admit. Me too, Han said. Your plan sounds fine. Let's get him aboard. Obediently, Boba Fett opened up his ship, and the three of them walked into Slave One. Han and Lando strapped Fett into one of the passenger seats. Are you a pilot? Han asked. No, I'm not, Calrissian admitted. Matter of fact, that's why I was looking for you. I need to hire a pilot. You got one, Han said. Anything I can do to help you out. Like I said, I owe you, pal. We'll talk about that later. Let's get rid of our friend here. Han quickly set the autopilot to take the ship up and pre-recorded all the necessary responses Slave One would need to make to Nar Shaddaa's sector traffic control. Then he chose a course that would take Slave One clear across Imperial space in a series of bewildering hyperspace jumps. With any luck, Boba Fett would be unable to regain control until he's tens of thousands of parsecs away. We're ready, Han said finally. She'll lift in 3 minutes. Okay. Lando turned back to the helpless bounty hunter. Fett, listen to me and do exactly what I say. You are to sit in the seat, strapped in, and not go near the controls of your ship until you reach the destination Solo has set for it, or your obedience drug wears off, whichever comes first. Do you understand? Yes, said Fett. Good. Calrissian waved a jaunty goodbye to the bounty hunter and headed for the ramp. Han stared hard at Boba Fett. Have a nice trip, bounty hunter. I hope I never see you again. And you can tell Terenza from me that the next time I come back to Ylesia, he's one dead to land a till. You hear me? Yes. So long, Fett, Han said. He could hear the engines whine, and the ramp trembled beneath his feet as he ran down it, pressing the close button as he did so. He had to jump down from the ramp as it rose beneath his feet. Lando had already scooped up Boba Fett's weaponry, and together the young men jogged to a safe distance. They turned back to watch Slave One rear up on its end, then take off, its powerful engines flaring. Only when it had disappeared into the distance did Han finally draw a long, deep breath, and then let it out slowly. Phew! Close call, he said. I'll say, Calrissian agreed. You're lucky I spotted you, Solo. Han nodded and held out his hand to the other. Call me Han. I owe you, Calrissian. Call me Lando. The other man's irresistible grin flashed. Don't worry. I'll see you pay up. Whatever you want, pal. You don't know what would have happened to me if Boba Fett had succeeded. The Corellian shivered, even in the sun's warmth. Trust me, you don't want to know. I can guess, Lando said. Boba Fett doesn't work cheap. If somebody wanted you that bad, chances are it wasn't just because you welched on a debt or anything minor. Han grinned. You're an insightful guy, pal. He beckoned to the other, and they began walking back across the landing platform. Want to get some breakfast? I find I'm really hungry. Nearly meeting a fate worse than death has that effect on me. Sure, Lando said. You buying? You bet. By the time they were settled at a little cafe Han knew, sipping cups of stim tea, Han was beginning to feel as though he'd known Lando for years instead of just an hour. So tell me, he said, finishing off the last slice of flatbread, how'd you find me, and why were you looking for me? Well, I've actually seen you a time or two before, Lando admitted. You were pointed out to me in a couple of night spots as a fair sabacc player, a good smuggler, and an excellent pilot. Han tried, without much success, to look suitably modest. I don't recall seeing you, Lando, but I didn't have any reason to remember, I guess. So okay, you knew what I look like. What happened this morning? Well, last night I went by your place to talk to you, and your friend told me he didn't think you'd be home that night. Lando gave Han a knowing smile. But he told me you'd probably be staying with a friend at the Chance Castle. So when I finished the night's work, I dropped by on my way home. You work at night? What do you do? Han asked. Gambler, Lando said. Mostly. Though I've been known to try my hand at various schemes as they come along. I see. So you hadn't been to bed yet, but you came by the castle on the way home. It wasn't far out of my way. Most of the big casinos in that section in Nar Shaddaa are within walking distance of each other. Anyway, when I got there, I saw you on the street ahead of me. I followed you, intending to catch up and introduce myself. Only to see Boba Fett get the drop on me, Han guessed. Exactly. I don't much like bounty hunters, so I followed you until I was pretty sure where he was heading. Then I managed to slip around the perimeter of the landing field and get ahead of you. You were walking pretty slowly, you know. I recognized Slave One, so I was able to hide between you and the ship, then get the drop on Fett when he walked past. Han nodded. And I'm real glad you did, pal. He shook his head. Listen, don't tell Chewie about this, okay? He's sworn something called a life debt to me, 'cause he thinks he owes me, you see. I had a hard time talking him out of coming with me last night. He was sure I'd get myself into trouble. Well, you did, Lando said, chuckling. I know I did, Han admitted ruefully, but if Chewie ever finds out about it, he'll never let me out of his sight again. And hey, there are times when a guy would like some privacy, you know. Lando shook his head ruefully. I get your point. Okay, Han, I'll keep your secret. He leaned forward and poured himself another cup of stim tea. Is she pretty? Han nodded. I know you'll appreciate what I mean when I say that she's almost worth what I went through this morning. Lando looked impressed. Maybe you should introduce me, old buddy. Han shook his head. I don't think so, old buddy. You strike me as a bit of a lady killer. You'd probably try to charm her away from me. Lando shrugged and sat back, smiling smugly. You never know. Han grinned. The operative word here is try, Lando. So why were you looking for me in the first place? You mentioned needing a pilot? That's right. I was playing Sabacc over on Bespin a week or so ago, and one of the players threw in a marker for his ship. High-stakes game it was. And you won the ship, Han guessed. That's right, but I've never piloted one. I need to learn, especially now with the chance that Boba Fett will come looking for me. I'm gonna head for greener pastures and fresh sabacc tables for a while, and I thought it'd be fun to travel in my own ship. I had to hire a pilot to fly me back here, and it was expensive, so I want you to teach me to fly my ship. Okay, Han said. I can do that. When do you want to start? Lando shrugged. My adrenaline level's pretty high after dealing with Fett. I'm not sleepy at all. How about now? Han nodded. Sure. They took a different tube to a different landing platform. Side by side, Han and Lando walked across the windswept surface of the platform, through ranks of parked vessels, until Lando stopped and pointed. There it is, the Millennium Falcon. Han stared across the permacrete at the modified light stock freighter, Corellian made and engineered, model YT-1300 transport. He'd seen plenty of them before, and had always liked them. Corellians were good engineers as well as good pilots. But as Han stared at this particular ship, something strange happened. Without warning, he fell suddenly, irrevocably, irretrievably in love. This ship called to him. She sang to him a siren song of speed, of maneuverability, of narrow escapes and adventures and successful smuggling runs galore. That ship is going to be mine, Han thought. Mine. The Millennium Falcon will be mine. The Corellian suddenly realized he was staring, his mouth agape. Lando was looking at him, his eyes narrowed suspiciously. Hastily, Han closed his mouth and tried his best to purge the sudden yearning, the wanting from his mind. He had to play it cool. If Lando knew how much Han wanted the ship, he'd surely jack the price up. So, what do you think of her? Lando asked. Han shook his head. What a hunk of junk, he exclaimed, mentally begging the Falcon's pardon. That game wasn't nearly as high stakes as you're trying to make me believe, old buddy. Hey, the pilot who flew it back here for me said it's a really fast ship, Lando said, sounding defensive. Really? Han looked doubtful. He shrugged. Well, you never know till you try her out. Shall we go for a spin? Sure, Lando said. Minutes later, Han sat at the controls of Lando's new acquisition, savoring the Falcon's response as she lifted on her repulsors. Then he engaged the sublight drive. He still couldn't believe what he'd seen in her engine room. This ship boasted a military-grade hyperdrive. Oh, you honey. Her sublight speeds were good, too. Han sent the Falcon hurtling upward in a steep rush. The resulting surge of power exhilarated him, but he was careful not to show it. Not bad, he said indifferently, but I've seen better. Let's see how she maneuvers. Quickly he took the Falcon up out of Nar Shaddaa's atmosphere, then through the opening in the shield, all the while giving the correct responses to traffic control. Once free of the gravity well and past the floating obstacle course of the derelict ships, Han set the Falcon into a dizzying series of spins, rolls, and flips. Hey, Lando protested, gulping audibly. You got a passenger here, don't forget. You want me to lose my breakfast? Han grinned at him. He was tempted to ask Lando how much he wanted for the ship, but he knew it would be more than he could possibly afford. Wild schemes about getting the Hutts to buy the Falcon so he could fly it regularly, and then maybe steal it someday, raced through his mind. But he didn't want Jabba or Jiliak owning the Falcon. They wouldn't appreciate this beauty, this work of art. Han quickly checked out the weaponry. Her legs are good, but she could use some more muscle. Only one light laser cannon and a top gun turret. Not enough, Han thought. As though Lando were reading Han's thoughts, the gambler said, "The pilot that brought me here said it might need some more weaponry to be a really good smuggler. What do you think?" "I think if this were my ship, I'd install another gun turret and some quad lasers, as well as a repeating blaster in the belly to cover quick getaways," Han said. "Maybe some concussion missiles, too." "Huh," Lando said. "I'll have to think about it, but it is a fast ship, isn't it?" Han nodded grudgingly. "Yeah, she's got a pretty good set of legs on her, Lando." He surreptitiously patted the pilot's console. "Oh, you sweetheart." A few minutes later, Lando cleared his throat. "I thought the object of taking it out was you were going to start teaching me to pilot, Han." "Oh. Oh, yeah," Han said. "I was just checking her out, so I could teach you all her little quirks and stuff." "You sound like this thing is alive," Lando said. "Well, pilots get to think of their ships sort of like that," Han admitted. "They become like a friend. You'll see." "Don't forget the Falcon is my ship," Lando said, with a slight edge in his voice. "Of course," Han said, carefully casual. "Now listen here, we're going to start at sublight speeds. That's where most of the maneuvering expertise comes. See that lever? Pull that lever and we'll go into hyperdrive. And that's not something you want to do lest you've got a course laid in. So don't touch that lever. Got it?" Lando leaned forward intently. "Got it." Thousands of light years away, Terenza, High Priest of Yalesia, stood in the middle of Colony 3, surveying the damage from a dawn terrorist raid. Nearly a dozen bodies were sprawled around, most of them his own security guards. Blaster marks scored the factory buildings. The door to the mess hall was slagged. A crew was finishing putting out a fire in the administration building. The smell of burning fought with the hothouse odor of the wet, steaming jungle. The high priest snorted nervously. All this from a slave raid. Not a raid to gain slaves, a raid to rescue them. The troops had been human, most of them. Terenza had seen their images on his communications monitors from his headquarters at Colony 1. 2 ships had spiraled down through Yalesia's treacherous air currents, but only one had managed to land safely. The other vessel had gotten caught in a wind shear and was destroyed, which was only justice, Terenza thought grumpily as he surveyed the damage the remaining ship had caused. Meddlers. The group had landed, then armed troops dressed in green and khaki uniforms had leaped out and attacked the Yalesian guards. A firefight had ensued, and more than a dozen guards had been killed. Then the attackers had stormed the refectory where the pilgrims were having breakfast. They'd entreated them to come with them, saying they were here to rescue them from slavery. Terenza made a soft whuffling sound that was a species equivalent of its chuckle. Stupid raiders. Stupid to think the pilgrims would renounce the exaltation for freedom. Only 2 pilgrims out of the 200 in the mess hall had run to join the invaders. And then Terenza's expression darkened. She had stepped forward to address the assembled pilgrims. The high priest had long thought her dead. He remembered her very well. Pilgrim 921, birth name Bria Theron, a Corellian, and a traitor. Bria had argued with the pilgrims, telling them the truth about the exaltation. She told the group that someday they'd thank her, and that she'd given the order for her troops to turn sunbeams on the crowd. Pilgrims had fallen in their tracks. The group of Corellians had gotten away with nearly 100 prime slaves. Terenza cursed softly. Bria Theron. He couldn't decide which Corellian he hated more, Bria or that accursed Han Solo. Terenza was worried about this raid. There was money behind this group. Ships and weapons cost money. They were well organized and efficient, like a real military cadre. Who were they? Terenza had heard of various rebel groups rising against the Empire. Could the squadron of soldiers that attacked Colony 3 today have been part of such a group? The high priest experienced a flicker of satisfaction, though, when he imagined how miserable the rescuers would be when the stunned pilgrims awakened. The Talanda Till knew only too well how addicted most humanoids quickly became when exposed to the exaltation on a daily basis. By now, the pilgrims must be missing the exaltation a great deal. They'd be screaming and wailing and making threats, begging to return to Ulesia. They might even commandeer the rebel ship and bring it back here like faithful pilgrims. One thing was certain. Tonight, the Corellian rebels would have their hands full. The thought made Terenza smile. Several days after Boba Fett's attempt to capture him, Han went to see Jabba and Jiliak to tell them he'd be scarce on Nar Shaddaa for a while. He'd decided to take Zaviri up on her offer and become her assistant during her next tour. He had a feeling Boba Fett wouldn't be easily discouraged, and it wouldn't hurt to get off Nar Shaddaa for the next few months. But the words died unspoken on his lips. The moment he was ushered into their presence, Jabba hailed him with impatient cries, ordering him to prepare the Star Jewel for an immediate trip to Nal Hutta. The emissaries sent from the Jizillik and Basadi Khajiits had convened a meeting of the Hutt Khajiits for the next day. Apparently Basadi had been holding up the negotiations, but had suddenly made several important concessions in the interest of holding the meeting quickly. Today, Han said, thinking that he'd have to cancel his lesson with Lando this afternoon. That's pretty short notice, isn't it? Yes, Jiliak agreed. We know of no reason for things to have been speeded up, but something must have happened. Okay, I'll take you down this afternoon, Han said. Just give me an hour or so to get the ship ready and check out our course. And Captain Solo, you must be prepared to give us your smoothest flight, Jabba cautioned. No turbulence. My aunt is in a delicate condition, and she must not be jostled. Han glanced round for another hut, but saw only Jiliak. Your aunt? I beg your pardon, Lord Jabba. There will be 3 huts for me to transport? No, human. Jabba was impatient. Jiliak and myself, as always. Don't you have eyes? Didn't you notice her skin texture? Her condition is plain. Han looked over at Jiliak and suddenly realized that the hut did appear different. Warty excretions had erupted on the being's face, and purplish patches mingled with the greenish ones on the leathery tan skin. Jiliak also appeared bigger and rather lethargic. Oh, wonderful. I get to play nursemaid to a sick hut? Great. Lord Jiliak, are you feeling... Han began, only to have Jabba round on him with withering scorn. Human idiot! Can't you see that Lord Jiliak is now Lady Jiliak? She's expecting. In her delicate condition, she really should not make this effort, but we Jiliak are nothing if not faithful to our duty. She? Pregnant? Han's mouth dropped open, and Chewie roared softly in surprise. Han recovered quickly and bowed to Jiliak. Your pardon, Lady Jiliak. I am not familiar with your species' reproductive habits. I meant no offense. Jiliak blinked at Han sleepily. No offense taken. My people reproduce as they will, and I decided it was time for me to do so. My child is due in a few months. I'll be able to make the trip safely. My nephew Jabba is merely overprotective, but a smooth flight would be advisable. Yes, lady, Han said, bowing. Smooth flight to Nal Hutta, leaving this afternoon. I'll get right on it. Very well, Captain. You are dismissed. We wish to leave as soon as possible. Han bowed again and left, with Chewie trailing behind him. As soon as he was out of sight, he shook his head. Hutts! The more I get to know them, the weirder they are. A veritable tide of huts wriggled and glided toward the large Hutt Grand Council Hall on Nal Hutta. Jabba and Jiliak undulated along, side by side, accompanied by the Jiliak security guards. Most of the huts preferred to move under their own power if they still could. It was permissible to show weakness before humans and other underlings, but in the company of their own kind, huts preferred to appear strong and fit. All of Jiliak moved under their own power, and among the Basadi clan, only Aruk was too old and corpulent to manage without his sled. As the huts moved toward the council chambers, they and their guards passed through multiple security and scanning devices. None of the guards was allowed a weapon, and each attendee was scanned internally as well as externally to make sure no dangerous substances were being smuggled into the hall. Huts were not trusting beings, especially in the company of other huts, and with good reason. Long ago, every prominent hut on Nal Hutta had been eliminated en masse by a single ingenious assassin. Huts were determined that nothing like that would ever happen again. The Grand Council Hall was a huge room, big enough to comfortably hold nearly 50 Hutts. At the moment, 27 Hutts were gathered, representatives of all the major clans and Khajiits, as well as neutral parties from the Hutt government who would be overseeing and administering the conference. The Hutt homeworld was governed by the Grand Council, an oligarchy composed of one representative appointed by each major Hutt clan. In reality, though, the power of the crime syndicates, the Khajiits, was far greater than that of the Grand Council. Jabba and Jiliak had summoned two other Jasilic members to attend them. Aruk had brought the Basadi contingent, consisting of himself, his offspring Durga, and his nephew Kibik. Jabba was pleased to note that a Talanda Til trailed in Kibik's wake. Jiliak was right. Basadi had indeed summoned Terenza. After the massive Hutts had arranged themselves in a circle around the speaker's platform, the conference was brought to order by the executive secretary of the Grand Council, a Hutt named Marduk. After each of the clans had officially identified itself and its contingent, Marduk spoke again. Comrades in power, siblings in profit, I have convened you today to discuss some very serious developments on the Basadi colony world of Ulesia. I ask Lord Aruk to speak. Aruk moved his sled closer to the speaker's platform. He waved his small arms at his fellow Hutts for emphasis and began. Fellow Hutts, 2 days ago, Colony 3 on Ulesia was attacked by well-armed terrorists. Kivik and her overseer, Terenza, barely escaped with their lives. Much destruction was done, and the attackers made off with nearly 100 valuable slaves. A ripple of consternation ran around the conference room as the assorted Hutts reacted to Aruk's news. Jabba realized that Aruk was staring right at him and Jiliak. Gauging our reaction, he realized. For just a moment, Jabba wondered if Jiliak had decided to play it extra subtle and had arranged the raid but not told him. After a moment's thought, however, he rejected the notion. His aunt was so caught up in her recent pregnancy that she had little energy for plotting, especially commando raids. Besides, Jiliak normally eschewed direct assaults, preferring to work against enemies in more subtle ways. Hutt brethren, we of the Basadi clan demand that Jiliak, as head of Clan Jashilik, personally assure us that this terrible raid, this theft of valuable Basadi property, was not done by Jashilik. Otherwise, this means war between our Khajiits. A collective gasp echoed through the grand hall. Aruk's challenge hung in the air like the smoke from the hookahs some of the Hutt lords were smoking. Slowly, Jiliak pulled herself up, appearing almost regal in her new maternal dignity. Fellow Hutts, she said, Jashilik is innocent of any taint of aggression in this matter. As a guarantee of this, Jashilik pledges that if any link can be discovered between the raiders and Jashilik, Jashilik will remit to Basadi the sum of 1,000,000 credits. Silence for a beat. Then Aruk inclined his head in the Hutt equivalent of a bow. Very well. Never let it be said that Jashilik refused to back its integrity with money. We ask that the Grand Council investigate and give us their findings in 1 month. Marduk agreed, but then yielded the floor to Jiliak when she indicated she had more to say. However, I wish that I could say the same for Basadi. Just a few months ago my nephew here, she indicated Jabba, was brutally attacked by hired mercenaries. Only the fact that we cannot definitively state who sent them keeps us from leveling accusations at our rivals. Unlike Basadi, we do not make accusations unless we have proof. Another hubbub of voices and whispers erupted in the grand hall. Aruk drew himself up to his most impressive height, his rheumy old eyes red-rimmed. Basadi has done nothing wrong. Do you deny that you sent Drell pirates to assassinate my nephew? Yes, thundered Aruk. The resulting barrage of threats, insults, and rhetoric from both sides made it necessary for Marduk to call for a recess. Jabba watched the Hutts around him, talking in small groups, and began wondering just who it was who had attacked Ulesia. If it wasn't Jashilik, then who? Did Ulesia have a new rival in the slave trade? Durga the Hutt lay stretched beside his parent on his repulsor sled during the afternoon session. He was concerned about Aruk. The conference had been going on for hours, and Aruk had been in the middle of it the whole time. Durga knew that his parent wasn't up to this level of stress. Aruk was a very old Hutt, nearly 1,000 years old. The young Hutt listened intently, aware that his parent would quiz him point by point on the conference. Beside Durga, Kibik blinked slowly, obviously fighting sleep. Durga looked at his cousin scornfully. Kibik was an idiot. Didn't he understand that these kinds of meetings, these feints and counterfeints, thrusts and parries and ripostes, constituted the life's fluid of Hutt society? Didn't he understand that people in profit were food and drink and breath to their people? This was the first Hutt conference to be held in Durga's short lifetime, and he was pleased that his parent had allowed him to attend. Durga knew that because of the birthmark he'd been born with, some of the Basadi Khajiit would question whether he was fit to lead Basadi when Aruk died. Durga knew he had all the most essential qualities to lead Basadi. He was smart, scheming, devious, and ruthless. All estimatable qualities in a Hutt. But he had to demonstrate those qualities to Basadi before Aruk died, or he'd have trouble succeeding his parent. If only I could take over Yelesia instead of Kibik, Durga thought. He knew that his father had spent a good part of yesterday evening raging at Kibik for allowing Terenza to take over the running of Yelesia. Aruk had also sternly advised the Talanda Til that he must know his place, lest he lose his position as high priest. Terenza had cowered before the old Hutt, but Durga thought he'd caught a flash of anger from him. He resolved to keep a careful eye on Terenza. Kibik, on the other hand, had simply whined about how unpleasant life was on Yelesia, and how hard he was working. Aruk had let him off with a stern warning. Durga privately thought that Aruk should have relieved him of his post. Idly, he wondered whether assassinating his cousin was a good idea. But he had a feeling that Aruk wouldn't like it, so that meant he couldn't do it while his parent lived. Not that Durga wished Aruk's death. He was genuinely fond of his parent, as he knew Aruk was fond of him. Durga knew only too well that he owed Aruk his life in every possible way. Most Hutt parents would not have allowed a child with a birthmark to live. Durga also wanted to make Aruk proud of him. That motivation was even stronger in him than his need to gain power and profit, something he knew would be seen as practically sacrilegious by other Hutts, so he never revealed it. Durga watched as Jabba the Hutt wriggled forward to take the floor. The second in command of Jashilik was said to be exemplary Hutt in many ways, but most Hutts found his preoccupation with humanoid females both perverse and inexplicable. Still, Jabba was sharp. Durga had to grant him that, as he listened to him speak. Honored Hutt lords, listen to me. Basadi claims that their recent expansions in Yelesia are just good business. But shall we allow good business for one Khajiit to undermine the financial underpinnings of our world? Basadi has grabbed such a large share of the spice trade and the slave trade that we must all make them see reason. What does it profit them to fill their own coffers if their policies bring disaster to our world? Disaster? Aruk's voice boomed out so deep and authoritative that Durga felt a ripple of pride. His parent was as fine a Hutt leader as one had ever been born. Disaster, my friends? We had 187% profit in the past year. How could this possibly be construed to be anything but something to be praised and honored for? I ask you that, Jabba. How could it? Because some of your profit has come out of the coffers of your fellow Hutts, Jabba pointed out. It is fine to take from others, from humans and Rhodians and Celestins, and from all the other creatures of the galaxy. That is why they are there, so that we Hutts may profit from them. But there's a danger in pulling away too much income from the Hutta and your fellow Hutts. Oh? Sarcasm tinged Daruk's voice. And what is that danger, Lord Jabba? Too much conspicuous profit may bring us the attention of the Emperors and minions, Jabba pointed out. Nalhutta is far from Imperial Center. Out here, near the Rim territories, we are protected to some extent by distance, and protected even more by Moff Sarn Shield, whom we generously support in the style to which he has become accustomed. But if any one Hutt clan makes a point of having tremendous wealth, it may bring all of us to the attention of the Emperor, and that, fellow Hutts, is an attention we do not want. Durga heard the other Hutts murmuring, and had to admit that Jabba had made a good point. When the Empire took a close interest in any one world, it was always unfortunate for that world. Durga wondered how Jabba and Jiliak had discovered that Basadi was behind the attack of Drell pirates. Too bad they'd missed their chance to rid Nalhutta of Jabba. Without Jabba, Jiliak would be easier to get out of the way. Jabba was a crafty Hutt who was protective of his aunt. His security forces were better than Gilead's. The Hutt lords were unable to reach a conclusion about Basadi's off-the-scale profits. The discussion rambled on, degenerated into personal insults that ended with no conclusion. Uruk took the floor again. He was still concerned about the recent violence. Gilead acknowledged that she was concerned too. Durga was surprised they could agree on anything. Finally, Jashilik and Basadi united to put forward an unprecedented proposal. I propose, Uruk said in summary, that the Grand Council declare a moratorium on violence between the Khajiits for at least the next 3 standard months. Who will support me in this? Gilead and Jabba voiced their enthusiastic approval. Then, one by one, the representatives of the other clans chimed in. Marduk declared Uruk's proposal adopted. Durga looked up at his parent and felt another wave of pride. Uruk is a giant among Hutts. Much later that night, as both Hutts prepared to sleep in Gilead's Nalhutta mansion, which was located on an island in one of Nalhutta's more temperate zones, Gilead turned to Jabba. Uruk is dangerous. I'm more convinced of it than ever. Yes, he was quite impressive when he managed to rally the clans, Jabba agreed. He has charisma. He can be very persuasive. It is truly ironic that it was Uruk who wound up proposing my idea about the moratorium, Gilead said. But as the meeting progressed, I realized that if I hoped to convince the others of the wisdom of the moratorium, the idea would have to come from Uruk. Jabba nodded. He's a forceful orator, Aunt. An orator who must be deprived of his voice, or Jashilik will suffer even more, Gilead said soberly. A 3-month moratorium on inter-Khajiitic violence will free our minds so we may look at the problem of Uruk without distractions. Jabba blinked his bulbous eyes at his aunt as she settled herself comfortably on her padded resting spot. What are you thinking, Aunt? Gilead was silent for a moment, then said, I'm thinking that this is our chance to strike at Uruk's weak spot. His weak spot? Yes, nephew. Uruk has a weak spot, and it has a name. And that name is Terenza, Jabba said. Correct, nephew. When Terenza boarded Kibik's space yacht for the trip back to Yelesia, he was in a very bad mood. Uruk had not permitted them to have any kind of a holiday on Nalhutta, stressing they must get back to Yelesia to see to the rebuilding after the raid. Terenza had been profoundly disappointed. He'd hoped to see his mate Telena while he was home, but Uruk had said no and said it with such stern disapproval that Terenza hadn't dared to ask again. So here he was, stuck with that idiot Kibik for company, when he could have been sporting with his lovely mate in a delicious, sensual mud wallow. Disgustedly, Terenza plodded into his large, well-appointed cabin and sank into his resting sling. Blast Uruk! The Hutt Lord was getting irrational as in old age. Irrational and mean. Meaner, that is, than he'd been before. The High Priest still smarted from that financial review he'd been forced to sit through. Uruk had questioned every expenditure, carped after every extra credit. He'd gone on and on about how the bounty Terenza had posted on Solo was completely unnecessary. That Boba Fett blast him into atoms, he'd raged. Disintegrations are much cheaper. Allowing yourself personal revenge on Solo is simply self-indulgent. Grumpily, Terenza reached out and turned on his comm unit. Words in Huttese formed on the screen, even before he could key in his personal code. Eyes widening, Terenza read the following message. This message will vanish in 60 seconds. Attempting to save it will destroy your comm unit. Memorize the following comm code and reply to it. A complicated comm code followed. Intrigued, Terenza memorized the code. As promised, in 60 seconds it blinked off, to be replaced by the words, What do you want most? We'd like to know. Perhaps we can help each other. The message, of course, was unsigned, but Terenza had a good idea of who had sent it. As he sat watching it blink off, to be replaced by his comm unit's standard greeting and request for ID code, Terenza realized what this meant. Would he reply to the message? Was he a traitor? What did he want most?